Now let us explore some of the logical functions in Excel. First, let us take a quick glance of a list of available functions. That would be under the formulas menu and the logical section. And here is the list: and, false, if error, if any, ifs, not, or, switch, true, XOR. Now a couple of these functions would be recently introduced in Office 2019, and so they may not be compatible. For example, the switch function may not be compatible with the older versions of Excel and instead could return an error. So first, to begin with, I would like to touch base on the basic binary operations of Excel. So Excel understands the language of true and false. And if you were to put this in a binary format, then it would be in the form of 1 and 0. So there is no right or wrong, pass or fail, correct, incorrect, yes or no, none of these. Excel always returns the value in the form of true or false. So now, what if in case I want to see whether it's pass or fail? Let us say I have a score over here in economics. I scored 60, and in statistics I scored 55. Alright, now I would like to know whether my overall scores are greater than or equal to 50. So I say passing score is 50. Now I would pass if I score 50 or above in both the subjects. So ideally I would use the if function, and under the if function first I would test economics, is it greater than or equal to 50? Well, if it is true, then I need to check the other one, that is another if, to see if 55 is greater than or equal to 50. And if this is true, then I return as pass, or else I return as fail. Now that's the end of the innermost if function. Now we come back outside. This is the function to be executed if the expression or the result of this expression is true. But what if it is not true? Then I need to again show as fail. Why? If economics is not greater than or equal to 50, then there is no point of checking whether statistics is greater than or equal to 50 because the student has already failed. So here we have this as pass or fail. Now that's great, but here we have two layers of if function. Now just imagine if there were 5 subjects, we would have had 5 layers of the if function. Now that's quite painful at times. So Excel gives us another beautiful function called as AND. Now what does this AND function do? Here under the AND function you can test multiple criteria at the same time, and it would give you a consolidated or combined result. That's a single result that you get. That's in the form of true or false. Let me show you how. I say equal and is 60 greater than or equal to 50? That's one condition to be tested. Comma, is 55 greater than or equal to 50? Now you see, if there are 3 more subjects, I can add similar kind of tests or logical tests for 3 more subjects as well. And I can go on for maybe well over 100 as well, such test cases. So I'll just close this bracket and see if it is coming out fine. Yes, it is true. Now what if I did not score 55, but I scored 48 in statistics? You see, overall I have failed, and the AND function also returns as false. So this function works perfectly. But now the thing is, here at least the if function helps me get the result in the form of pass or fail. But in this case it only returns as false. And if I were to get this in a binary format, then I just need to multiply it with 1. So if the result of the AND function is true, then anything multiplied by true, the answer will be the number itself. And if anything multiplied with false, remember false represents 0. That means anything multiplied to 0, the final result would be 0 itself. So you get this in a binary format. but I would like to instead get it in the form of pass or fail. Now, how does this work? For this, let us quickly understand how the if function works. I'll copy this function here and paste it here. So for the if function, first it checks the outermost function is C6 greater than or equal to C9. Now what happens? I say, let's say here, C6 greater than or equal to C9. What is the result? It's true. So what is Excel doing in the next step? Excel will have this function over here and instead replace C6 greater than C9 by true. Why? Because we know that C6 greater than C9 is true. So this expression is replaced with the result of this expression, that is either in the form of true or false. And then the if function observes this and checks. So if this is true over here, then the if function will execute whatever has been mentioned within this section, that is value if true. That's the middle section. And in case if it were not true, that means, for example, if we were testing 48 to be greater than or equal to 50, the answer would have been false. So the result would have been something like this then. If false. So if it is false over here, then Excel will not execute the next if function. Rather, it will directly come onto the fail function. Rather, it will directly respond as fail. And that is how Excel works. Any test condition that you put over here, it will always return the result in the form of true or false. And based on whatever is mentioned over here, Excel, or rather the if function, will execute the appropriate part of the function. That could be either under value if true or value under false. So we now understand for if function, it just needs true or false. It doesn't care how many conditions you're testing. It's just that the function takes one condition at a time, but ultimately it's not one condition, but it takes one result. It can test only one result at a time. So then now I wonder, how about putting something like this? And function returns the result in the form of true or false. If function also understands the language of true or false. So how about combining both these functions? So I'll have something like if and then and 60 greater than or equal to 50, comma 48 greater than or equal to 50. I close the bracket. Now, if and returns the value or the result as true, then what to do? I say declare as pass. But what if it is false? Then I say declare as fail. And close the bracket. Now this is much more leaner and simpler. We hit enter and see it's a fail. Now compare this function against this function over here. As of now, it looks more or less of the same length, but just imagine if there were 5 subjects. You would have had 5 layers of if functions, and not to tell you about the complexities of matching the closing brackets against each of these functions. It gets more cumbersome and very difficult to map to. There is high chance of getting errors as well. But this one is quite simple, clean and easy. What would happen here? The AND function will test this case, and we know that this one is not true. So AND checks, is the first one true? Okay, and then checks the next one. Is it true? No, false. So as a result, overall, the AND function returns the result as false. So this function gets substituted or replaced with false. Now, if false, then fail, and if true, then pass. So if function does not understand any of these conditions or comparisons, all it understands is what is mentioned over here. Is it true or false? And AND function just supplies that to the if function here. So this thing helps me prevent multiple layers of if functions, and AND function just gives me that. Similarly, we have another function called OR function. Now OR function works slightly different. Well, if we were to say that it's okay, even if the student would have cleared in at least one subject, just mark him as pass for now and, allow him to, or just promote him to the next level and allow him to reattempt this exam and clear it. This generally happens at the university level, wherein they allow the student to proceed further to the next semester or to the next class, but they need to come back to reattempt this particular subject or the paper. So how does the OR function work? I say OR is 60 greater than or equal to 50, comma, is 48 greater than or equal to 50. So the format of the AND function and OR function is exactly the same. There is no difference in the format. It's just that the function name is different and also the nature in which it calculates. So we see OR function returns true. Now what exactly happened here? Let me give you a quick quote over here. So AND function returns true only when all conditions are true. Let me fix that. True. Okay, which means it returns false if there is at least one false condition, right? So only and only when you have every condition returning as true, that is when AND function returns the final result as true. But of all the set of functions or all the set of conditions that you are testing, even if there is at least one incorrect or a false attempt or a false condition, then overall the AND function returns the result as false. Well, on the other hand, the OR function does slightly different. It returns true when there is at least one true condition, and so it will return false only when all conditions are false. Now this is something which you need to remember very well. So it tests condition 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 20, 30, 40. OR function will check if there is at least one function or if there is at least one condition which returns as true, then the OR function will return the overall result as true. But if all the results are false, then the OR function also returns the result as false. Now that's exactly opposite with the AND function. It returns true only when all conditions are true and false if there is at least one false condition. Now similarly, there is also XOR function. Now this is one such function probably you might be using rarely. So it returns true when not all the conditions are true or false, and then returns false when all conditions are either true or false. Just as it says, it returns false only when all the conditions returns the same result, that is either true or false. But XOR or exclusive OR it returns true when there is no consistency in results. Some might return as true, some might return as false. So when you do not see a consistent or a unanimous true or a false across, that is when XOR returns as true. Now this is something very rarely you might be using, and generally in algorithmic approach or any algorithms that you want to prepare, it is during that time that you might come across the usage of this function. But most commonly, for our convenience, what we can use would be the AND and the OR function. And how we can use it best, we can also embed this within the if function, and rather than having multiple if functions, we can just have it as a simple AND function. Now, this is like certain scenarios or certain part of academics wherein they say you are deemed to be failed if you fail in at least one subject. Of all the subjects, if you fail in at least one, you are overall considered to be failed. That is when AND function works. But the OR function, in case of most universities, what they say is, even though you would have passed in one subject, you might be allowed to attempt or attend the next semester, provided that you reattempt the backlogs or the subjects which you did not clear earlier. So the OR function helps you just do that. Maybe out of 100 functions or 100 conditions that you are testing, 99 might be failed or false, but one is correct or true. That is when OR returns true. That means it will clear it off. So once again, a quick revisit, and this is very critical because your flow with or your comfort level with working with Excel and advanced calculations would be very much dependent on how well you understand the usage of the AND, OR function, and also the IF function and some more other logical operators. And more important, you need to understand that Excel returns the responses in the form of true or false. Well, there is a possibility that you might not see the result of true or false, just like in this case. In this function over here, you see the AND function returns true or false, but we do not see that because if it is within the IF function, and all we'll get the result would be pass or fail. But Excel is doing this calculation, or Excel is working on this and returns the result to the if function, and if function processes it and then gives us final result. If you were to represent true or false in a binary format, then true represents 1, false represents 0. Now, if you've got a fair idea about how the AND function and OR function works and what is the logic behind the result of true and false, let us take an example further, work with other logical functions as well. To begin with, I would like to map appropriate grades over here for each score given. Now, we have scores for 10 students. That would be the average scores. And based on the average scores, I would like to assign appropriate grades from here. Now in Excel, there are different ways of achieving this. But first, since we are focusing on the logical functions, let us test it out. But first, how do I come to know what is the grade for 72.5? Well, one easiest way would be to use the if function. That is, if 72.5 is less than 50, that means it's an F grade. And then another if function, if it is less than 60, then E grade, less than 70, D grade, less than 80, C grade, less than 90, B grade, and less than 100, then A grade. But if it is equal to 100, then it's an A plus grade. And that's quite interesting. But having multiple layers of if function is quite troublesome. So we have another good function called as ifs function. Now here we get to test multiple criteria at the same time and also get the appropriate results. So here in this case, I would check if 72 is less than 50. And now I'll log the row reference for 50 as I would be copying this formula down. If it is less than 50, that means it's an F grade, and also log the row reference for the F grade. And then I would like to know if it is less than 60, then I call it as a D grade. So we have $sign again. It's not the D grade, it's the E grade. Now it's difficult to click on the E as this particular small box over here has occupied that area screen space. So I'll click on D and then use the keyboard arrow keys. I press up and E grade is highlighted. Again, I log the row reference. Now I need to check if 72.5 is less than 70. I log the reference again, comma. If it is less than 70, then it must be a D grade. And then further, is this less than 80? Well, that's true. We can see that it is less than 80, comma, I want this to be under the C grade. Moving on, is this less than 90? If that's the case, then enter B. But if it is less than 100, then it is A grade. And finally, if this is equal to 100, then we need a A+ grade here. Close the bracket, and that's it. Well, how did we get C grade over here? Because 72.5 is less than 80, then we get the C grade, but it is also less than 90, then why not the B grade, and why not A grade when it is less than 100 as well? It meets all the three criteria over here, that is less than 100, then less than 90, and less than 80. But it took out the value, or it executed the result for this particular test case, that is less than 80. Why did this happen? Well, it goes in a sequential order. First, it checks whether this condition is true. If it is true, it will execute this and then exit out of this function. It will not bother whether any of these are true. So we could have had a problem if we would have selected like, is C3 greater than or equal to 0? Well, it is true. So right at this point itself, it would have ended the function and we wouldn't have ever known whether the score was worth to be given a B grade or A grade or C grade. It would have just ended at the F grade or E grade. So we need to be careful when we are using greater than or less than or equal sign here. In this case, it's the less than, and hence this case of fail did not match. The E grade case did not match. The D grade did not match, but the C grade matched. Why? Because it's less than 80. And I'm sure very much so far that it is not less than 70. Otherwise, it would have executed any of the earlier conditions. It did not happen. So C is the answer. And the moment it matches that it is less than 80, there is a first true criteria that it receives. Immediately it returns the result and exits the if function. It does not bother to check further. And that helps us. Select this down and see. Well, in case if you want to randomly cross-check, take a look here. Craig Nelson, 59.5, E grade. Yes, even if this were 59.99, you would still end up getting the E grade. Why? Because it is not 60. Now, when I say less than the number, let's say here in this case, it is less than 70. That means if this is false, that means the value is greater than or equal to 80. That is how it tests it. Now, this is something we achieved using the ifs function, and having multiple layers of if function would have been quite troublesome in this case. Now, moving on to another example here, we have detailed scores of each of these students, and that's for 4 subjects. Now, this time I would like to know whether the student has passed or failed. And we can determine that only when the student would have scored 50 or more in each and every subject, only then the student is considered to have passed. Using the if function would be troublesome here, but then if I were to use ifs function, and within the ifs function, if I say is 77 greater than or equal to 50, and then I lock the reference, I say pass, and then is 65 greater than or equal to 50, and then again say pass, and then counting greater than or equal to 50, and then call it pass. So far, let me just test this out over here, okay? You see, overall, the student has passed. Now, so far we have just tested 3 subjects, that is economics, statistics, and accounting. So we only have marketing left. Let me also do that. Is 68 greater than or equal to 50? And mention it as pass. I would like to test this function if it is working proper. So let's say in accounting, I just give 40. Now 40 means fail. So that means the student should be overall considered as failed. I hit enter and you see the total scores change, everything changes, but this remains the same. What happened here? Let me undo the score. Yes. Let's revisit this function. Here I say if 77 is greater than or equal to 50, then pass. Well, yes, that's true. It's greater than 50. Which is true. Now, ifs function sees the moment you have the test condition which returns the result as true, it immediately executes the task that you have assigned to it and exits this function. So it no longer checks whether the student has passed or failed in other subjects. So this approach of using the ifs function does not help. So now we need to try a different way. So I'll clear this and say ifs 77 is less than 50 and lock the cell, then declare as fail. Then if 65 is less than 50, then lock that as, then declare as fail. If accounting is less than 50, again, log the reference and declare as fail. Ensure that whatever text that you need, pass or fail, true or false, right or wrong, not true or false, but right or wrong, correct, incorrect, all these are form of text and they have to be entered within double quotes. Next, we have marketing, less than 50, log the reference and then declare as fail. Finally, close the bracket and take a look. Here it gives you the hash any error. Why? Well, let me tell you, this function did its job. If I were to copy this and paste it here, it shows as fail. What exactly happened here? First, it checks, is C10 less than 50? Yes. That means the student has failed and hence I don't need to bother about checking the rest of subjects. Overall, the student has failed. And that's what it does. Now in this case over here, let's say for accounting, if I were to enter 40, it shows as fail. Why? Is C3 less than 50? No. Hence it tests the second condition. Is D3 less than 50? No. So third condition, is 40 less than 50? Yes. Hence return as fail. But earlier, had it not been 40 but 80, which was the initial score, then it checks 77, no. 66 or 65 less than 50, no. Is 80 less than 50? No. And what about 68? Is it less than 50? No. So that means none of these conditions are fit to be declared as fail. Hence, it should be passed. But how do we get the pass? We did not specify what if none of the 4 conditions are matched. Since Excel fails to identify, or since we did not give any command to Excel to execute when none of these conditions match, Excel returns the hash NA error. Now, if this is a legitimate error, that means your function is appropriate and nothing can be done about it, then we do have some function called, we have the if error function, which we have already discussed in basic Excel. Well, likewise, we also have the if any function, if any. Okay, I would encapsulate this function within the if any. Let me show you how. I say if any, and we have this entire function here, the ifs function. And what if it is any? Either I can say pass and close the bracket. We have this. Or maybe you do not want to see a pass or fail, just a blank. That should be fine. You will only get the list of students which have failed. That's 2 of them, but the rest of them are blank. Okay. But I do not recommend depending on two set of functions at a time. What if I do not want to use two functions? I just want to use the ifs function and nothing else. How do I work with it? And I want to see the pass one as well. So here under this, just as how we select first, we have a logical test, and then the value if this test is true, logical test 2, and value 2, logical test 3, and value for 3, 4, and value if 4. Now finally, I would want to say if none of the cases, that then it must be that the student has cleared in all the subjects. So I just enter true. That is for logical test 5. Now any of these logical tests, like I mentioned earlier, returns the result as true or false. So this time I'm directly entering true. And what if it is mentioned true? I say pass. Okay. Now on the way, while testing each of these conditions, if any one of these return true, then automatically Excel will execute the value immediately next to it. That would be one of the fail. But if none of these are matching, then finally Excel will come here and see a true. So by default, it will assign as pass. I hit enter, it's a pass. Let's apply this function down and see. Well, we have this. It's so very straightforward. All we did was check through each of these. We know that this condition is not true, so it would have been false. It's false. This is also not true. Hence, this behind the scene, what Excel would have done and returned to ifs function is what I'm showing to you. This again would have been a false. And then this finally would have been false. So the function that we had worked on, let me come out of this. It would have been something like this. First condition, it's false. So if false, then fail. False, nothing. Okay, if false, do nothing. False, nothing. Because fail would be executed or displayed only when this was true. False, 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 and finally there is true. So pass. That's how it shows. What if I did not want to show pass, but exempted? For example, exempted. See? That's all to it. So this is a different way or another way of how you can use the if function, the ifs function, and you get this. Let me just undo this to pass or fail, and here we get this. Now let me introduce you to a new function. It's a logical function introduced in Office 2019, and for those using Microsoft 365, you would be able to access this function. We are talking about the switch function here. And how do we use that? Well, this is pretty much the way how you can achieve the result with the help of if function as well. But the only thing is that in case of if, you need multiple layers of the if function. It helps you ease out on that part. Well then, isn't it the same as what the ifs function does? Well, at times you can use the switch function and the ifs function interchangeably, but the core purpose for both the functions are different, and there would be times when you may not be able to use both the functions for the same result. But for now, let me just show you something here. Now here we have a case of wherein one of the telephone executives had received a feedback from one of the customers, and she has been rated by these. And now as per the norms of the company, she would be graded as either very poor, poor, average, good, or excellent. And how do we get that? Well, we can make use of the switch function here. Switch function. And what is the expression? 5, comma. Now, for this parameter, if the value is 1, then return the value as very poor. I would like to log the reference using the $sign, comma. And there is another one for 2, but I do not see that here. So I'll click here and use the up arrow key on the keyboard so that it can be highlighted, and log the reference, the row. And then again, same thing for the remark. I click aside and use a arrow keys to reach to the right cell, and again lock the row reference here. And then if it is 3, then show as the average. If it is 4, show as good. And if it is 5, show as excellent. So this is absolutely fine. And yes, it is 5. That's excellent. Let me copy and paste this formula down here. 3 denotes average. Yes. 4 is good. 3 is average. 6 is any. Wow. Now the customer, whoever would have rated this agent, she's so happy with the resolution that she gave 6. Now at times there would be certain forms where you may not get the option to select or a drop-down list to select from 1 to 5. Maybe it's a simple text box that you can just enter the number. Either intentionally or accidentally, the customer would have rated this agent as 6. So then how do we get that? I do not like to see this error over here. It's a #any. This could have been fixed had this been number 6, let's say. Of all the cells which have already been selected and referred in this function, this is one of those. If this was to be 6, this would be fixed, but then the number 5 become any, because 5 is no longer defined now. So at times like this, I wouldn't want to see a #any error, but rather I would like to see something else. How about a question mark? Either I can put a question mark in double quotes, that's fine, and hit enter. So this becomes the default value. So notice the format of this function. Switch, first thing expression. I mean, where do you want to check? It's this cell, value 1. That means we say, what if this value is 1? Then return very poor. What if this value over here is 2? Then return poor. And if it is 3, then average, 4, then good, and so on. But then we have 6, and we did not define what if it is 6. So at such times, if we get a result, anything that is beyond 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we would want to have a default value that's either as a question mark or maybe an NA. Now without a hashtag, this does not look like an error, but just a non-applicable. But rather I would put a question mark here, and that gives a query. And this becomes a default value, and hit enter, and you get this. Take a look at this. If I were to change this to 6, we have this. What if this was -1? It's still an error over here. What if it was just 0? It's a #any error. Why? Because we did not define the default value here, but here we did. Let me show you here. Here in this one we did. So if this becomes -1, it will remain question mark. So this function works good. Let me apply this to other cells. We did. And let's try this out. What if this is now -1? It's blank. What if it is a 0? So -1, 0, 6, none of them have been defined in this list. And hence you are getting a question mark, because the question mark is the default result that you will get if none of the other criteria match. And this is how the switch function works. Now moving on, let us try something more using the switch function. We'll try to execute something which we have already done with the help of the ifs function. Now here we'll try this out. Switch. I say switch 72.5. Okay, now this value less than 50. I log the reference, comma, it should be F grade. 72 less than 60, I give a E grade. And then 72 less than 70, I give the D grade. Then we have 72 less than 80, then we give a C grade. Further, 72 less than 90, we give a B grade. And then 72 less than 100, we give A grade. Now what if it is the same as 100? Well, I can define this as 72 equals 100, then return as A plus. And what if it does not meet any of the criteria? Maybe it could be an NA, so I'll just put NA in double quotes and hit enter. And here we have this. But let me just fix the reference here. It should be the D over here in this case. So that means there is something missing. So we did exactly the way how we had worked earlier, but this time it did not work. It is giving the default message of NA. That means although this is 72.5, it falls under less than 80. It should have returned C, but it's giving an error. What went wrong here? We tried a similar one over here and it perfectly worked, right? We selected this. You need to understand one thing while working with the switch function, that here in this case, okay, there is no comparison that's happening. It's either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's same as it is. You do not have 5.5. What if this was 5.5? You see, it gives an error. So this is pretty straightforward and very much doable. Okay, but we need to compare these things, these scores. And so ideally, this one, we would have to make this as a true expression. So that means switch true and then start comparing C3 less than 50, then it has to be F and so on. And now I hit enter and see, it's a C grade. I apply this formula down and perfect. Now it works fine. 49.5 is less than 50, hence it's F. 59.5 is less than 60, so it's E grade. So we do not have any A grades over here or A plus, but let's see if this were to be 100, what happens? Well, it's A plus. And what if this was 95? A grade. So this function works perfectly. This is the only change that we need to make. That's changing this to true. Now switch function generally takes or compares values as it is. That means there cannot be any kind of logical expressions over here like greater than, less than. That means you cannot make a comparison here. It's generally an exact match that it looks for, like what we noticed here. In order to fix this, or as a workaround, we try to force switch function to get into this mode of searching for this or comparing this value, because it does not matter whether this is 72.5 or not, but end of day, there should be some relevant value. And if we put a true here as a workaround, switch function proceeds further and starts testing the case. And depending on the test result for each of these cases, accordingly, it returns the result. And that's it. Okay, what if this was 101? Well, it gives you an error. NA message and not an error. And that's how it works. Let us explore the rest of the logical functions in Excel. So we have these many, most of them have already been covered. We have discussed about AND. Now false is a function here, but what does it do? It just returns the value as false. So often we are better off by just typing the word false rather than using it as a function. It does not make much of a difference here. But at times, if you do not see a feasibility or it's not possible to use the word false and execute your functions or your formulas, then probably the false function can help you in that case. And just like we have the false function here, we also have the true function here. It just returns the value as true. Then if function is something we have discussed multiple times earlier as well. If error, we had discussed during basic Excel and I will revisit it here. If NA is, it works similar to if error, but only that its scope is limited. We'll discuss about it shortly. Ifs function, I have explained it earlier. Now not function is something different. Let me explain you. But although we have workaround, it's very rarely used. OR function we have discussed. Switch is a new function which was also covered a while back. True function, as I mentioned, just like false, it does nothing but just return the value as true. XOR or exclusive OR, is also been covered while discussing about and or functions. So what do we have left here? We have false, true, not, if error, if any. These are the 5 functions here. And like I mentioned, if you were to select false and just close the brackets, well, it returns the result as false. That's it. And what about the true function? It does the similar job, but it returns the result as true. And these are nothing but in binary form, false denotes 0 and true denotes 1. Now, what about the not function? The not function is something when you test a condition, if the result is true, the not function returns as false. Let me show you how. Let's say we have x and y. Okay, x is denoted by number 5 and y by 8. Now, is x greater than y? I would like to test that. So I would say equals 5 greater than 8. It's false. But what if I do not want to see exactly the same result? I mean to say, what if I want to negate this answer? If this is false, I want this to be true. And if the result is true, then I want this to be false, the other way around. Okay, just the opposite. So in order to do that, I have a not function in Excel. And then I compare 5 greater than 8. I close the bracket. And here it is. 5 is not greater than 8, so it results true. And then under the not function. So how does it get? Not, and you have true. It was a false earlier. 5 is not greater than 8. So if it returns false, the not negates it and converts it to true. Likewise, if not, you have true within it, it negates it to false. That's the job of the not function. Now, where can you use this? Well, at times, in case there would be times wherein, so in this case, let's say you want to execute something when it is false, but do nothing when it is true. So here I would say if not, I did not use an equal sign. Let me try that. I say if and the not function 5 greater than 8. If not, then execute. I would say execute, else stop. Now what would be the result? Take a guesswork. This results in false, and under the not function this converts to true, and since it's true over here by default, Excel will execute, or the if function will execute and display this. Had I not used the not function, it would have returned as stop. Now what if I want to just check not equal to? Is 5 equal to 8? Well, it's a false. Now what if I do not want to use the if function, but I want to see is 5 equal to 8? So we have one way approach would be to use the not equal to sign. This indicates not equal to sign. This indicates equals. And if you want to show is 5 not equal to 8, then I use the less than sign and greater than sign over here. In Excel, it indicates not equal to. Hit enter and you get true as the result. That means they are not equal. So this is one approach, or else I would say not 5 equals 8. It returns the result as true. Now there are very rare scenarios and rare occasions where you might want to use this not function. Well, most of the time you do have better options over there. It's very rare scenarios that are very limited scope for usage of this not function. Just as you would have noticed in the switch function and the ifs function, if none of the criteria match, then towards the end you have a default value that to be returned. So even in that time, you are better off without the not function there. The key purpose of not function is just to negate the result of the logical test. Now, if error function is generally, let's say if there is an error here. For example, I want to divide 200 by 0. You remember it gives you a div0 error, and I know that currently it's showing as a 0, but maybe it exactly is not a 0. Let's say this cell, I want to divide it by this cell. The formula is perfect, but it's giving me a div0 error. The moment I enter number 10, it's perfect. So at such times, I would want this to be encapsulated within the if error function. And then in double quotes, I would mention what to do. I might say just put a 0, or if it's a number, I don't need the double quotes unless I'm typing some text. So it's a 0. The moment I hit 10, we get the answer. If it is 5, we still get the answer. But if it is blank, it's a 0. Now, if NA error does the same job, but the only difference is if error function is quite versatile. It responds to any form of hash errors that you get. But in case of if NA, it returns the value you specify if the expression resolves to hash NA error. Otherwise, returns the result of the expression. That means it will only handle or deal with the error hash NA. It is least concerned about the div0 error. So let me show you. If hash NA, I say 200 divided by 0, and I put value if NA, just put a 0. You see, it gives you a div0 error because it's not a NA error. So this if NA function fails to capture this and fix it. And that's the reason we have the if error function. And if error function also handles the NA errors. So at times this is redundant, I would say. Now let us explore some of the information functions. When I say information functions, they would be available under the formulas menu under more functions and information. Well, most of these functions over here may not be of use to everyone. In fact, if you are into some real technical aspect of working with Excel, probably you might consider using them, but it's very rare and often, or most in general, it's not relevant to common work. But in this case, in this particular program, we are covering all those functions that are commonly used. The rest of them would be a niche one. For example, here, info returns information about the current operating environment. What do we have to do with the operating environment right now? Cell returns information about the formatting location of contents of the first cell according to a sheet's reading order in a reference. Well, most of these functions are useful, but there are very few which we need not touch it at all. We have better ways of working with them without them as well. So, but these are like good to know or good to have them kind of, but rarely used. So firstly, we'll start with is blank, is error, and all these functions over here. So let's say first we have is blank. So what exactly is this function doing here? Here it helps us. It's like as if we are asking Excel, is it blank? So for example, I have this list of numbers here, 1, 2, 3, and there's a blank, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe another blank, and 10. Let's say these are 10 records, but there are some. So all I'll do is here I put is blank. I just need to select the cell and close the bracket. It returns the result as true or false. So we have false, copy paste, copy this and paste it here. You see it's true. Again, false, 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 true, false. So essentially the is blank function returns true if the cell that you are pointing to is blank. Else it will return as false. So now moving on, we have another function called as is ERR. Now what about this? Checks whether a value is an error other than the hash NA and returns true or false. So if there is an error, it will return the value as true or false, but it does not consider the hash NA error. So let me show you an example here. We have some, I'll just put in some errors here. We have div0 error. And then we also have hash n/a error. And then we also have hash value error. and then hash ref error. So mostly the is functions, all the functions that begin with is, or rather I would say most of the functions that begin with is, these are all used for validation. Here you can validate whether if there is any one which is blank. Similarly, I would like to validate if there is any of these which have an error. Now mind you, I've mentioned them as a proper error message. Well, in case if you're not getting it correctly, try something else, like for example, div0 error is something equals 200 divided by 0. Hash NA error, well, I need some set of data to refer to that might give a hash NA error. That may not be the right time right now. So I say 100 multiplied by some cell over here. And in this cell, I say ABC. You see, it gives a hash value error. Because we cannot do an arithmetic expression with text, right? So it's a hash value error and then a hash ref error. In case if you are referring to something which no longer exists, let's say I refer to this cell over here, and now I delete this cell. That is delete, shift cells up, we get a hash ref error. Now these are genuine errors over here. So let us check the is err function. First check this. It says true. Yes, it's an error. What about this one? Yes, it is true. And what about this? Yes, it is true. Similarly, if you were to check these, it will be the same thing. Is err. And I apply them. Now you see the hash NA error is giving a return as false because the core purpose of this function was, while using the function, it mentioned it checks whether a value is an error other than the hash NA and returns true or false. If it is an error, it returns as true. Anything but these errors except for NA, then it will return as false, including NA. If it is a hash NA error, it will return as false, and any other value apart from these errors or any other errors, it will return as true. Now what is the difference? Why did it exclude NA? Well, that's a different story. This function has been designed that way, but we also have another function called as is error. Now here it does not bother about whether it's a hash NA error or which. Any of the hash errors, it will give you the result. So is error, it's a div0. That's true. Let me put it here. So we wait. So I say this is err function, and these are the values on which I tested. Now I'll say error is error function. So I say is error. I select the error, and it's true and true and true, all of them showing as true. What if this was 10? Well, it's a false. What if this was test? It's not an error message, and hence it's a false. Let me clear this up for you. And this is how the is error function works. What is the purpose of these functions? Well, they just help you validate whether are there any errors in them or not. Well, when you get into modeling at certain times, in case if you have any of these errors in subsequent worksheets, and probably you might have overlooked them, then you just need to come back to these cells where you have a separate place for validation. If all are appearing as false, you're good to go. But if any of those are appearing as true, then that means there is something wrong. You need to fix it. Now moving on, we have another function called as is even. And we also have another function called as is odd. And now the purpose of these functions are to just check whether they are even or odd. Okay, so let's say I want to try 2 and then 15 and then 19 and then 26. These are the 4 numbers I want to test. So I say is even. I select the number, close the bracket. It's true. What about this? Is even. Select the number, close the bracket. It's false. and this is even. Select the number, close the brackets, is even and true. Now what about odd? Is odd. It will return true if the value that you are selecting is odd. This should return true. Same way, is odd. This should return true as well. And is odd. This will return false because this is not an odd number. So whenever there is an odd number, is odd function returns true, and if it is an even number, then is even function will return the even numbers as true. Now, depending on your applicability and your project requirements or your whatever task that you're working at, accordingly, you might want to use either of these functions. So another function that we'll be focusing on would be is text. Well, again, it helps you with validating whether the value that you're entering is text or not. So take a look here. I say is text, checks whether a value is text and returns true or false. If it is a text, it will return true. If it is not a text, it will return false. So this is a text that I've entered over here, and if I close the bracket, what do I get? It's true. But now what if I say is text and click on number 15? It returns false. And now what if I say is text and select this, true? It returns false. Why? True is not a text, it's a Boolean format or logical value. That is, in terms of Boolean language, it's 0 and 1. And in terms of logical, it's true or false, but it is not a text. Hence, it returns the value as false. Well, in case if we want to cross-check, we can try another is text. And this time I'll select false, close the bracket, and you have this still as false. Well, that's pretty much about the information functions. They just help you identify whether are there any potential deviations from what you have initially planned for. Let's say you were expecting some odd numbers over there, and if there are any evens, then it will let you know with is even function, or in case if you want to use the is odd function, it will help you out. And same way with the is error and is err functions. In this session, we'll focus on some common date-related functions that we might need as and when we work on Excel. But first, let me also introduce you to the Formulas menu. Here, under the Formula menu, you will find access to all the functions that are there in Microsoft Excel. It's just that they are segregated depending on the nature of the usage of those functions. For example, when I mention about date and time, here we have the date and time section, and we have all those dates and time related functions available over here. Now, there is a possibility that we may not use most of these all the time. Probably these could be some specific niche segment work related. But yes, we do have some more functions here. For example, financial here. Now, financial domain is quite huge. Maybe not everyone would be dealing in fixed income instruments or derivatives. So probably they may not use these functions. They might just stick to the PMT or time value of money functions and lot many things over here. So depends on your business usage. Accordingly, you will find your functions over here. Now, logical functions. These are some of the common functions which you should know at the back of your hand. We'll discuss about them in a different session. Now, text-based functions, these are the ones which can help you adjust the text the way you need it, or probably just extract some part of the text and maybe do some other activities as well. But it's everything to do with the text on the cell, on the Excel file. Everything to do whatever you have in the respective cells. Now, further, we also have the lookup and reference functions. These will also be covered during our advanced Excel sessions. Further, now, mathematical and trigonometric functions. Now, these are extreme niche genre where you might not find everyone working on this, and These are highly specialized ones. So in case if someone is into statistical analysis or advanced calculations, you might want to use these. But this session would focus on some of the common advanced Excel functions that we need or commonly required. So if you want more functions, there are some more statistical, engineering, cube, information-based functions, which will touch a couple of those and a lot more. Now, if you're using Microsoft Office 2019, the amount of functions that you see on your screen would be the limit. However, if you're using Office 365, or now called as Microsoft 365, with every update, or rather I would say with every major update, you might come across some new functions added to this list. So this list keeps on piling up, and there would be some old functions which may be deprecated or no longer in use. So now to begin with, let's start with the basic or the easiest way to get the date. Let's say I need to get today's date. There is a very good keyboard shortcut called Control. You need to hold down the Control key on the keyboard and hit semicolon once. You have this. That's today's date over here, and you see if you double click on this, it's editable. You can change anything that you need. Well, we also have a function in Excel called today. If I type today function and just close the bracket, that's it. You don't need to add any more parameters to this and hit enter. Well, it does return the same date. Then the question arises, why should I use a control semicolon? Or why should I use a today function? Which one is best and which can be used when? But probably it totally depends on the nature of your requirement. To begin with, let's say I'm raising an invoice today and I have it on Excel, and this is the date I have entered. That's perfectly fine. I used a control semicolon. Now, 5 days down the line, if I come back and check the invoice date, it still remains as Feb 3rd to 2021. However, if I were to use the today function, it will always show the date on which you have accessed the file. It will not change unless and until there would be a change of date. So this is a dynamic function and this is static. It will remain as it is. So you need to check where and how you need to utilize that whenever there is a need for today's date, and if there is a need for frequent or day-to-day update to be made on that date. So today function does the good job rather than manually entering control plus control shift. You need to hold down the control key and the shift key on the keyboard and hit semicolon again, and then you get the time. Well, in case if you want the date and time together in a single cell, I can just do this control semicolon, I get the date, space, control shift semicolon again, and I get the time as well. So we have the date as well as the time in a single cell. Well, we do have a solution. Well, Excel also has a function for this, and that's now. Again, no parameters required, just hit enter and you have this. So, well, again, the point is exactly the same. Here it is static and here it's dynamic. Now, since we also see the time here, maybe after a minute or so, if I were to update on any cell, I would see this date changing, which I will highlight right now. For now, just make a note of this. It's 14:23 as the time. And now let me just do anything on Excel, like I type something like test or anything that I do and hit enter. That means there is an activity that has happened on Excel on this particular file. I hit enter and notice the date changed. This date changed over here. Now, so that means every time there is an event in Excel, be it opening the file or changing some cell or anything, this function updates and you will see the latest date and time over here. However, in case of today, you do not see any change because throughout the date remains the same. It might change in case if you're working around midnight and it's just past midnight and you do some change like this on Excel and the date would update as well. Now, this is also applicable in case if you undo and redo as well, the cells would refresh, and that's how robust these functions are. Now I would also take you across some more functions of Excel, but let me also get some more dates over here. Let's say I have a start date. I take it as 1/1/2021. That's Jan 1st, 2021. And then I also need, and I take March 31st, 2021. So now we have the two dates over here, and we will explore some more functions of Excel, or we'll explore some more functions pertaining to date through these dates. First thing, I have something called as a day function. And what do we get in this day function? I select the date, or rather I'll just focus on the end date for now. Okay, but first let me just enter the day function. We have the day function, and I select the date. Here I'm focusing on the end date only because it's for Jan 1st, 2021. May not see much of variation, but this is a good example here. And notice this over here, it asks for serial number. Now Excel recognizes dates in the form of a serial number. So don't be baffled if you enter a proper date somewhere and it shows in the form of numbers, something like 44,123. Okay, don't be confused, or it's nothing wrong with Excel. It's just that the cell was designed to be formatted as a number, and that's the reason you see this. Just change the format to short date or any other custom format, which I've explained earlier. Just for now, I'll select the short date. And here we have this. It's what? October 19, 2020. That's it. So there would be time when you would have just entered a random number and you do not see anything happening over here. It was supposed to be a number, but it appears like, let's say, a date. Now 3rd Jan 2038. All right, now that's crazy, right? Okay, but we have some date. Now this is not what I entered, and I had just entered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I hit enter. Excel takes it as a date. So I can just change this to number format, and that's perfect. Okay. Moving on. Let me undo this here. So Excel recognizes this as a serial number. Now, the next function that I would introduce you to would be month. Now, month function will return the month number. So we have month. I select the month, the date. I select the date, hit enter, we get the month number. Similarly, we have the year, and I use the year function, select the date, close the brackets, and we have the year as well. Now, one might wonder what's the purpose of having day, month, and year separately. Well, it totally depends on your analytical requirements. Sometimes you do not want to see the entire date, or maybe you do not want to show the entire date to whoever you would be forwarding the report due to some confidentiality. But at least you would want them to know which year, or maybe up to a month level. They should know what was the sales for the month of March, and so on. So maybe you might want to segregate this way. That's perfect. That's absolutely normal. And that is when this helps you out. You can have a separate column called month, and you can also have another column called year, and that's absolutely perfect. Now, well, I do see number 3 over here, but how do I get it as March over here? Well, that is something we'll discuss later. We do have an interesting function called as text. We'll discuss about that in some time. For now, moving on, there is another function which I would like to introduce. That would be weekday. Okay, now that's an interesting function here. I select weekday, select the date, and it's asking for return type. Now, since return type is mentioned in square brackets, that's completely optional. I might just close the brackets and hit enter, and it says 4. Now, this date falls on the 4th day of the week. Now, by default, Excel assumes or considers the first day of the week as Sunday. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Let me put the dates over here. So we have the dates over here, and now if we start from Sunday, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's Wednesday. Would you want to cross-check that? Check on the date. It's 2021 falls on Wednesday. So that's perfect. Now let me show you something more. What if I have my week starting from Monday and not Sunday? I'll go with the formal calendar of maybe my business calendar, and I start my week from Monday. So I select Monday over here in this list. That's number 2 representing this format. Hit enter. And you see if the count starts from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday falls 3rd. Further, we also have some more options here. That's what if the week starts from Monday, but 0 represents Monday and 6 represents Sunday. So there is no number 7 or the 7th day of the week. The count starts from 0. So Tuesday becomes 1. That's as good as this. Over here, that's the number 12 format, wherein Tuesday is 1, but Monday is 7. And we do not want that. We rather would want to see Monday as a 0. If that's what your requirement is, just select this and close the bracket. It should be showing us 2 because it's Wednesday. Well, you can work around with many other formats as well, and that's perfect. For now, I'll just leave this to Sunday. And yes, moving on, we also have another function called as week num. Let me just introduce this function again. So we use week number, and it returns the week number. So the week number starts from Jan 1st, 2021, or whichever the year is, and ends on December 31st. So here in this case, we are in 2021, and serial number it's asking for, that's technically the date. So I select this, comma, now return type. Let's keep this aside for a moment, and I'll just close the bracket. That's an optional one. What do we get? The week number. It's 14. Now, how does this calculate or come up to 14th week? Let me show you. We have the calendar over here and January. The year starts from Friday. So we have first starting from Friday. So it's week 1 ends on Thursday. So we have 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. 5th week ends on 4th of Feb. 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th week also ends on March 4th, 10th week on March 11th, 11th week on March 18th, 12th week on March 25th, and 13th week on April 1st. So this should be 13th week. But look at this. Our calendar does not start from Friday. It generally starts from Sunday. Hence, since I did not specify any week number, it start assuming this to be first week, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 14th. So 31st, March 31st falls under 14th week. That's how it calculates, okay? But now, let's say my week starts from Thursday, or let's say Wednesday. First, I'll try Wednesday. I click comma. I select Wednesday and hit enter. Well, it's still the 14th week. You can do the calculation. Now, if not Wednesday, let's put it as Thursday and hit enter. Now, this is where we see a day less, or a week less over here. Now, remember when we calculated starting from Friday, the number of weeks came up to 13 and not 14. So I select that Friday as a start day of the week and see it's 13 weeks. And this is how we calculate the week number for the year. And this is how we calculate the week number for the year. Now further, let me just expand this slightly. Next we have days. We have days function. Now here, this is where we would make use of the start date and end date. This function helps you identify or retrieve. This function helps you get the difference between two dates. So we first select end date and then the start date. So end date, comma, start date, close the brackets, and you get 89 days. That's Jan 1st to 31 March or March 31st, 2021, and it's 89 days. Well, I wouldn't need a function to know that. I could have just hit equal sign, select the end date minus the start date, and we have this. That's 89. Pretty straightforward. Excel has given you a function for your convenience. Now there's another function called as days 360. Now what exactly is this days 360? This function assumes there are 360 days in a year. That means every month has 30 days evenly spread. That's the core assumption. So we have days 360. We select this start date. Now first it's asking for start date, unlike the days function where it was asking for the end date. Here it asks for the start date first. Select the start date, select the end date. Now this is optional, the method. And why do we see this false US NASDAQ method and European method? Well, this is generally to do with your bond market calculations. Both of them have different approaches there, and hence you get those options, but that's completely optional. For now, we'll just focus on this function. So it's January, February, March. It's 3 months, each month having 30 days. So that's total of 90 days. Now it doesn't matter whether January has 31 days, February has only 28 days, or whether on certain years they have 29 days. It does not matter. Excel assumes or considers each month has 30 days just like any other month in the year. And that's the days 360. Now, I would also like to introduce you to another function called as date. It's a date function. It helps you convert dispersed components of a date, combine them together and convert it into a date format. Let me just give you an example here. So date, it asks for first specify the year and then month and then day. So we have the year over here, comma, the month, comma, day. You just need to select this, close the bracket and hit enter. Now what's the point of this? Why do we need this? Well, in case if you have these dates spread across different areas, or maybe you are just extracting a part of the date and you are clubbing it with something else. For example, I need date and I want the date to appear as April 1st, 2021. So, or rather I would say April 1st of the current year. So I have already the date over here. So I might just first select the year. So I'll make use of the year function and select the date. So this year function will pick up only the year. Then I need the month. Now month is April, so I can just hit enter number 4 and 1st of April. So that's 1 and close the bracket. And here we have the date. Maybe you need some dynamic dates from this starting point. Then date function can help you out there as well. We'll dig into this further as we proceed with some other functions that can help you with better organizing your dates and further calculations as well pertaining to dates. Now let us proceed further. All right, so I scroll down and here it appears like a fresh one. Now this is an exercise over here for you as well, but first I'll explain you and then we'll try. Okay, so first there are some functions that we'll be working on now specific to date. Let me give you the name of functions. One is eDate, EO month, and then there is yearFrac. Now these are the 3 functions which I want to emphasize on. Let us get some assumptions here. Now I'll start explaining each function step by step. But first, I'll also add few more dates over here so that we can get a good grip on what this concept is and how that works. So for example, let me have today's date over here, and then I say April 1st, 2021, and then we also need March 31st, 2021. Further, I would also have something like July 15, 2021. And then let's have something from the next year as well. So I have Feb 27, 2022. And one more, I'll put it as December 31st, 2022. All right, that's good. We have sizable number of examples over here. That's 6 of them. That should be fine, I guess. Now, in order to increase your date or for any form of increment to your date, you just need to add the number. For example, over here, let's say today's date that we have February 3rd, 2021. I want to increase by 10 days. That means increment it by 10 days. So I just enter number 10, add it to the date, and we have this here. You see, that's February 3rd, and now it's February 13th. That's quite easy to add a date. But now I do not want to just add the date, but I want to add months. What if I want to add 6 months to the date, whatever the start date is? Here we have all these as the start dates, and I want to move ahead by 6 months. So 6 months later, what should be the date over here? Now, will I calculate how many days are there in 6 months? Well, that would be a difficulty over here because I don't know if February is part of those 6 months and whether it has 28 days or 29 days. Now, how many months of these 6 have 30 days and how many have 31 days? It's really cumbersome and we just can't get this. So for our convenience, we have a function called as eDate. We use the eDate. It's asking for a start date. I select this and then it asks you months. How many months do you want to move ahead by? I hit comma and select number 6. Close the bracket, hit enter. Now you see, this was supposed to be a date, but it's showing as a number format. I know that this is incorrect or this is not proper. The value is correct, but it's not proper. So I just select this and select short date. Or for those who like to use the keyboard shortcuts, it's Control-Shift-#, the hashtag one. So we have the short date over here. I might just make this uniform by selecting all these Control-Shift-#. Now, depending on the local format of your computer, there is a possibility that despite using Control-Shift-#, you may not see the exact format as you see on the screen. Maybe you might see this format, and that's absolutely normal because that is how your local format has been designed to be. If you're not happy with this format and you want it in this way, you can anytime go to custom format and select the date that you need. Now here, first I see the date and then the month. Now this is something which I do not want to see like. So I'll select few cells. I go to Control 1, custom. I select I'll select another M so that it's easy to differentiate between the date and the month to avoid any confusion for our participants from different regions. And then we have date and then Y. So we have the date over here and that's perfect. So 6 months from Feb 3rd, it's August 3rd. Now what about 6 months from April? So that's eDate, April 1st, 6 months. Close the bracket. And we have this. 6 months later, it's October 1st. Same way, please try it for March 31st. So I say eDate, start date, we select the number of months and hit enter. It's September 30, 2021. Now for these 3 examples, let me just highlight these cells. For these 3 examples, I would want to use a negative figure. That means so far we have been increasing the dates by 6 months, but now I want to go backwards. Let's say I want to get the date from 6 months ago. So I say eDate, I select the start date, Now this time I want to go backwards. So minus and then the number of months. Now either I could type manually or even select it. That's absolutely fine. And here we have this. You see, 6 months before July 15th is January 15th. Let's try another one. So we have eDate, February 27, and 6 months before that, it's this. Now instead of December 31st, let me try something different. Here I'll try March 1st, 2022. That should be a good idea here. Let me tell you why. Here, now I select eDate, March 1st, I want to go back by, let's say, 6 months again. Okay, that would be a convenient number. We could have just done it -1 as well. That's still fine. Now September 1st. That's the date over here. So we don't have our dates to spread far across, and that's fine. So we can go further forward, and we can also go backward when it comes to hopping by number of months. Now, we can do this also by, let's say now, if it was 5 years later, how many months do you have in a year? 12 months. 5 years down the line, it would be a total of 60 months. So if you want to know the dates 5 years later, you can still use the edate function, but instead of 6 months, you enter 60 months. And here you have the dates. Let me undo this. And now EO month, what exactly does this mean and what's the use? EDate does a great job over here, okay, by giving you the month. Now let's say for reporting purpose, although 6 months from the start date ends in the month of October, but for reporting purpose, I would prefer to see August 31st, 2021. In case of October 31st, 2021, September 30 is absolutely fine. In this case, it ends in the month of September, even though it's just one day. I would want to see September 30, 2021. So basically, I want to see the last date of that month when it ends. So here, this time, based on these dates, we'll use the EO month function. I would say end of month. That's the easiest way to remember. So we say EO month. We select the start date, comma, months. I want to advance by 6 months. So I select this. So you see 6 months down the line, it's supposed to be August 3rd. And here August 3rd. And here we have August 31st. That's technically it gives you the last date. The beauty of this function is you do not need to worry whether the month 6 months later is that a leap, is that February, and if it is February, does it have 28 days or is it 29 days? We do not need to worry about that, whether the month has 30 days or 31 days. Let Excel take care of that. EO month function does this for you. So we say EO month, select the start date. Again, how many months? And we advance. Further, again, okay, we have EO month, we have the start date and number of months. Now I could have used a $sign and simply copy pasted, but it would be great if you can manually do it one cell so that you get a good grip of this. It's a good practice, right? You're practicing right now and not just applying any shortcuts here. It's for learning purpose. Now for these 3 years, we have decided that instead of advancing further, we'll go backwards. So here EO month, we'll take this date and this time -6. That means go back by 6 months, but we already have 6 here. So I'll select this, close the bracket. Now next here, we'll do the same thing, EO month, select the date, minus number of months, close the bracket. And the same here, EO month, select the date, minus the months. Now notice the difference here. 6 months later, EDate gives you the exact date. And when it's counting, it excludes the start date. Okay, the count starts from the next date. For example, this is Feb 3rd. The count for 6 months starts from Feb 4th onwards. So you always say what is 1 plus 10. Your count starts from 2, 3, 4. You keep 1 aside. And that is how by the time you count to the 10th finger, you reach to number 11. So that's exactly the same logic. You do not include the 1 which you start with. And that's how Excel is calculating this. So 6 months down the line, these are the months and dates. And if you want the last date for those months, better use the EO month function. Now we also have the year frac function over here. Let me also put another date over here. Let's say I put something like September 28, 2024. All right, now Excel fails to take this. Let me see how this can work over here. I put over here September 28, 2024. Now Excel is reading this as a date. That's perfectly fine. I use Ctrl+Shift+3, but it shows me in different formats. So I'll select this copy format painter and select here. Here we have this. Now, what does the year frac say? It tells you the difference between two dates, but in the form of a fraction or a mixed fraction, you can say. Okay, let me give you a quick example here. We say it's year frac, start date is this, and end date is this. You can ignore the basis for now. You see, it's 3.65. That means more than 3.5 years from February 3rd, 2021 to September 28, 2024. It's over 3.5 years. Now, if I were to put this in a fraction format, I can have something like this up to 2 digits or 1 digit. So that's 3 years and 2/3 of a year. Now let's try another one, year frac. We have the start date and the end date here. Close the brackets and we have this 3.491. And what about the next? We have year frac. Select the start date, comma, the end date, 3.49. It's a mild difference between the dates and you can see the difference in the fraction. It's very small. It's just 1 day. Now what about this? I say year frac. Select this date, comma, and this. Now what would happen if I were to select the other way around? I select year frac. First I take the recent date or the last date as the start date and then the older date as the end date. That means it's backwards. It does not do anything. It just gives you the difference. It does not give you the value in negative. And that's the beauty. Year frac function does not return negative numbers. Rather, it gives you a positive number. Let's try this out again. Year frac. I select future date as the start date and recent date as the end date. Hit enter and you have this. I might want to just format this to Control-Shift-1 so we have this years in this format. And that's perfect. Well, in case if you want it in a form of fraction, you can just select this and up to 1 digit should be a good deal. Here we have 3 years and 3.5 years. 3.5 years approximately. These are all approximates. Well, decimals would have given you a much better approximation here. Now moving on, let us see a good application of this year frac function. So we were earlier working on the Bright Lights Corp case study. We have this date over here. Now we see that the date of joining is this given over here. Can we just try to find out for how long have they been working with this company? So here we have tenure. Now I would like to know how much time did they spend here. So I have year frac. Now start date would be this, the date of joining, and end date would be today. Now here, instead of selecting or instead of entering control semicolon, I would prefer the today function because every time in the future, if we were to revisit this data, we will see the most updated tenure over here. And we just need to close the bracket. That's it. So it's 22.58 years. That's perfect. Now you need to either drag this down or copy and paste this down over here. So we'll just drag it and leave it. That's it. So you see the top two over here are the oldest employees who have been working for well over 22 years, with 22.5 years for Bruce McGill and Suarez. That's Jacob Suarez. And Jacob Suarez is 22 years and 0.33 years. Now what is this 0.33? We can change this to a fraction format and see that's approximately 1/3 of a year. So in case if you want this to be visible in a fraction format, so be it, else this, for some might want this to be in decimal, so you get this. So this is closer to 1/3. This is almost closer to slightly over 2/3, and between 2/3 and a full year. So that should be approximately somewhere around 9 to 9.5 months. Okay, so 20 years and 9.5 months, and so on. So we have these. That is a good place where we can see the tenuity and we can see who's the most senior over here, rather than going through dates and trying to find the difference and calculating manually. The year function does the job for you. And well, in case if you need to know year of joining, you have this here as well. You can just say year and select this function and you have this. So in case if you're least concerned about when did they join and you just need the year of joining, you have this. Pretty simple and good. Now let us focus on some more functions that can help you work with data spread across multiple cells and trying to organize them. First, to begin with, I would like to have some names over here. So first name, middle name, and then the last name. I'll just expand the column width over here. Yes. So first I have John, Michael Smith, and then we have another Tony McGill. Now we have this data over here, and I would like to have a full name reflecting over here on a single cell. So I say full name. Now, in case if you want all three of them to be in one cell, what is the easiest way? Well, you cannot use just this and plus sign over here, because plus sign is for an arithmetic operation, so we cannot use this. But instead, in Excel, whenever you want to join values from two cells, or join two set of data, either a function and a string or anything, any components that you want them to be side by side, you need to use the ampersand sign. So I use an ampersand, and then I select Michael, and again ampersand. Now, whenever you have an ampersand over here, it indicates to Excel that you are trying to join two things over here. For example, here we have B3 and C3. They will be joined with the help of the ampersand, and further C3 and D3 would be joined. That's what it shows. What happens when we hit enter? Well, John, Michael, Smith, that's good. Now, if I were to apply the same thing over here, that's Tony, ampersand, middle name, ampersand, last name. Well, we have Tony McGill. But look at this. There is no middle name, and at least there should have been a space over here, which we find it missing. What if I had something like K? It does show that. But I would like to have some spaces over here so that I can easily differentiate between each part of the name. And in order to do that, I'll just rewrite the formula, and along with the ampersand, I'll use double quotes space. I'll put a space within the double quotes and again use ampersand. So what exactly is happening here? This is one object. I have ampersand, and the space in double quotes is another object, and I'm joining both of them, and hence we use ampersand between them. Now between the space and C3, again we are joining the space and the C3, so again we need an ampersand. Now between C3 and D3, although they are joined with the help of an ampersand, we don't see a space there. So I need to put a space, but space is also a form of text, so I need to put it within double quotes. Now space and D3 needs to be joined. If I miss on this, Excel will return an error. I click OK, and here we are back at it. Just need to ampersand, and that's it. Now can we try the same thing over here for Tony Michael? We put a double quote and space between the double quotes, ampersand, again ampersand, space within double quotes, and then ampersand, and here we have this. But hey, look at this. Tony McGill. There is a wider gap over here, and John and Michael has lesser gap. That's because now we have two spaces in place over here. That's the space one over here and the other space over here. Now it would be really cumbersome for us to try some different form of if functions and get this done. It is very much doable. But thankfully, Excel has given us better option here. Let me just introduce you to functions. First function, what we had done earlier without the ampersand, that can be doable with the help of concatenate function or concat function. Formerly, earlier it was concatenate. Whenever you see an exclamation next to it, there is a possibility that it could be deprecated soon or no longer in use. So try to use the latest ones and avoid using the ones with the yellow mark on it, because either they are meant for compatibility with older versions or maybe some others. At times you might also find the functions which are meant to be compatible with Lotus Notes as well. So you can ignore that Both of them do the same job. This is the latest version of that same function. We'll use this function. Concatenates a list of range of text strings. So here it's asking for text1 and comma text2. You can do this, or instead of comma, you can just select the entire range as well, and that's absolutely fine. Just select that and close the brackets, and here you have this. Now this is exactly the same view what you had earlier, and I mentioned this as using concat function. You have this. Let's try this again. Concat. Now had I just selected one by one, okay, now just because there is nothing over here, I should not leave it if I need to maintain uniformity in my formulas. Just imagine if there were 500 odd records, it would really be difficult for me to manually find out who does not have a middle name. Okay, let's give an exception to the function over here or the formula. It would be very difficult. Maybe I just need a one-stop solution. So concat function may not do that job for us, but we also have another function called as text join. So let me type using text join. That's another new function over here. And what does it do? We say text join. First it asks for delimiter. Now what do you mean by delimiter? Or in a very crude layman's language, I would say a separator. How do you want to differentiate or separate between John and Michael? Do you want it to be separated with a comma? Well, you can do that. You can try with this, comma followed by the space. But then again, this has to be in double quotes. Then we say ignore empty, or do you want to include the empty cells? Now think about Tony McGill. There is no middle name. So I would prefer to ignore empty cells. And then text 1, here I select John, text 2 Michael, text 3 Smith. Or I might just select all three of them at one shot, and that's still absolutely fine. And just close the bracket, hit enter. You see, John, comma, space, Michael, comma, space, Smith. So I can either put a comma, I also give a space over here. I can just leave a space, and that should be fine. So the delimiter that you see over here is what should be. Excel asks you, what do you want to be shown between the values of these two cells? I chose to have this. Some might want to have an underscore, and that's absolutely fine. Something like this, depending on the way how you want this data. Now that's doing a great job here. Let's try the same thing over here. Again, text join. I need a space between delimiters, and yes, I want to ignore empty cells. I do not want the empty cells to be included. But before that, let us check what would happen if I include empty cells. We have this. I'll select this series, hit enter. You see there are two spaces now. But what if instead of false had it been true? That means ignore empty cells. You see, that's perfect. Now this function and this function both does the exact same job over here. There is no difference. I can just copy and paste it here. That saves a lot of efforts for me. I don't need to worry about whether is there any middle name, or is that just a K and a period, or see, the moment I enter K, this function takes care of that and automatically it adds the spaces there. We don't need to worry about that. And that's the beauty of this text join function. Now further, let's say here we have the name. I'll remove the K. Now I would like to know the length of this name over here. So we have the len function. I would like to know how many characters are there in this function. So I select this. Len is the function which is for returns the number of characters in a string. Select this, close the brackets and hit enter. You see 18 characters. Now this also includes the space within. In case if you want to double check, we can again use the len function, and this time I would select the one without spaces and close the brackets. You see 16 because there were two spaces here. So now this is about the len function. I say len, I select this and close the bracket. So this will help me find out length of the text in it? Well, in case if you have any numbers and you want to know how many digits are there, let's say if it was a credit card number that you were typing, and maybe you're not sure if you have entered all the numbers. It appears to be proper, but probably you might have missed on any. Now, some credit cards have 16 digits, and there are certain credit cards which have 12 digits. I remember one of the Amex cards having 12 digits. So here, when you click, you enter the credit card number somewhere aside, and then you try to get the length. Based on the number, you come to know whether you have entered all the numbers or you have entered more than what you are supposed to be. Maybe a double number. And that's the len function that helps you there. It also includes the spaces or any characters in it. Now, further, we also have another function. I'll start putting it over here, down. This would be quite convenient. We have used the len function, and now I would also use the find function. And what exactly is this find function here? I say equals find text, within text, and start number. Now, start number is optional, so find text. What do I want to find? Let's say I want to find the MNC in this full name, Tony McGill, over here, or in this text join cell. So I'll say MC. I need to find this within this cell over here, and close bracket. And find function will tell me the position of this expression, the string, that is this text, that is MNC. So it's on the 6th position. So we start with 1, O is in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th is the space, 6th is M, and then 7th is C. So the expression that you were looking for starts from the 6th position. That's what it tells you. Let's try this out. Now this was for Tony McGill, and let's try the similar thing for find. Well, let's say I want to find the middle name, or I just want to find where is the first space. So what does it look for? It's looking for a space within what text? Over here, and close the bracket. You see, it's in the 5th position. I say John, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 letters, and then the 5th position is a space. Now, once it finds the space, the function comes back. It does not hunt for any more spaces within that. The first time it finds it, that's it. Okay, that's the job of a find function there. Now, moving on, we also have some more functions like left, and then we have right. These are interesting functions, provided you have the opportunity to use them at the right places as well. For example, I want to know the initial 5 characters of any name. Okay, so I say, or let's say if not 5, I need 4 characters. So I say left. Now what is the text? I select this text, comma. It's asking you how many characters do you need. If I miss on this, although it's in square brackets, if I miss on this, I'll get just the first letter. That's J, as in John. So now I need the initial 4 letters. So I hit 4, and we have John over here. Let's say I hit 6. I put 6 over here. John M. That's John as 4 letters. 5th is the space, and 6th is Michael M for Michael over here. So John M is from left. It's the 6 characters. Now what if I need the characters from the right? 6 characters from the right. So I say right. From this, I need 6 characters. Hit enter, and it's Smith, S-M-I-T. So the count starts from the extreme right, H-T-I-M-S, and there's a space. Now I'm not sure if the space is included. Well, it clearly appears over here that there is some gap between the border. Well, I would want to double check. So instead of 6, I would select, let's say, 8 characters. That's working. Now I could just copy paste this function. For those who want to try, please try it out manually by yourself as well. It's the same thing. Now how to make sense out of this? Let's try another example. Here we have the length. We have worked on all of these examples over here. let me also just introduce you to another function called as trim. Before I proceed with the trim function, I would like to have an example here. So I'll use this cell over here where we had entered 8 characters. I'll use 6 over here. So we see there is a space before the word Smith. So now if I were to use the trim function and select this text, close the bracket, and you see the space vanished. So it removes any form of space that is there. Now can I try the same thing on the name above over here? Let's say trim, say John Michael Smith. Well, it does no difference here because we never had any space before John, neither did we have any space between Smith, neither did we have any space after Smith. So that's perfectly fine. It does not remove any space in between, but yes, if there is any space either in the beginning or at the end, Excel takes it. Excel takes it away. Now let's say I only want the first name and not the last name from this string over here. We'll focus on this using text join, and from this I only want to extract the first name and not the last name. So how do I do that? I'll try to use the combination of all of these and work it out. So first thing, I would want to find a space where within this text, I want to know the position of the space over here. It's in the 5th position. That means anything before the 5th position, I want that, correct? So I will try to encapsulate this or put this under the left function. I say left, and first it asks me from which cell do you want the left text. So I click on this, comma. How many characters do you need? Now here, the find function returns number 5. So that means John and then the space. If I were to just close this bracket, that's absolutely fine, but I see a space. There is a space which is not visible, but yes, there is. So a good idea would be when I use the find function, I know this find function returns 5, the number 5 for the space. I want all those letters before the space. So that's the initial 4 letters. So I enter -1. So if find results 5, which is the 5th position of the space, I deduct 1 from it such that the length, this 5 turns out to be number 4. It changes to number 4, and this number 4 gets replaced over here. The function gets replaced with number 4, and we have this function something like this. I hit enter, and we have John here. Now let me bring back the function here. I'll type this again. So it should be left Tony McGill. Now how many characters do I need? I need I don't know, there could be some short name or could be a longer name. So I say find what? A space, comma, within what text? Within this same text. And then I know whatever character I get, that's the 5th character in this case, and I only need 4 characters. So I put a -1 here. So everything before the space would be covered. Hit enter, and you have Tony here. Now, I do have some more functions called lower, and then we also have upper, and there's something called as proper. What exactly are these functions? Let's check them out. I say equal lower. Now what does this function do? Converts all letters in a text string to lowercase. Very good. So we have this name over here. You see there are some in uppercase, some in lowercase. Let's try this out. Everything in lowercase. Now let's try this with uppercase. So we have upper. I select the same name. Close the brackets, we have this, everything in upper. But what about proper? We say proper. What does it do? Converts a text string to proper case. That means the first letter in each word to uppercase and all others to lowercase. So now you see it's already in a proper format here, but let me show you how does this work. You just need to select this and close the bracket. That's it. Here you may not be able to see much of a difference, but you will likely see a difference if I were to select this cell. Why? Because John Michael Smith is appearing as a single word. So J must be capital and rest everything in small. Let's try this out. Well, you see that? It's a single word, so anything in between the word, everything is made to lowercase except for the first letter of each word. Now that's the proper function for you. These are some interesting ones which at times you might need to make your data look much more organized and presentable. And when you talk about the len function and find left, you might use them at times depending on the skill and the way how you want to approach while working with some advanced analysis part. Now we'll try to explore some more functions and features of Excel. And in this process, I have one more target over here in front of me. I see that this data has many different departments, and I want to know how many departments are there and what are their respective names. Now here we just have 25 records, but just imagine if this was 400 or 500 odd records, and it would have been really difficult to find the total list of unique values or department names. Now by applying filter, I would very much get the list over here. But what if this list was like, let's say 60 or 70? It would be really difficult to count over here as well, right? And there is no way you can copy this from here and paste it somewhere else. So clearly the filtering of data does not help. So what do we do? Well, in case if we need this data and just need to get unique items from this list, I can just copy this and paste it somewhere. Now I am also getting the borders. What if I do not want the formatting? I can remove the formatting or just undo it and right click and paste as values. Here we have this. Everything is repetitive. I'll go to data menu. Here under this we have, you see this icon over here? It is remove duplicates. Now for some you might see the word remove duplicates next to it, like how we have below this icon text to columns. You might find remove duplicates mentioned over there, or else at least you should find this icon. Feature or the purpose of this tool is to ensure that all the duplicate records are wiped out and only unique values are there. So it says column K. Does my data has headers? I did not select the header department, so I don't need to check mark this or uncheck it. It does not matter. Click OK, and it says 20 duplicate values found and removed. 5 unique values remain. Click OK, and you have this. So we have 5 records over here, and they are unique. Now that's awesome. Can we try similar thing on the engagement type? I select everything. Now mind you, it's better not to try this remove duplicates over here, because if I try this and it asks, what do you want to do? Expand the selection or continue with the correct selection? If I click on expand selection and remove duplicates, you see so many columns are getting affected. And if randomly I would just click OK, what would happen? No duplicate values found, because when you try to expand the selection, Excel tries to find unique rows. That means any 2 rows which have all the values exactly the same. Excel does not have that. But if you were to remove duplicates within this and select continue with the current selection, just click on remove duplicates and click OK. You see this? 23 duplicate values found and removed. 2 unique values remain. Okay, but your table is already messed up. This is definitely not what you need. So I undo this. I would prefer copying this somewhere else and applying this, because end of the day I just need the unique values. So I can just, let's say over here I'll paste it as values, because I do not want the format of borders and if there is any background color or anything, I just want the text. So we click on the data menu and remove duplicates, continue with current selection, remove duplicates, OK. Here we have this. See, all these are gone and we have. Great. So we have done this with the help of remove duplicate tool. Let me also introduce you to another function in Excel that can help you out with the same feature. We have something called as unique. That's unique, and it asks for array. An array is a set of data. So what are you looking for? First, let me try with the engagement type, and the rest of them are optional. You don't need to worry about them. Close the bracket, and you have this. So you see, I entered the formula over here. We have this, and it returns unique values within this. So although the formula is within one cell, the new version of Excel, that's 2019 and Microsoft 365, they cascade the formula and the logic across to subsequent cells, and you don't need to worry. The only thing is that I cannot change this cell much. If I type something and hit enter, you see, it gives me an error. It's a new form of error, that is hash spill. Why did we get this hash spill error? It's because this formula over here, or this function over here, this is giving us unique records, and in that process, one record in one cell. So we need the second one in the second cell, and that's how it has been occupied by this function. And in case if you try to change this, it is overwriting the feature of that function or the working of the function, and hence it gives you the hash spill error. You are entering into the function's territory. Let's try this again, now this time on the department. So we say unique, and we have the array. Now, of course, we do have some more options over here. That is by column. It says return unique columns, return unique rows. This was optional because we had just selected one column. So this does not make much of a difference. Even technically, it's return unique columns by default, whether you select it or not, because we have selected a column over here. If I put comma exactly once, return items that appear exactly once, or return every distinct item. You see? That means if I were to select this, I will only get those items which have been called only once. That means there is no duplicate of them. And here, if I select false, I'll get each and every value that is duplicate, and those as well which are single. For example, we have marketing, IT, finance, support, human resource. Let me just add one more department over here, let's say sales. Okay, we do not have complete records over here, and let me rewrite this function. The moment I clear the function, the entire area that was occupied by the function is gone. So I say unique, I select this array, department. Now this time I'll also include one more department mentioned over here as sales. Now this would be by row, and return items that appear exactly once. Now of all the things in this list, sales is the only one that appears once. Rest of them, they appear at least twice or more. Hence, we only see sales. That's true. Now, what if we had selected return every distinct item? If this is what I select and hit enter, we get unique records over here. Marketing is repeating, but we still have it here. IT, finance is just unique values, and sales is also over here. So Excel gives you that flexibility here. Now, what if I want this not in this format, but I want it in a horizontal format? Let us try this out. So here I'll try to clear this data, which we achieved with the help of the data menu and remove duplicates. Now, only difference between using the function and using with the help of remove duplicates is you can edit any part of this set. Anything is editable. But in this case, there is nothing that is editable. Only thing that you can edit is in the first cell. That's the function. Same goes over here. Now, I would like to see payroll and contract appearing over here. So we have something called as transpose. And I'll select these two and close the brackets and hit enter. And we see whatever that was appearing in a column format is now appearing in a row format, in a single row. And if you select something that is there in a single row, that would appear in a column format. Let me show you how this works out, okay? What if I had, let's say, ABC, DEF, GHI. Let's say we have just these 3 records, and I say transpose. I select this, close the bracket, and hit enter. You see, the entire row got rearranged into a column format. So we have this here. Now you see, here we had already used the unique function, and then we had used the transpose function here. Can't we just club them together? Let me show you how. I know for sure that they need to appear in a single row. So that means I will get, if I were to select unique records over here, they will appear in a column format, in a single column, but I want them to be appearing horizontally instead of vertical. So I say transpose under this array. Now this is the result that I'm expecting. Who will give me this result? It's the unique function. So I'll use the unique function and select this. Close the brackets. And again close the bracket for the transpose function and hit enter. You see? So that means what exactly is happening here? We have a unique function under transpose. This is exactly the same thing here. We select J9 hash over here, J9, and then hash indicating anything from there on. So how did you get this J9 hash? It's exactly this function here, unique. So if I replace that J9 hash with this function, this is what we get. And it gives you the same result. In a single formula, you get both these tasks done. Okay, so you might want to avoid redundancy, and then we can just bring this down over here, and you have a table ready for your analysis. You just need to get in the values now. Remember, we have already discussed about SUMIF and AverageIf and all the other aggregate functions here. So you can make the best use of them over here since we have this readily available rather than doing a simple copy paste. Now let us explore another interesting function from Excel, and that's text. Now, given the value to this function, it can help you format the way you need it. Let me give you an example once. So I have, let's say, some numbers called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.789. Now here we have 3 places after decimals, so I need it in a different format, maybe with a currency symbol. So I say text and select this number, comma, and then in double quotes I would give the format. I hope you remember the custom formats that we had worked on earlier in basic Excel. Well, we'll be applying exactly the same. I need the currency symbol and then the hash, comma, hash, and then 0.00. But here I would like to see 3 places after a decimal point, so I'll put another 0. Close the bracket. This is the format that I defined for the result to be in. And here we have this. Quite neat, right? Let's try something more. Let's say, what if I want to enter a phone number? I have a phone number as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then a 0, 2. Now I need this to appear something like this format, like 1, 2, 3, space, 4, 5, 6, and then we can try something like space, and then space 7, 8, 9, 0. Let's try this out. This is the result that I need from this number. How do I do that? I say text, value, and what is the format that I need? Now in double quotes, I'll put it as hash. Now this should be within the brackets, right? Something like this. This is the one desired. And then we have another hash 3 times, and then space, and then the 4 times hash. Now just check if this will work. You see, it does the job over there. Now, further, in case if you want some data validation in place, we can complex it further as well, but I think this would be the easiest way to do it. What if I need a hyphen over here separating all of them? Instead of brackets, I just need a hyphen here. I can just remove this brackets and hit enter. And here we have this. Maybe I might just want to add a plus as well before this. Should be a great thing. So this is how we can customize this in case if it's a number that we need. Now let's say we have something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I want this result to look like 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now at times if you are into batch coding or any kind of serial numbering, you would want to see the zeros as well at the start. So how do you do that? If I were to hit enter, this is what I get. And so it's very difficult, but here with the help of text function, it's achievable. So we say text, I select this number, comma, and in double quotes, I type 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That indicates the 5 numbers over here. And then I need 3 more zeros at the beginning. So 1, 2, 3. So that's total of 8 zeros here, which indicates any number you type, it should be of 8 characters at least. So here it is. Let me try this out. I type 5, 6, 7, 8. You see, and what if I type 9? It takes it as well, but by any chance, if I were to start this with a 0, it doesn't matter because it takes exactly 8 characters. That's how it has been programmed, to only take 8 characters. If I were to type a 0 again for the 9th, it gives me this way. So that's interesting. Again, if you need some trailing, if you need some zeros at the beginning. Now, apart from playing with numbers, we can also try something with fractions. Let's say we have something like 5.85. Now, I want this to be in the form of fractions. So I say text, I select this, and then in double quotes, I put number, a hash which is for a number, and give a space, question mark / question mark, double quotes. Now within the double quotes, we are giving the format the way how it should be. And here we have this in the form of fractions. Now notice this is not at all different from what we would click on custom and type over here, the custom formats that we had done earlier. This is exactly this part of custom formatting that we are entering here. Now, what if the value was 0.25? How would this look like? I say text, the value, and then the format. Again, I need is hash, and in a space, I would say question mark / question mark, and close the bracket and hit enter. Okay, here I missed on the double quotes. I hit enter. Well, that's 1/4. But if you notice, there is a space over here, which is not required. We added a space over here. Now, if I were to remove the space, it works perfect. But if instead of 0.25, it was 2.25, then you see, it's causing trouble here. That's not helping out. It's 9/4 instead of 2, 1/4. So this space is essential. That is the first thing. And then we also have this, what if this is 0.25? Then we don't need the space in the beginning. So we can put this entire function within something called as trim. Like as discussed in one of the videos earlier, by putting everything within the trim function, it can help you eliminate any trailing and beginning spaces. Hit enter and the spaces are gone. Simple job there. Now, let me focus on the dates. So today we have this as the date. Now I just need, let's say here I need date, and then I need the month name, and then I would also like to see this day. When I say it's the weekday name, and then the month name. Now let us see how this works out, okay, for this specific date. I enter text, select the cell, comma, format. Now if you remember, In order to get Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday as the weekday, the format was DD. It's at least 3 times you typed D, you get the shorter version of that date. You type another D and you get the full weekday name. Similarly, we can also get the month name. All we need to do is text, select this, and in double quotes type MMM, double quotes, and we have this. Now let's say you have today's date, space, and the time as well. Well, I don't have the time right now, but if I need it in a date and time format, also we have another function called as text now. Firstly, what do you get when you use the now function? Let me show you that first. I put an equal now and I give it a long date format or maybe a different one with time as well in it. This one seems to be fine. Here we have this. Now I can also achieve the same thing with the text function. Text, I say now, close the bracket. And what is the format that I need? I need it to be, let's say, This time I would say hyphen DD hyphen YY. Again YY space HH colon SS. Here we have this. Close the bracket. And here we get. But now what in case I'm not happy with this timing over here, there is something wrong. Let's just try to fix this. Here it is hours and seconds and not minutes. So instead of S, I'm supposed to I'll put MM and then colon SS. Yep. What if I only want the time? So I can just say text now. If it's just the latest time, or else if it is already given somewhere else, you can point to that cell as well. And what is the format that I need? HH colon MM space AM/PM. If this is the format that I need, here we have this. Now this is quite a versatile function, and this text function in Excel helps you achieve whatever you need by coming all the way to the custom format and manually changing it over here and creating new. You can do that over here as well. And that's the beauty. Now let us explore some of the lookup functions in Excel, and we will start with the choose function. Now before we proceed further with any form of lookup functions, I would also like to give you a brief idea about the concept of index number. Now whenever you have some set of data in a particular list, we would call it as a list of items. For Excel, it appears as an array, okay, what we also call as a list. Now let us take an example of a list of fruits. So we have apples, and then we have oranges, mangoes, and grapes. And let's add melons as well. Now considering this, let us keep a count on what all list items that we have under this list of fruits. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 line items over here under the list of fruits. Now, what is the index number over here? Now, if this is the list and I want to know which is the third item in this list, this number 3 becomes the index number for Excel. And so Excel will return the value as mangoes. And if I want to know what fruit is mentioned in number 5, so the number 5 becomes the index number. And the moment I give this as an index number, Excel will return the value as melons. So how does this work with the choose function? Let's try this out here. I say choose. Now index number, let's say I want number 4, fourth in the list. Now I need to specify the list within the choose function. And here it asks for value 1, 2, 3, and so on. So first I'll select apples, comma, oranges, comma, mangoes, comma, grapes, comma, melons. We do not have any more fruits in this list, else the choose function can take a lot more as well. Well, generally it takes up to 254 values only. So we see the fourth in the list is grapes. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4 in this list, and that fourth was grapes. What if I were to shuffle this? Let's say the one in the last, that was melons, I pull it up over here to second position. So we have E7, that is the blue cell, which is apples, and then we have E11, which is melons in this list. In this list of values, melons is second. Then we have oranges, then mangoes and grapes. If I hit enter, what should be the result? Will it still show as grapes? No. It will show the result as mangoes. Why? Because this is the list of values that you have, and amongst this list, we are asking Excel or the choose function to return the fourth in this list. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, and the fourth one is the green cell, which is mangoes. And this is how the index number is used with the choose function. Now, it would be inconvenient to have the number manually changed over here all the time. So what I would do is I would select this particular place over here. We have this, and then we have the list. So now whatever number I enter in this particular cell, we get the result. So as of now, it gives a hash value error, and make a note of this. Why does it return the hash value error? Remember, by default, Excel considers a blank cell as a 0, and within this list, the index numbering starts from 1, and it can go all the way up to 254. So choose function accepts up to 254 values. Now, if the number right now it's taken as 0, so 0 does not exist in the list because the indexation or the index numbering starts from 1. So -1, -2 or zeros do not fall within this range. If you want to try, you can just test it out. This is the target cell. Let me highlight this, and I put 0. It's a hash value error. If I put 1, you see, I get apples. If I put 4, now 4 should have been grapes, but if you remember, I shuffled the list within the choose function, wherein I brought melons to the second in the list within the choose function. I hit enter, and you see it's mangoes as per the choose function. It's just the shuffling done. Now, had I not changed this list and brought melons towards the end and hit enter, you see, number 4 in the list is grapes. Now, this is quite convenient. I hit 5, we have melons. Now I hit 6 and hit enter. Well, we don't have that. What if I add 6 over here and put something like kiwi fruit? Well, it does not add up to it. It does not pick it up from here because within the choose function, I did not link it. So I need to link the 6th line item, that is kiwi fruit. Now, the moment I hit enter, Excel detects that. Okay, now this is how generally the choose function works in Excel. Now, what is the value of this? We do have lot many other lookup functions. Why do we need to use a choose function, especially when we have to select each line items in the list like this? Now, every function in Excel has its own specific importance, although we can perform the same task with multiple functions in Excel at times. But in certain scenarios, there is this choose function that can outshine the VLOOKUP as well. Now, the choose function is very useful when creating scenarios in an Excel-based model, wherein by merely selecting one scenario, we can see its impact across the model. Let me show you how. We have a mini case over here, and we have the sales and expenses figures for the initial 6 months of a business. And we have 3 scenarios over here. Scenario 1, which is optimistic scenario. Scenario 2, which is expected scenario or the base case scenario. And number 3, the third scenario. And the third scenario is pessimistic scenario. Now, I would like to see the final outcome for those 6 months over here. I mean, in terms of total sales, total expenses, what has been the profit before tax, and the tax amount, and profit after tax. Let's figure this out. But first, can we have the totals over here? We can use the sum function, which we had discussed earlier in basic Excel. So we just need to select the numbers, close the brackets. Well, we also have a keyboard shortcut, Alt =, that can help us here. Or you might just want to select them as it is and click over here for auto sum. That's the sum. If you were to click on this drop down, you can also perform an average, count, max, min. You can get any of these, but by default, we are going for the sum. So here we have them. And again, click on this. Well, if you were to double click on the cell, you will see the sum function already embedded by Excel. Okay. Now, based on the scenarios over here, I need to get corresponding sales value. And I say, let's say it's scenario 1 that I'm talking about. Now, if I select scenario 1, appropriately, I should see the corresponding sales and expenses from scenario 1. If I select scenario 2, well, for the sales and expenses, we are talking about the totals, not just 1 month. And then for scenario 2, we need the totals here, from here, and for scenario 3, we need totals from here. So let's start with this. We say choose index number. Here we have this, comma. Now it's asking for value 1, 2, 3. We just have 3 scenarios, so I'll select this is for sales. So first scenario, that's optimistic, comma, expected, that comes next in the list, and pessimistic, 3 in the list. As of now, we just have 3 scenarios. We can have a lot more as well. And just close the brackets. Well, you see, the moment I hit enter, scenario 1, this was the first in the list selected. Let me show you. First in the list was the red cell. That's this. And then the purple one. And then the green cell. Now, if I were to change this to 2, well, it comes to this. Let me just do a basic formatting. I will hit Control-Shift-! And I'll remove the decimals and set this. Now, this is a lot better. Can we try a similar thing with the expenses as well? Please try it out by yourself and then come back to this video to see how I complete this. So I say choose, again the index number, and then the value 1, 2, 3. Now ensure that the sequence does not change over here, otherwise it would be quite confusing because we have clearly stated scenario 1 is this section, scenario 2 is this section, and 3 is this section. If the order of selection is mismatched, then irrespective of whatever scenario that you mention over here, Excel will fail to recognize the right number here. So be very careful when you're selecting the order in which they are to be selected or mapped. Hit enter and we have this. This is the second scenario. Okay. Now considering this to be second scenario, let us calculate the profit before tax. And profit before tax should be your income or your sales minus expenses. And that's the profit that you get, but before paying off your taxes. Now, what should be the tax amount? The tax rate is at 20%, so we put an equal sign, select profit before tax, and multiply it with 20%. That is 20% of 509,000. That's 101,800. This is the tax that you would be paying. That's around 20% of your profit before tax. Now, profit after tax is profit before tax minus taxes. And here we have. Now, this seems good and we can make it look bold. Now, let us try one more thing. This time, I want to try the pessimistic approach. That's scenario 3. I hit enter and here we have this. 1,090,000 and expenses at 822,000, and then profit before tax has been calculated, taxes calculated, and profit after tax, what you get is 214,400. Now that's quite interesting over here, but let's say we have an alternate approach. Maybe whenever you're presenting this, the group to whom you're presenting may be pessimistic about the sales, and they might consider the expenses equivalent to what we have on the optimistic side. Then how would that be? Scenario. So let's say sales, we say it's 3, and expenses, they are projecting to be as in the optimistic scenario. Now, why is it relevant to optimistic scenario? Because here in this case, we were expecting high sales, and the corresponding expenses to earn that much of money would be around this much. But now we have one member to whom we are presenting to. One of those members say, okay, I'm very pessimistic about your income, and corresponding expenses that you have mapped to is 822. But I feel that the expenses could go even higher considering the scenario, the economic scenario and the cost inflation. I feel this would be approximate range of expenses that you might come across. Now, this is an unexpected scenario. If this is pessimistic scenario, the one that we are talking about now is a fourth scenario, and that could go even worse. But do I need to create a fourth scenario? Well, not really. Here, we have made it quite flexible here. Now, all I need to do is use the choose function, index number 3. Now, values. Now, this is about the sales that we are talking about. So, sales for first scenario, sales for second scenario, and sales from the third scenario. Close the brackets. Again, let me get the formatting from here. I'll select this, format painter, and select this. Well, all at one shot. Now, can we have a similar scenario for expenses or a choose function here? Now, this time we are looking for index number 1. Values. Now, this is about expenses that we are talking about. So, expenses, first scenario, second, and third. We close bracket. Here we have this. Now, this is even bad because the amount that would be available with you would be far less than the pessimistic scenario. Let us see. Now, what is profit before tax? We have discussed it earlier. That's sales minus expenses. You see, the amount is far low as compared to the pessimistic scenario. And then taxes, we just have it at profit before tax multiplied by the tax rate. And then profit after tax is profit before tax minus the tax rate, tax amount. And here we have this. So now one of the members was even more pessimistic and came up with this number, wherein considering the lowest income and highest possible expenses. Now this is extremely conservative scenario. So with this, you get an idea that come what may, looking at the current scenario, the amount that you would save after all deduction of your taxes must be around $52,000. And this is how you can play with the scenarios. If someone comes up and says that, you know what, expenses, let's keep it at the expected scenario instead of optimistic or pessimistic range. I just need to change this to 2 and we'll get this value, 1106,000. And here we have this, you see, the expenses are even higher now, and that does not sound good here. Now, these numbers would have come up based on the historical experience, the 6 months, how the cost and expense management has been handled. Accordingly, we have the totals here. Now here at one shot, we can just change this to 1 and we have the optimistic approach all across. But here we need to manually change this for both the scenarios and then it takes care. So approach 2 appears more versatile as compared to approach 1. But let me tell you, if I were to select expense as 4th scenario, we do not have the 4th scenario. It will return the hash value error. So let's undo this, and here we have this. Okay. So let's say we have sales at pessimistic approach and expenses as per the expected scenario. That's the second scenario. So we hit enter and we are close to negative. So this is how we try to tackle this. If I were to select 1, here we have some profits, right? So this is the way how we would set the approach and make the best use of the choose function there. Now let us explore the VLOOKUP function. We have already worked on this list earlier, and we had calculated the grades and we had determined the grades with the help of the ifs function. But now we can achieve the same result with the help of the VLOOKUP function. Now when we say VLOOKUP, that's essentially vertical lookup. So it lookups for a particular value in a set of data that is arranged in a vertical format. Now here we have this in a vertical format. Now what would be the horizontal format? It would be something like this. Let's say I copy this, right click, paste as transpose. Okay, that's transpose. It changes the layout, which is also available from paste special. And here we have this transpose. Click OK, and here we have this. So the parameters are given in a horizontal format. In this case, we cannot use the VLOOKUP function. What comes handy would be the HLOOKUP function, which we'll also discuss about later. For now, let me undo this, and we have this here. So VLOOKUP is vertical lookup, HLOOKUP is for horizontal lookup. And let me show you how this works. So we have VLOOKUP, lookup for what? Now this is something you would feel as if I'm talking to the VLOOKUP function, I'm talking to Excel. So first, VLOOKUP function asks me lookup value. Lookup for what? I say lookup for 72.5, and then when you hit comma, the next thing it asks for is table array. In other words, VLOOKUP is asking, where should I search for it? So I select this entire list over here. I could have also selected just one column, but I need the grades, and grades is in the second column. So we select the entire list here, and next, if I hit comma, it asks for column index number. It's as if VLOOKUP is telling me, okay, in this given list over here, if I find the number that you're looking up for, what should I do? Which column value do you want me to return? In the selected range, we want the grades, and grades are in the second column. So we say number 2. Now range lookup, it asks, if I say exact match, that's false. If exact match is selected, Excel will search for 72.5 in this list, which does not exist. Hence, by selecting exact match and closing the brackets, it will return the hash any error, which means of all the items given in this list, 72.5 does not exist. Well, in case if you want, you can test it out. We just put 72.5 here and hit enter. Well, you see, you have the grade C here. That's how the exact match works. But we know that the grades cannot always be the same as given in the score sheet over here or the reference table. So we do not want the exact match. We need the approximate match. And approximate match, the values in the first column of table array must be sorted in ascending order, it says. They must be sorted in ascending order. And if your order is haywire, then you just can't get it. You see, it's an approximate match, and we had all these things over here in the ascending order, and it just worked. We have the grades over here. Now, what if this was not arranged in the ascending order and it was a random order? Let's say this was, here we have 80 and then 60, and then leave this at 70 and then 50. And then we have something like 40 and then 100 and then 90. So this is quite a random list over here, right? And take a look. What is the score that it's showing here? The grade that it is showing to me is B. Now, why did it show B? 40? It didn't make sense. 50? Should have shown the D grade at least. D or maybe F grade, something like that. Okay, because it's somewhere between 70 and 80, either D or F should have made some sense, but neither did it show. It showed the B grade. That's the value which was in the list, the last most value over here that we had. Okay, it did show the corresponding results. And many a times you will not find any logic over here. So let me undo this. That was quite an effort here. So here we have the true, that's the range lookup, that's we have selected as approximate match, and hit enter. Now in case if you are searching for any specific name, then I would recommend use the exact match. That would be helpful when we are working on employee data, any set of employee information. That time exact match comes handy because we wouldn't like to see any approximate deviation there. Now coming to this, I would like to copy paste this formula down, but for this I need to first log the reference here. And since I'm copying the formula down, I can only log the row reference. I do not need to log the column reference. That should be fine. Hit enter. You have this. Drag this down, or maybe you might just want to move your mouse to this small square here. Once I click here or move my mouse here, the cursor changes. I just double click on it and it comes down. Let's cross verify. 49.5 is below 50, hence it's an F grade. 82.75 is below 90, so that's a B grade. Alright, now let's say what if I had a 0 over here instead of 72.5. That means maybe the student didn't get any answer correct. So if this was to be 0 and hit enter, it's an F grade. So that means although it is less than 50, it did not show E grade, it showed the one above. Similarly, if I hit 0, it did not show anything above, but rather it showed F grade because that was the closest match to the list. Now, one important thing to note, whenever you search for some value in a particular array, the VLOOKUP function will always search for this value in the first column of your selection. Since we had selected these two columns, it worked perfectly. But what if it was something different? Like, now let's say we have states over here. We are talking about the United States within the United States and the state codes. Now, let's say I have Washington, DC, and the state code is DC. Let's expand this list and fix the spelling here. State codes. We have DC, and then we have California, and that's CA, and Illinois, that's IO, New York, that's NY, and then we have Pennsylvania, and we call it as PA. That's the code for this. I guess we have a decent amount of list over here. We do not need to venture further. Okay, if this is the list, and now here I say state code, I enter something here, and the state should appear over here. What if I am mentioning about some postal address, and I'm typing a postal address, and I want the corresponding state code to be visible here? Let's put this state code here. Okay. And I say I want New York. So NY is the state code. Now I do not know which state is it. Let's assume I do not know which state is it for. So I would say VLOOKUP. Lookup for what? Lookup for NY, comma, in this list, comma. If the value matches, I want the corresponding state over here. So I select 1 because the state's name are in the state names are in the first column. So we say this, and this time I want the exact match. I do not want the approximate match here because PA or NY, if it turns out like NU, it might give me some other result, but it will give me a result which might be incorrect. So I want the exact match. I hit enter. It gives me a #NA error. Now what exactly happened here? It was searching for NY in this list, but VLOOKUP by default searches in the first column. It does not search in the second column. And that's one limitation of the VLOOKUP. So be very careful in case if you come across this scenario, maybe you might want to just move this here, or if you're not allowed to move, and then you might just copy this list here and paste it, or maybe you might want to cut or move this from here to here. We have the sequence, whatever I'm looking for, and then I change this reference from here to here, and then it will work. You see, it will work. But look at the selection. I said that if NY is found in this list, return column 1 value. Now it's no longer column 1. The states are in the second column. So I say number 2 and hit enter. It worked, right? So shuffling with the list is possible solution for you to deal with this. But that is something generally not recommended, and often in many companies or many form of data sets, it may not be allowed. You may not be allowed to make any form of changes. So many a times you will have a lot of blank cells somewhere far away. People would just select the list, something like this. Select the list. You have this list over here. Okay, these are the list of countries. Now this is something like a rough work which is not visible to anyone. This could be a hidden cell as well. You can hide this and that's fine. But if you have something like this, irrespective of whether there are blank cells or no blank cells, it does not matter. How do I do this now? I say equal VLOOKUP, lookup for NY in this list. Now here we have the state codes in the first column. That's perfect. And we have the names of the states here far away. So I select the entire range, comma. Now it asks for the column index number. As in like, okay, if I find NY, which column's value do you need? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th column in the selection range. So we put number 7 here, comma. I want an exact match. Close the bracket, hit enter. Here we have this. And this is how exactly it works. We had selected this range. We ignored the starting one because the value that you're looking for should always be in the first column. Now, at times you might have, let's say there is a state name that you have over here like Georgia, which is GA, and it's not found in the list. Okay, that's absolutely fine over here. And let's say this is a genuine case and you cannot avoid the NA error unless and until the list is updated. So in order to fix this issue, we have something called as the if error function. And likewise, we also have the if NA function. And these functions can help you work or return values the way you need them to present in case if there is this error. Now let us work on another function called HLOOKUP. Now just as the VLOOKUP works for vertical format of data, HLOOKUP helps you get the relevant value, or it lookups for data in a horizontal format. So in this table, we could also make best use of the VLOOKUP function in case if you want to get corresponding values based on the region wise. Let's say look up for the region and return the values for fluorescent lights or the FL. You might just want to select this range and give the return column code as number 3 and it gives you the result. But now in case of HLOOKUP, I would want to get the corresponding product wise values for a specific region. Now let's say how this works. Now HLOOKUP, lookup value, table array, row index number, and range lookup. So what am I looking up for? I want to look up for, let's say, FL. So I would put FL for now over here. Now since it's a text, I put it in double quotes. So table array, as I can select the entire table and that's absolutely fine. Or you can just select as much as you want. Let's say I want to select for West. If this is the selection that I have, then West does not feature in this list, right? Because how many rows have we covered? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And West features in the 6th row and it's outside the range. Hence, it will return an error for you. Let me show you the error. If I select this and it asks for row index number, I select 6 and I want an exact match. Close the brackets. It gives a #ref error. Now it gave you a href error because you're referring to something which does not exist in the selected list. Hence it gives you a href error. Make a note of that. Similarly, in the VLOOKUP function, if you are selecting a number of lists, let's say we have 5 columns here, and if you want to return the result from a 6th column or the 0th column, okay, you give the value as 0 or anything beyond this range, it will result in a href error. So let me just expand the selection again completely. Yes, we have this. And now I want the FL sales for West region. So I hit enter and here we have this 235. That's perfect there. Now let's say here I put an input cell. I want to know the total sales of LEDs. So I say HLOOKUP LED, or here LED, comma, table array, row index number. Now where do we have the total sales? We have row number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7th row is where we have. So 7, range lookup, exact match, and close the bracket. Here we have that. Now here you need to be careful whether you want to use the HLOOKUP or the VLOOKUP. Now if I need the product-wise totals, HLOOKUP solves it because I have a name of a product and I need the totals. But if I want region-wise total, then let's say that's for Southeast. So then I need to use the VLOOKUP function because then I select this range, look up for Southeast in this column. Okay, that's the region-wise total. And this is how we work with this. And here I say, let's say here I select West. Okay, so in this case we use the VLOOKUP function. Look up for what? West in this range. And if you get the right, if you find West in this list, then give me the totals. And totals is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th column. Close the brackets by selecting exact match and you get it. See the total sales of the West. And this is how you play with the HLOOKUP and the VLOOKUP. Now just like the VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP also searches in whatever value that you're looking for in the first row. So ensure that you have this LEDs over here. If you were to have this LEDs over here down, it would lead to a #n error. Why? Look at this range. If I were to select this range, something like this, it will try to search for C12, that is LED in the first row, and we know that LED is nowhere appearing in the first row. Hence, it will give a #n error. Let me undo this, and here we have. Now, so far, whatever we achieved with the help of the VLOOKUP function and the HLOOKUP function, that is also achievable with the help of the index and the match function. A good synchronization between the two functions just helps us achieve the same result. But first, let me tell you about the match function. Now, what is the match function? If I were to select equal match, what does it say? It says returns the relative position of an item in an array that matches a specified value in a specified order. That means if you're looking for a particular value, it will tell you its position, where exactly is it located. For example, in this match function, I want to locate number 70. So I just put number 70, look up for this list, and match type, well, you can select accordingly, less than, exact match, greater than. As of now, it's an exact match. I know it's there. So I hit enter and you see it's number 4. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4th on the list. Now, what if I'm not doing exact match, but I'm doing an approximate one, like less than? And instead of 70, I select 72. I hit enter. It returns number 4. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So it still returns that value. Now, what if this was 82? I missed on the bracket here. It's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the 5th position. Now, that's how the match function works. In a match function, you can either select a row or a column. For example, let's try something more. Now, instead of manually entering numbers here, I would use this point as a reference here. And now using the match function, first here, what I'm looking for was, let's say 82. Here we have this, okay, the position number. It's 5 in the list here. Now, what if I would have selected the headings as well? Then the 82 would now be in position number 6. It's number 6 in the selection list, including the headings. So be very careful when you're including the headings and when you're excluding the headings. At times you might want to include the headings, at times it's better not to include them. Now let us try something more. I want to know the position for FL in this list. So I say match for FL in this range and give me an exact match. This time I cannot afford any leniency here. It should be an exact match. Hit enter and you see position number 3. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Of the 5 brackets, it's the 3rd position. If I were to change this to CFL, it's position number 2. What if it was region total? Position number 5. But what if it was only region? It's position number 1. That's it. And this is how the match function works. So be it, good. But how can it achieve whatever we achieved with the help of VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP? Hold your horses. Like I mentioned, we have a match function which helps us determine the position number, or we can also use the term as index number. Now, index number is very much to Excel. Position number is like what we say of the selection in this list. It is on the 5th position, 6th position or so. This is quite a layman talk. But for Excel, it's index number. So match function returns the index number for the value that you're searching for. Now, what about the index function? Now, index function returns the value in a given position or index number. Okay, so we have something like index. There are 2 ways to use the index function. First is select the range, the array, and specify the row number and the column number. Now, column is in square brackets. That's optional because in index function, you can select an entire matrix or you can just select just one column. That's absolutely fine. Index function is flexible in that terms. But in case of match function, well, you either select an entire column or you select an entire row. So here, let's say we select this, comma. Now it's asking for row number. Let's say I'm looking for the totals of Southeast. So Southeast is in which row? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's on the 4th row, comma, column number. I want the totals which is on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th column. Enter the value, close the brackets, hit enter. Well, you see, Southeast 850. That's the region total that we get. And this is how the index function works. The only thing is here we are manually entering the values. Now, even if we were to use cell reference over here, this is not dynamic because we are using this manually. Let's say this over here and 5 will be over here. Now, in 2019, if you the row number and column numbers, Excel might consider this as an array and will show this back again. Don't be bothered. This is a spill error. You just enter the right numbers here and it will be fixed. So we say 4 and 5. And we have this here, wherein the red cell was the row reference and the purple one was the column reference. All right, so we spoke about the match function and we spoke about the index function, but how do they help us achieve what the VLOOKUP can do? That's still not answered. Well, let me show you how that works. The blend of the match function and the index function works out. Remember, the index function needs row number. Now, when you say row number and column number, this is technically the position that it's asking for. And this is what the match function is doing. Let me show you over here. We say equals index. Okay, now within the index function, we say select this entire range. Mind you, I'm excluding the headings over here. So if I'm using the match function, I will also exclude the headings. Otherwise, it might cause trouble. Now index, this is the array, comma. Now it's asking for row number. Now I do not know which row does this belong to, right? 72.5 in this list over here. I don't know which row should it be belonging to. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4. But that means it's between 4 and 5. So which grade should it show up? That is what we need to mention here. Let me just shift this aside over here. So we have index array. I select this entire range, comma, row number. To determine the row number, I'll make use of the match function. Match lookup value. Lookup for 72.5. Lookup array. I want to look up in this particular column. In this column of scores over here. And match type. It's okay to be exact less than match. There is no point of having a greater than match. It will return an error. So we need a less than match. Close bracket. So match function is complete. Now it's asking for column number. Now we know that the grades are in the second column. So we can manually enter number 2 here. Of the index function, the array selected over here of these 2 columns, grades are in the second column. You just select that and hit enter. And you have this. 72.5, it's the C grade. Now generally, whenever I work on complex structures and it's too difficult, first thing what I try to do is I first make use of the match function to see if the position is correct. For example, I'm looking up for 62.75. Where are you looking for? I'm looking in this list. And I want a less than match in this case. And close the bracket. Is it falling under the third position? Yes. It's between 60 and 70. Okay. Now what if it was not less than but greater than? It might give me an error. Here it is. Right? It's a hash an error. So be very careful what you select over here. Exact match will also give you the same error because it's not visible here in that list. So we say less than match. That's number 1. Hit enter. And once I would like to cross verify if the number is fitting into, if I'm getting the right position for this number. Yes, I am. Why am I cross verifying? Well, in case if I'm working on humongous data, there's a huge list over there. It's always good to manually cross verify if the position is correct. Because once you have it proper, once or twice you manually check in 2 different places, then you can rest assured that your formula that you have prepared is working as designed to be, as meant to be. So first I check the match function. With the help of match function, I check the position, which seems perfect. Then I encapsulate this within the index function. Now I just go backward when I'm working on this. Now it's asking for the array first. This is the array, comma, row number. Row number is the match function that it returns. Column number 2, close bracket, and here we have this. Well, I go backward. Now, if I were to start with the index function, there is no harm in it. My way of doing things would be first start with the match function to determine if the position is correct. If not, this is the time I can fix it, and then I can go back to the main function of index. But here, if I make any error, I need to go back to check, was the selection of index function correct, or was the match function that was number 2 that was causing the trouble over here? Okay, it's too much for me to comprehend and fix it at times when I'm working on real lengthy functions. Now let me take this a step ahead. I do not know which row it belongs to. Now I'm looking for grades. Now what if grades, I do not know which column number does grades fall under. It could be column number 1 or column number 2 as well. So then how do we do that? Then for that, I would use another match function. Now this time I want to look up for grade. Look up array. This is the list, comma. I want an exact match. So there's another match function for the columns. Okay, there is some bracket issue here. I click on yes and it's done. So we have the index function wherein the first section is about the range, the array, then the row reference I'm getting through with the help of the match function, then also the column reference with the help of the match function. And here we have this column D, the grade D. That's it. First, it identified the row number, that's this. Then it identified the column number, that's this match function. So both the match functions gave us these values and the corresponding cell that's meeting these two criteria is D. That's it. So we can have a good camaraderie between the two functions and just work wonders with that. The beauty of these functions are they are least concerned about where do you want to search these values in. Do they belong in the first column or the first row, or is it on the last column or last row? It does not matter. They are just versatile there. Let me show you another example over here. How does this work? But first, let us fill this. We had used this index match function here. I would want to lock the row reference here as I would be using them down. Copy paste. And that's it. Apply it down. Here we have. Let's do a cross check. Is 68 falling under D grade? Yes. 72.5 is C. And what about 59.5? Is it E? Yes. 82.75 is B. Perfect. What if this was 100? Well, it's an A plus. And what if it is a 90 or 93? It's A grade, right? So that's working perfectly fine here. Now let's try a similar thing over here on the right. Now I'll clear this off, or maybe for your reference, I'll just keep it down over here. Now in this case, we'll make use of two dynamic match functions so that we can get corresponding values. Now I would like to know the LED sales for West region. So generally I would like to break up the function into different parts. So let me show you how this works. First, I would like to know where is the position of the West region. So here we have West that we are looking for, and the other criteria is LED. Let me highlight them because these are manually entered values. So I say match, look up for West, and look up array. I select this entire thing over here. I'm also including the heading region, and I want an exact match. Close the bracket. Here we have as the 6th in the list. Okay. Now LED, similarly I'll use a match function. I want to know where LED features in this list here. I put a comma again. I need an exact match here too. Close the bracket, hit enter. So LED falls under the 4th column. Now I need the values of West region LED. That's over here in this selection. That's 6 rows down and 4 columns to the right in this selection. This is where the index function will help me. I say index, select this entire region. I'm okay to select this much. I can also select this much or even more if required. It does not matter. Now row number, which is I'm looking for something this over here, and row number would be this and column number would be this. Close the brackets and you have the answer. So we had one match function which is dynamic. The second match function is also dynamic. Well, in case if you want to test it, let me change this to LED and change this to FL. Well, you see the moment this is LED here, West, it's 235. And that's how it works. I'll undo this. It's 290. Now, since I have split this one large function into multiple cells, okay, this is just for explaining to you how this works. If I were to frame this in one single formula, then isn't it the same as me copying this formula, this function? This is a row reference, and replacing the red cell with the formula within this, enter, and then also copy this formula and apply it over here where the underlying formula that we had copied within the green cell, paste it here. And this is how a full-fledged index and match function will look like, highly dynamic. Hit enter and you have this. Now let us consider one last scenario. Now this time it would be a different angle here. And this is where the beauty of index and match function helps you overcome the limitations of the VLOOKUP as well as the HLOOKUP. Now let's say I want to know which product has neared the total of 1500. So first I would like to know which product has achieved closer to around 1500. So I say index, I select the range, comma, row number. Now I need the product heading over here, which is on first row, right? So I'll just select number 1 and column number. Now in order to determine the column number, I'll select match, look up for 1500 and look up where? In this list. We are talking about the totals, the product which has achieved 1500 or closest to 1500. So we select this range. Is it less than or exact match? I select less than. Close the match function and then close the index function and take a look. You see, LED. What exactly happened here? We first selected the index, the entire function, the entire region. Within that, we selected the number 1. That is the first row. We know that the headings belong to the first row, so we selected number 1. Now, I need to know which column heading meets the criteria. So we need to use the match function to determine that. Now, what if it was not 1500 but 1300? So you see, it's FL which is closer to 1300 but not beyond 1300. Now, in case if I were to think of making this instead of like less than, I want to make it greater than match. So we have CFL over here. Now we had 1325, 1420 and 3940. All three numbers greater than 1300. So we were looking for greater than match, right? So why did it show 1325? It did so because in the list of iteration over here, the first one, the first entry that crossed 1300 was 1325, and hence it showed this result. Now, what if this total was not 1325, but it was just 1125? And if I change this function to less than match and hit enter, you see, it's FL, which is closest to the list. Now, there are two new lookup-based functions that have been introduced in Office 2019. Well, it's also accessible by those using Microsoft 365. These functions are XLOOKUP and XMatch. Now, XLOOKUP is a hybrid version of the VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. And let me show you how this works. So far we had achieved this result with the help of VLOOKUP. Now let us try with the help of XLOOKUP. So look up for this value, and you see it's asking for a lot more information than what VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP would have asked for. So I put comma, lookup array. Where do you want to look up for? I say this list. Now I do not need to worry about whether do they fall in the same range or not. I do not need to select a huge array. I can just say lookup in this list and return array. Okay, so basically in VLOOKUP it was asking like, if I find the value that you're looking for, which column value do you want me to return? So here that's the return array. So we can select this separately and then comma, what if not found? Now, instead of giving a hash any error, it is giving us the option to respond with a specific message. Maybe I would say something like just put outside range. That's outside range. Or maybe you want to give just a simple NA, and that's absolutely fine. It's better than giving a hash any error, right? So as of now, I'll just put out of range. Now, match mode. Is it the exact match on next smaller item, exact match on next larger item, wildcard character match? Now, what exactly do they do? Returns the index of the match, exact match if none return NA. Then returns the index of the exact match, and if not found, returns the index of the next smaller item. So here we have 72.5. If I were to select this, I'll get 70 as the result, and the corresponding grade of 70 that would be taken care of. If I were to select this, it says return the index of the exact match, but if not found, then it returns the index of the next larger item. So 72.5, if I were to select this, 72.5 do not exist in this list. So it looks for the next larger item, that's 80. It won't fall back to 70, but it will go to 80. Now what about the wildcard character? Returns the index of a wildcard match where star, question mark, and this similarity sign, or some might call it as a tilde sign, have special meaning there. Now this is something which we'll talk about later, but for now, let us select this. If we select this, I hit a tab, and search mode, where do you want it to search from? Is it start from the list from top to bottom or bottom to up? Binary search, that's sorted ascending order or descending order. So right now, everything's sorted in a ascending order, but we can also do a first to last, and that's absolutely fine. We can just close the bracket, and here we have this C. Now what if this was greater than match? That's exact match or next larger item. It's B. It's falling under 80, so it's B. So XLOOKUP gives us lot many options to choose from when we are narrowing down to a particular value. And that's exactly what we are doing here, exact match. And here it's the approach of match, whether it's sorted ascending order or descending order. I just hit enter and see it does the same job because we had already arranged everything in the ascending order. Now we might want to just lock the reference over here for using the $sign for the row. Close the bracket. And here we have this. XLOOKUP. It does the same job like a VLOOKUP. But what is the beauty over here? What if the grades are not here and here? And now I want the corresponding grades for this. So let's say here I'll clear this off again. Now I want the grades for the particular scores. I say equal XLOOKUP. Now lookup value, lookup for this. In lookup array, I want to look it under scores and not grades. Okay, lookup under scores and return array. That means if the value is found, select the grades, comma. If not found, I would just put an NA. I think that should be fine enough. It does not look like an error at least. And I need exact match or next smaller item. Well, if you notice this, if not found, that's the NA error. Match mode and search mode, all three are optional. They are in square brackets, they are optional. It's up to you whether you want to mention them or you do not want to specify that. We can just close the brackets and that's absolutely fine. Hit enter and you have this here. You see, now this was one limitation of the VLOOKUP function wherein you select this entire range. By default, the VLOOKUP used to search in first column, but here XLOOKUP gives us the liberty. What exactly is happening? It's doing the job similar to the match function and the index function. First, where do you want to search it? I just select the column. And then it identifies the row number or the position where this number would match up to. And then it notes that position number. And then it asks, okay, if it's matched, which column's value do you want me to return? I select this column and that's it. Here we have this. So backward compatible as well. So we again lock the reference and this as well. Here we have this. Done. See, that's the beauty of using the XLOOKUP function. Now, what about the XMatch function? XMatch does the same job like a match function, but again, they have given some more options over here of match mode and search mode. Search mode is a new addition to this list, but let me show you the beauty. It returns the relative position of an item in an array. By default, an exact match is required by default unless you specify an approximate match. So if you do not specify match mode, it will look for an exact match. Now let's say I'm looking for 72.5, lookup array. I'll select this. Now match mode, I want, let's say, here we have lot many options. Now earlier, we used to have only 3 options. And that was quite ambiguous at times. So here it's much more clear. Exact match on next smaller item, exact match on next larger item, and wildcard character. So we select the next larger, smaller item. We can close the brackets or even put a comma and search mode. We say search first to last, close the bracket. And we have the position. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. So XMatch does the same job like a match function, but let me tell you one thing, that in case of VLOOKUP has a different approach of starting its search. It does not give you the flexibility to command it to start from top to bottom or bottom to up or which way, same way with the match function. But XMatch helps you get that under control, and so does XLOOKUP. You also get to command the search mode. That's the value addition that you're getting over here with the help of these two X-based functions. That's XLOOKUP and XMatch. Now let us explore the offset function. With the help of the offset function, you can direct Excel to where to go to and what to select. So we have this function, something like this. It returns a reference to a range, that is a given number of rows and columns from a given reference. So what exactly is this reference? Just like the game of chess, you might have a starting point for each pawn or a rook or a bishop or any piece of chess. Similarly, here for the offset function, you might want to give a starting reference point, which could be anywhere on the Excel file or the worksheet. But generally, we have it relevant to the data. For example, if I give this as the starting point, okay, on the extreme top left corner for this, from here, I can direct Excel, or rather the offset function, where to move, by how many rows should it move, and by how many columns should it move. And then we can also specify the height and width. Mind you, these two parameters are in square brackets, and so these are optional. But so at least we should be able to mention how many rows to move by and how many columns to move by. Okay, let me show you an example here. First, we have a case wherein we have the list of students over here and their scores in 3 of the subjects. Now, we would like to first know John's score in economics. Well, it would always be easy to just select a cell and hit enter. That's absolutely fine. Now, there won't be any rocket science in this entire exercise over here, but still, I just want to show you the essence of the primary way of how the offset function works. So we have here offset. We can select this as the reference point, and from here, now where is John? He's 1 row below, so I want the offset function to come down by 1 row, so I set 1 for rows. And now we need to know the scores of economics. So John's score of economics is in the very next column, so move ahead by 1 column close the bracket, and that's it. As simple as that. Now you might wonder why make it complicated when we could have just done it easier. Hold your horses. You'll soon understand why this is so very resourceful. Offset function by itself may not appear to add any value. At least that's how it appears though. But there is more than what meets the eye. As we proceed, you will learn this. Meanwhile, let us also try another one over here by identifying Maya's score in accounting. So we say offset. We can use the same reference point. Well, in case if you want, I can use this reference point as well. But what if I use this reference point? Then I want to know Maya's score in accounting. And their starting reference point is Maya, right? So do I want the function to move by any number of rows? Well, I do not want to because we are already on the right row. So rows will be 0. Now columns. Now this is for accounting, and accounting is 3 columns ahead. So I will put number 3 here and close the bracket. That's it. Well, in case if you want to try a similar one with David's score in statistics, I can also have the starting point for the offset function as statistics with the reference point in the same column as the score required for statistics. Now I want to know, or I want to instruct offset function to move by 3 rows down because that's where David is. So 3 rows down. And do I need to move by any number of columns? No. We want the scores of statistics and we are already in that right column. So 0. Close the bracket. Here we have this. Now let me also add one more item in this list. I'll just move this down here and set it here. Now let's say I want Maya's score in economics. Now this would very much appear to be the same, but let me try something different here. This time I use the offset function and I will not have the reference point anywhere randomly here, but I would have it just outside the table or maybe on the last cell of the table. That should be fine. Now I need Maya's score in economics. So Maya is 2 rows above. Okay, so now if I give a positive number 2, when you give a positive number for rows, Excel will select down by 2 rows, or rather I would say offset function will move down by 2 rows. Please cut whatever I said that Excel will know. I'll just repeat it again. So offset function will move down by 2 rows. So this is where the selection would be E10. But do we need that? No, we want it here. So if it needs to go upside for rows, we need to use a minus sign. And that's a -2. A +2 will make the offset function come down by 2 rows, and a -2 indicates move up by 2 rows. Now similarly for columns, here it is 2 columns to the left, economics is 2 columns to the left. So if I put 2, by default the offset function will move 2 columns to the right here in column G. But I want it to move to 2 columns to the left. So again, I need to put -2 here. And here we have this, 58. Well, in case if you want to test it without the minus sign, let me show you how does it show up. We have 2 rows and 2 columns, right? So with this starting point, it's coming down by 2 rows and moving to the right by 2 columns. If I put number 10 here, well, you see, it takes it. With this as a starting point, and if I give the row reference and column reference in positive, it came down by 2 rows and moved right by 2 columns. And whatever it had marked this particular cell. Now, whatever you enter in this cell, like test or so, it will appear here. And that's how it works. So, In order to move towards the left, that is change columns or move columns towards the left, you need to use a minus sign. And similarly, if you wanted to move up by any number of rows, you need to give the number with a negative. Now, we would also like to know, this is an extra row over here. I'll remove this. So now we would also like to know the total score of Alice. So far, we had just selected a particular cell. We had identified and marked a particular cell over here, but this time we need a group of cells, right? So first, let me just format this here. Now, total of Alice. So it should be something like offset reference. Let's have this as a reference for now. And I need the total score of Alice. So Alice is 4 rows down. Come down by 4 rows. Move right by 1 column. Now, here we will explore the height and width feature. The height here represents number of rows that you want to cover from here. So as of now, we have asked offset function to come by 4 rows down and columns by 1. So here's where the cursor should be for the offset function, the starting point. Now here on, we just need the score of Alice. So the height is just of 1 row. Now let me tell you, the height and width cannot be 0. The minimum should be 1. Because when you specify 0, that means 0 rows. And there is no way that you would not select any row while using the offset function. So minimum should be 1. That's the height. Now what if I would have selected 3 as the height? It would have selected 89 and 2 rows below. So it's a 3, height of 3. That's including the current cell where it is halting and 2 more cells down. That's the height of 3. Now, in case if I do not want to select the bottom 2 cells but the upper 2, then I need to specify the height in negative. That's -3. So while we have mapped the offset function to come here at this position, that is 4 rows down and 1 column to the right, since we selected the height as -3, it is 1, 2, 3. These 3 cells will be selected and that's the height. So when you say height or width, it includes the existing cell. As of now, we just need 1. So whether you put -1 or +1, it does not matter because it just means the same row itself. Now width, here we are covering 3 subjects at a shot. So 1, 2, 3. The width should be 3, which includes the subject or the cell where we already are. Close the bracket and notice something different here. You see, this is a form of spill error. We had 3 cells covered and Excel has identified all 3 cells over here. For those using older versions of Excel, you might get the hash value error here. Now, since Office 2019 onwards, it is no longer giving you a hash value error, but rather it treats it like an array and hence it's a spill error or it's a spill error here. This one function is not able to accommodate all the 3 cells in one cell. Excel cannot do that. So what's the purpose of this offset function? So whenever you have the height and width specified, or rather I would say whenever you have the height and width greater than 1, either of them or both, then you need to encapsulate them within some aggregate function. Now these aggregate functions should be something like the sum, or you can also use the average, min, max, and so on. As of now, we need the total score, so we'll use the sum function and close the bracket. Here we have the sum function. Now I can understand you would say that this would have been really easy. I would have just used the sum function and that's it, all here. That's absolutely fine. There is nothing wrong in this. But first, I'm trying to explain to you how this offset function works. Understand the nature of how this works, and we can use it for real, robust, dynamic calculations. So here we have the total function. So here we have the sum function. And under that, we have the offset function. So technically, if you realize what exactly is happening is, offset function does nothing but the selection. So far, earlier over here, we were just selecting one cell, so it returned the value of that one cell. But here we are selecting an entire range. So this is as good as, let's say I wanted to take a sum of these three cells. And if I do not give the sum, average, or any function, just highlight them, select them as it is, and hit enter, it spills up over here. And this is exactly what the offset function is doing there. For those using older versions of Excel, you will see a hash value error. But what exactly did we do here? We just selected the range. That's it. Offset function also does the same. It just selects the range. What should you do with the range? Now that is up to us. We encapsulated the selection within the sum function. So this is as good as sum and selecting the range. So the offset function is actually giving you this as a result, which is not visible to us, but this is exactly what's happening there. Now here we have manually selected this, but offset function gives an edge over here. It can help you dynamically select as you proceed further with complex structures of your model in Excel. Meanwhile, let us fill these so that you get a good grip on how to work with this offset function. And then I'll take you to some more complex structure and you would be able to appreciate or visualize this the actual benefit of this offset function. For now, let us try one more. We need total score of Maya. So I need a sum function, and under that I put offset. Now we can give a different reference point here. So for example, let's say I will use this as a reference point or here. That's okay. This is just for practice purpose. And I want the total score of Maya. Okay. Now Maya is 2 rows above, so -2. Now how many columns should I jump from? There are two ways I can do. Either I can bring the cursor over here. I ask offset function to stay over here or stay here. So right now it's 2 rows above, but Maya is 3 rows above. So my bad, it's 3 rows above, -3. So we have 1, 2, 3. This is where the cursor should be for offset. Now, do we want the selection to start from economics? If yes, then I would say move columns to the left by 3. So that's -3. Now, height will be 1 because we are only concerned about the scores of Maya. And width will be 3. Right, so what exactly is happening here? Move up by 3 rows, move left by 3 columns, and select 3. With a height of 1, select width as 3. So the selection is happening this way. Hit enter. Well, I did not close the bracket for some function, so Excel is giving me this error. Let's do it. Here we have this. Let's take a total of Maya's scores. So yes, it's 141. This is perfect. Let me also do it the other way around. Here we use the sum function and say offset. Keeping the same reference point, I say move up by 3 rows. And this time, instead of starting from economics, I would have the selection from accounts. So I say move left by 1 column. So accounting is where 3 rows up and 1 column to the left. Accounting is the cell which has been selected. That's cursor on 37, or the offset function is sitting here. Now from this, height is 1 and width. This time, we need to select all the 3 subjects and the rest of 2 subjects are towards the left. So we will specify the width in negative, that's -3. When you say -3, it's current cell and the last 2 cells on the left. And that's it. Let's close the sum function and hit enter. It does the same job. Earlier we specified the width to be 3 because we got the offset function sitting here and then select this. Now the other approach was let the offset function sit here and select backwards. Either ways, it does the job. Now try the other 3. Over here, you need to use the average function here, the highest score and lowest score. Now this is something we had worked on. Now it makes use of those functions which we had discussed in basic Excel. Try it by yourself, take a pause, try it by yourself and come back to this video. Alright, so let's start with the average function. I want to take an average score in economics. Now this is subject-wise scores, right? So we say average and offset. Now this time I can give a reference point over here. Jump down by how many rows? It's just one, because scores start from one row below. And jump or move right by how many columns? Just one, because we are focusing on economics. Now this time what would be the height? The height would be 4. That we have one row down and one column to the right. This is where the offset function is sitting, and we want all these 4 cells to be selected. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4, including the cell where it is. Height of 4, width of 1, because it's one column that we are working on, right? It cannot be 0. Here we have the average of 72. Well, in case if you want, you can select this and take a look at the bottom part of the window. You can see the average. Now let's try the highest. We have the max function, and I'll give this for statistics. I'll give this as a reference point. We can select any reference point, but I'm giving you different versions of or different approaches of deriving your results. So this is also another approach. You can do the same thing as what you did for economics, just that it's with the max function, and the columns that you shift would be 2. But this time it's statistics, where we are putting the starting point, and max. Here under this, I'll use the offset function. This as the reference point. I want it to come down by one row, but do not go anywhere. Stay in the same column. Height will be 4, because we have 4 records here. Width will be 1. Close the bracket. Okay, I missed on closing the bracket for the max function, so I accept it, and here we have the max of these. That's 85. Now let us try a similar one for the lowest in accounting. So we say min offset. Now I can also put my starting point over here. Let's say I put my reference point over here. Now I want to take the minimum of the scores in accounting, and this starting point is somewhere within one of the scores of accounting, and that's absolutely fine. Now if you fall into this scenario or situation, how would you craft your function or your formula? So sitting in this position, I don't want the function to go anywhere. Don't move by any number of rows and don't move by any number of columns. You're at the right place. Now height, from here it's 4, but the rest of the cells are up over there, so height should be -4. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. And width, we are in the same column, so we don't need to worry about the width. We can keep that as 1. Close the bracket and close the bracket for min function. Hit enter. Here we have this, 37. So I've explained you different variation and how to get your desired results using the offset function. Now let me show you some real applicability of this function, which you can best relate to and probably would better appreciate as well. Let's come to sheet 2, and here we have some sales figures, monthly sales figures. Now I would like to calculate the year-to-month sales. Alright, now I would like to calculate the year-to-month sales. That means first year-to-month. Now this is a cycle of Jan to December. So it starts from 45 in January. February, it's 49. So the cumulative figure would be something like 94.5. Okay. So in other words, I can say that we need to calculate the cumulative sales for each year until each month. So this should be something like, first it should be 45, then it should be something like this plus this, and goes on until December. This is perfect, but I cannot apply this formula to the right over here because this is a new year, and for January it should be this, and then again previous month plus 1 plus the current month figure. This is the desired result, but I'm not able to get a single function or a single formula to sort it at one shot. And this is where we'll make the best use of the offset function. Let me clear this off. So I would say sum offset, and under the offset function, we'll have this as the starting point. And I do not want the function to move by any number of rows and neither by any number of columns. Now the height would be 1 because we are focusing on just one row. Now when we say the width, here I would say minus month function and C2. Now let me explain you what exactly is happening here. But first let me close the bracket and show you the result of how this works. First let me show you the output. Here we have this, take a look. 2 months total, it's 94. And 6 months total, it's 349.7. That's perfect here. And what is the annual total? It's 971.1. We get that. And what about January? Here we have this again, 142.8. And then again the count increases. It keeps on accumulating. So we have got a year to month figures over here. If you are talking about the month of August 2020, till this month, the total sales was 518.7, and that's what we have here. If you are sitting in the month of January, that's the first month of the year, so it's only for that month that you get the figures for. And it keeps on adding or accumulating for subsequent months. Now, what exactly happened over here? What did we do? Why did I specify the month over here as the width? Well, what exactly is this month function doing? And it's a minus over here that I've used. That means when I'm using the negative sign over here, it's going backwards. It's the width. That means from left to right or right to left, the number of columns to be covered. So it's a negative here. So what exactly is this month function doing here? Let me show you. We have the month and the current date. Close the bracket. You see, it's 1. Now, what if I were to select this further? Well, this is obvious, isn't it? That's obvious. So we are getting the month number for each of these months, and that's perfectly fine. But how did it help with the width? Now, when I specified the width with a minus and this month, it's -1, so it is only selecting one cell. But the moment you come to the next few months, let's say we are talking about the 3rd month. So we are in the 3rd month, and that means the width is -3, which means sitting over here, the offset function will select last 3 cells, the current and last 2 cells. Now sitting in the 5th month, if month is -5, so here the width is -5. With the help of month function, we got the number 5. So from here, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. If you are sitting in the month of December, that's 12. And so it's the width that we had specified was with the minus sign. So that's -12. We say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you have the entire figure. Now coming on to the next year, that's January. I apply the same logic here, but this time the month number is just 1. So it's not going to go anywhere because the width specified is just 1. Now be it +1 or -1, it does not matter. It stays where it is. And coming back to subsequent months here, you can see for the 2nd month, it's -2. So again, it takes -2. It is least concerned about the other ones. And here -3 as the width. So that's how dynamic it is. The trick is in how well you use the function in Excel to derive your desired results. That's the art there. It's not just about knowing functions, but it is the skill on about how well you can use the knowledge that you have gained or the functions that you have learned. So here, in order to escape out of the scenario wherein in January it should not select the cells from previous year, I made the best use by using the month function. For August, it's the last 8 months. For September, last 9 months, and so on. So this month function gave me the width. That's in the width section in the offset function. Now the other two is kind of geeky, but it's a bonus from my end here, and it could be tricky. For that, let me just explain you the target over here. So I want to find out the quarterly sales. So Jan, Feb, March makes one quarter. So I need the number over here for the sum of these three. So that should be something like sum and these three. We have this here. And then again, it's April, May, June. We need here. And then July, August, September. We need here. December and here. So you see, it's just the quarterly sales. It's least concerned about if it is June, it's only showing about the last 3 months and not for Jan to June. This is a different target or a different objective that we have for this particular row, and it's only taking a sum of last 3 months. And we need to ensure that it's not calculating the score for, or rather the total sales for the last 3 months in any of the cells in the middle. For example, August. If you select the last 3 months, it's not one quarter by a financial calculator or going by the calculator, because the quarter starts from, your calendar starts from January and hence it's the 3 quarters here. Right now, August is falling somewhere in the middle of a quarter. That is not helping. So how do I get this? Let me show you. I'll clear this off. Now, before we proceed further, we need to first identify which months should we have the result appearing in. And quarterly sales, when you say quarterly, let me add just one more column over here. I say insert. Now that's quite a long column here. Let me just shrink this to this much. And here I would mention quarterly. How many months do we have in a quarter? It's 3 months. So there is an interesting function called as GCD. That's greatest common divisor. Now what exactly this happens? Let me tell you that. Okay, first let me get the result and I'll explain you. For those who are not very comfortable with arithmetic or mathematics, I'll explain that in a moment. For now, I want to know the greatest common divisor. GCD is the greatest common divisor between two numbers. So 1, it's this. And let me log the column reference here, comma, the month number of the current month. Close bracket, you have this. Now let me expand this formula ahead and show you what exactly is happening here. So 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, and so on. And notice something over here. Every time it's the last month of the quarter, we have a number 3 in place here. Right? So this acts as a good measure or a good way to identify the month when the GCD is 3, only then calculate the last 3 months total. Otherwise, don't calculate, just leave it. That's exactly what we'll be doing. Okay, now before that, let me just explain you the concept of this GCD function. Now in arithmetics, we would have studied about greatest common divisor. What does that mean? Now this is 1, the month number. Okay, it's Jan, right? We have the month function. It's January. These are months. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then again 1, 2, 3. So what exactly is happening here? 3. 3 can be divided by 1 as well as by 3. 3 can be divided by 1 and 3. But in case of January, it's number 1 as the month number. So 1 can be divided by number 1 itself. Now here again, if you were to take a GCD of 3 and 2, 3 can be divided by 1 and 3, we know that, and 2 can be divided by 1 and 2. Now what is common over here? The common divisor in this list, it's 1. So 1 is the answer over here, that's the common divisor. Again, what is common in these two? 1 can divide 3 and 1 can divide 2, so 1 is common here. Now what about this? 3 and 3. So 3 can be divided by 1 and 3. And this particular month number, which is also 3, can be divided by 1 and 3. Now, which are the common numbers here? 1 and 3. And which of them is the greatest? It's number 3. So we have this here. Similarly, we have April, which is number 4. And 4 can be divided by 1. It can be divided by 2 as well as 4. Now, let me put this down. This is the month divisor over here. This is a month divisor, and this is the divisors of 3. So we have 4, which can be divided by 1, 2, as well as by 4. But when it comes to 3, it's 1 and 3. That's it. So which are the common numbers in both these? It's 1. So we have this 1 here. Now moving on, it's 1 and 3 again. This will be consistent across for all of them, because we are just looking at divisors of 3. 3 can be divided by 1 and 3 only. But now when it comes to May, that's number 5. So 5 can be divided by 1 and number 5 itself. So what is common? It's 1. Now 6. 6 can be divided by 1, 2, and 3. And what is common over here? We have 1 as well as 3. But which of them is the greatest? It's 3. So that is the reason we say GCD, which is greatest common divisor. So all these are divisors, and amongst them the greatest is number 3 in this list. It can be divided, but 1 as well as 3 can divide it. That's number 6 for June and number 3. But the greatest of the lot is number 3. Hence, 3 is the answer. So when we applied GCD over here, the GCD function, it just took the greatest of the common multiples or the common divisors here, and we have this result here. So we have 1, 1, 3, that's matching. Again, 1, 1, 3, that's exactly matching, and it will go on. So this is the logic applied over here, and we get this result. How do I apply this? Let me show you. So I say if GCD of number 3, because it's a quarterly, and in a quarter we have 3 months. Let me log the column over here. And then month, that's the current month number. We are in January, so that's current month number. Close bracket, equals to 3. That is, the GCD value is equal to 3. Only then use the sum function, and under that you have the offset function. We take, here we are, so we take this as the reference point, and under this we say 0. Don't move by any number of rows and don't move by any number of columns. Let the height be 1 and width be minus whatever quarterly, the time span that you have, and again log the column here. This is minus 3, but we are using the reference here. We have this. Now close this bracket for the innermost offset function, and then close the bracket for sum function. Well, in case if the GCD equals 3, we can execute the sum function, but what if it's not equal to 3? I would just put double quotes here, a pair of double quotes, which means blank cell. Close the if function, and you have this. Now I copy this function all the way to the right, and here we have this. Let me show you what's happening here. If GCD of this number 3 and the month number, current month number, is equal to 3, only then take a sum of this, whatever selected within the offset function. That's here. From here, don't go anywhere from this purple cell. The height is 1, and move left or select cells towards the left, but the width is 3. And if you don't find it, if it's not equal to 3, then just leave a blank cell here with double quotes. And that's it. We have it here. Now this is slightly a notch above, but that's an interesting one here we have. Try the same thing for half yearly sales. Now for half yearly sales, it's 6. Okay, it's 6 months in half a year. So this time, instead of 3, 3, 3, okay, we have 3 over here. Let's try this with 6. So we need the divisors of 6 and the month divisors. Let me just clear this off, or rather let me just change this with the blue cell with the 6. So that means the GCD of number 6 and the current month number. We hit enter and copy the formula to the right, and you see 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 6. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 6. So here we have 6 over here twice. That's 2 half a years. How did this happen? Well, what are the divisors of 6? It's 1, 2, 3, and number 6, of course. So 1, 2, 3, and 6 is constant across because we are referring to divisors of 6. What about the month divisor for January? It's 1. What about February? It's 1 and 2. And March, it's 1 and 3. 4, it's April. That's month number 4. So 1, 2, 4. May, it's 1 and 5. June, it's 1, 2, 3, and 6. Why? Because it's month of June and that's 6. That should be the same. And now what about July? It's 1 and 7. August, it's 1, 2, 4, and 8. Why? August is for month is number 8. So 1, 2, 4, and 8. All of these can divide the number 8. What about 9? September is number 9. So 1, 3, and 9. October, it's 1, 2, and 5. Apart from this, there is no other number that can divide number 10 of October. Moving on, November, it's 11, 1 and 11, and 12. For December, it's 1, 2 can divide 12, 3 can divide 12, 4 can also divide 12, 5 cannot, but 6 can divide 12, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, none of them can divide 12, but 12 itself can divide 12. So now just take a quick look. Which is the common over here? It's 1. Here, which is the most common here? 1 and 2. Which is the greatest of the 2? That's number 2. Now here, what are common? 1 and 3. Which is the greatest? It's 3. Here we have 1, 2, and it's common again. So greatest is 2. Here only 1 is common, so we have 1. Here we have all the numbers in common, but the greatest of the lot is number 6. So we have number 6 here. Again, here 1 is common. And here we have 2 in common. Then we have 3 in common over here. 1 and 3 are common, and the greatest of them is number 3. So 3. Here again, 1 and 2. Greatest is 2. 1 is common over here. And here 1, 2, 3, and 6. All 4 numbers are common here. So the greatest of the common ones are 6. So greatest common divisor. So now for Jan and Feb, it's again the same story here. So we don't need to worry. So 6 and 6. That is the time. That's for June and December. That's the time when it's half year. So we need to apply the same logic what we have applied here and try it out. So we have if the GCD of this and lock the column and current month number. Now this time the GCD equals to 6 only when the GCD, these are the greatest common divisors that we have manually calculated, and the greatest of the lot is number 6. Only then use the sum function with the offset. A reference point, let's have the current month sales reference point. Don't go by any number of rows and don't move by any number of columns. Let height be 1 because we are only selecting 1 row. Now what about the width? It should be minus the span within the half a year, within half a year. So let's lock the column and close the offset bracket and then the bracket for sum function. Now, what if it does not match? Then just apply double quotes, a pair of double quotes, and close the if function. Hit enter, you have this. Now this function is very much same as this function, only difference is we have to replace number 3 with 6 over here. Rest everything function would have been same. Let's apply to this right and see. Here we have June. 6 months total sales is 349.7. Let's add them up here and see. Yes, the sum is 349.7. And let's check this out. 621.4. That's it. So now that's an interesting one. Here we just have 3 months, so we were able to get a quarterly figure, but had we had more 3 months, then probably we would also get another 6 months set of data. And this is the beauty. The offset function can just help you select dynamically. Now, if I were to change, let's say here, instead of 6, if it was 3. Okay, what happened? Now, I want to make this much more robust and dynamic. So here, instead of manually entering number 6, I would want to select this cell itself, because this itself is number 6. And this makes my model or this particular set of tool that I've created more robust. Instead of manually entering number 6, I've referred to this cell and logged the column reference. Now let me copy paste this formula. This is perfect. Now if I were to make this quarterly, then I just need to replace 6 with 3 and hit enter. And here we have the quarterly figures. What if this was a bi-monthly? So I select 2, hit enter, and we have the totals for every 2 months. That's how dynamic this becomes, right? So here we have this. Again, in this function as well, I had manually entered number 3. We might want to just refer to this 3 over here and log the reference. Because if I were to not change this to number 3 and I just hit enter and change this to 6, you see, there is inconsistency here, right? What is 466 here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we have the last 6 over here, which is perfectly fine, but in the month of September, that's a bit of odd. So that's inconsistency. It would be better if we have the function more dynamic with less hard-coded numbers. So we'll change this reference to this and ensure that we have the column locked. Hit enter and copy paste it to the right and enjoy. Let's test it out. I want it bi-monthly. I change it to number 2. We have this, right? So it's quite a versatile function that can help you in real tricky situations. And the core purpose of the offset function is dynamic selection or dynamic range selection. And that's very critical when you're working on complex structures within Excel. Well, that's all from my end. Now let me introduce you to another interesting feature of Excel, which is about naming of cells and ranges. Now when you speak about naming of cell, think about this. Every cell has its own name. For example, the one which I've clicked on, it's A1. Over here you see it's A1. And now if I were to randomly click here, it's E14 and that's it. So this box that you see over here is the name box, which gives you the name. Now, why do I need to use this? Well, generally, whenever we refer to a cell, it's often the address or the part of that cell that is referred. For example, here we have some production metrics. Okay, let's take this as a case and try to understand how well we can use the naming conventions for any cells. Firstly, we have some production metrics of one of the company factories, which is a shoe manufacturing company. Now, hourly production of this factory is around 10 pairs of shoes every hour. And production hours per day is 16 hours. Production days per year is 340, wherein we generally have 365 or 366 days in a year, of which around 25 to 26 days seems to be a downtime for the factory. Hence, they are operating for 340 days in a year. Now, we've come to know that the sales for the year from the manufactured goods of this factory is around $4.25 million. Now, I would like to know what is the total production in a year? Or rather, I would say total annual production. And I would also like to know what is the daily sales of the products that are manufactured in this factory. On an average, what would be the daily sales volume or the sales figure? Well, the easiest way would be we would just take this 10 multiplied by production hours per day multiplied with the production days per year. Here we have this. It's 54,400. That's every year the company or this factory manufactures 54,400 units or pairs of shoes. That's good. Now let's talk about the daily sales. So we have the sales for the year and we divide it by 365. Well, we can do that, or else if they say that the business days per year, if that was 340, then it would have been 12,500 for each day. So instead of production days per year, I would say business days per year. That would be better. Now here we have daily sales, that's around 12,500. Now take a look at this formula here. We have these numbers here and it's pretty easy for us to find out what each of these cells are referring to. Same way over here. But what if this is the only sheet which is given for your inputs and you are supposed to get your details over here and not in the same worksheet? Now how would that happen? Total production for the year, I would say equal. We'll repeat the same process. It is nothing but the hourly production rate multiplied by production hours per day multiplied by business days per hour. And then average daily sales, that's sales for the year divided by business days per year. Well, we did get that, but take a look at this formula here. Sheet 1, C4, Sheet 1, C5, and Sheet 1, C6. Now, just imagine you're handing over this to someone who would be reviewing it and using it for any future business decision making or maybe in a certain meeting. It would be really inconvenient for them to just try to scroll and maybe navigate to a different worksheet and try to find out what does the C4, C5, and C6 refer to. They belong to C1, Sheet 1. So let's go to Sheet 1, C4, C5, C6. Okay, these are the things that have been multiplied and correlate to them. Well, that's the way how they would want to map it and try to understand what exactly is happening over here. Similarly, average daily sales, here you have C7 divided by C6. They will have to go back and now that's quite inconvenient. Now we also know that it's not 365 days in a year, but it's 340 as of now. So we might consider dividing it by 340 for now, and it solves the purpose. But what if later on someone comes up and says, like, you know what, it's not 340 days in a year. We are actually working for 350 days in a year. So maybe you want to just change this to 350 and see if the numbers are changing. Well, here it's not changing. So switching between the worksheets is often quite an inconvenience. And take a look at this formula, the reference. It's quite a lengthy one. And if compared to this is quite simple and short. Although you don't know what exactly C4, C5, C6 unless and until it's in front of you. Now, what if you're working on a real lengthy worksheet and you're somewhere down over here and you have that C4 multiplied by C5 multiplied by C6. Now, you might have this formula over here and it would also say total production or something like annual production. Okay, but now what if I want to dig into the components and see what all things have been considered while calculating the annual production? C4, C5, C6. I'll have to just scroll up and try to hunt for this. Right now it's pretty easy, but if you have too many numbers or too many worksheets, navigating and keeping a tab on numbers is quite cumbersome. It's very difficult. So what I recommend is better give a name to the cells and make the best use of it, especially the ones which you might be frequently using. Let me tell you how. You have production hours per day, and that's 16. And this is C5. The name is C5, but how about me changing this to hours per day? I just need to click over here in this name box, clear this off. I would say hours per day. Now, either you can give the name this way, or you can use an underscore to separate each word, and that's fine there as well. Well, in case if you want to use spaces, take a look at this. It gives you an error. You must enter a valid reference if you want to go, or type a valid name for the selection. So whatever name you give, you cannot use spaces there. So I would say hours per day. Now this is my way of naming things over here, wherein the first letter of each word is in capitals, so it becomes much more legible. Now if I were to use an underscore, it just makes my name look slightly longer, so I just avoid that. But that's up to you. That's absolutely acceptable. That's totally dependent on the way how you practice and how you maintain things. So I give it a name as hours per day. I hit enter, and here we have this. Now, if I click on this, it's C4, but if I click on this, it's no longer C5, but it's hours per day. Similarly, can I make this as days in year? Business days. Let's try this out. C6, now it will be days in year. I hit enter, and here we have this. This is B6. Now I move my cursor here, and it's days in year. Now take a look at this formula here. It's C4 multiplied by C5 multiplied by C6, right? Now let me try this again. I say C4 was hourly production multiplied by production hours per day. Wow, take a look at this. Multiplied by business days per year, that's days in year. And the moment you give a name to a particular cell or a range, Excel identifies it, and whenever you're typing, for example, if I were to type this manually, like multiplied by days, you see, I see a list of functions here. Well, at the same time, I type days, and I have this here, the name. It has a different icon, so Excel has recognized this as a name and hit enter, and here we have this. Well, you might say that it still looks lengthy, but it's easier to read now. Let me show you how. I'll undo this. Let me take you here. Here I say equals to, I have hourly production rate multiplied by hours per day multiplied by days in year. Hit enter, you have this. Now, the beauty over here is that whomever you hand over this file to or this data to, they might have to struggle with C4 because we did not name it. Maybe you might want to give a name to that as well, but they definitely know whatever numbers that you have here, it's being multiplied with hours per day and days in year. Now, when you're talking about total production for the year and you have the year and hours per day, it's most likely that what you have multiplied over here is production per hour. Logically, that's how it would fit in. So maybe A, they would try that, or might we just go back and check out. But at least they are for sure that this is what it means, hours per day and days in year. Now, here we can apply the same thing. Here we have the sales for the year divided by days in year. That's it. Now, whoever reads these formulas, they can easily identify what they represent here. Well, in case if they want to just go back and see, they can also take a quick look here and they can see. Now, just imagine someone comes up and says it's not 350 days in a year. Okay, we are actually working for 345 days in a year. You just need to enter the number and that's it. Excel will take care of that. It's here, update it. And that's not it. Sorry, please get that. And that's not all to it. There's one more interesting benefit of this. Now, what if I were to copy this formula and paste it down here? Take a look at this formula. It's still days in year division, divided by days in year. And the numerator is sheet C18. Earlier it was C7 and now to 18. It was C7 and now it's referring to this cell here. So the numerator reference did change because we did not lock it with the dollar reference. But what about the name? We did not apply any dollars either. That means in this entire file, irrespective of whichever worksheet that you might be working on, maybe the 55th worksheet, still, anytime you call days in year, you get the value. Anytime you call hours per day, you have that value. That's the beauty over there. And anyone who wants to read these functions, they can easily identify what they mean. No headache of using the dollar signs and no hassle of trying to understand what each reference is pointing out to. Now, this is called the naming of cell reference. Now, let's say you gave a name to the cell and there is something wrong. You know what? Maybe the hours per day, you have misspelled it. Now, it would be really bad. Let's say day. Okay, now if it is per day, I hit enter. I can see the name over here. It's still per day. That means whatever change I made, it's done. There is no way I can change it this directly from here. So how do I change it? How do I fix it if it's an incorrect spelling? For that, you come to the formulas menu. Under the formulas menu, you have something called as a name manager. Well, in case if you do not see the word name manager, just keep a look at this icon. Just note this icon, how it looks like a name tag. Click on this, and here are the names. You see days in year, hours per day, and then the other name that we gave for the same cell, it's hours per dy, which was not visible to us, but it did add up. Now this is an error, then I might delete this. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes, okay. And in case if I want to change this, maybe I refer to a wrong cell. If it is referred to a wrong cell, I might just clear it off from here. And again, refer to the correct cell, maybe this or this. Well, in case if you want to edit it, it's asking, do you want to save changes you made to a name reference? As of now, I don't want to save because it's already correct. Now, if I want to make any further changes, I can click on edit. Here I can give the name like something like this. If I give an underscore hours per day, click OK. Now it's with an underscore. Close it. And take a look at this. The name has changed to hours per day. But what about the formulas which we had already entered? See? The formula is already adjusted and picked up the new name for these cells. You do not need to worry about them now. That's how robust this naming convention works. Now let me go back and get this back to hours per day. Well, in case I would just leave this. Now, if I want, I can have another naming convention over here. I can also refer to a cell. And probably it's a new name that I'm giving. Let's say countries. I say countries. Now this time, instead of referring to a single cell here, I might want to refer to an entire range. So this is the range that I'm working on. So I can give a name to this entire range as well. You can click on OK. And here it is, countries. It's an entire range that's been named, right? Now let me delete this and show you the other way. I select this entire range and click here and type countries. Hit enter. Now you see this cell is G5 as it was, but if I select the entire range, it's countries. What if I select only a part of the range? Well, it does not show anything. What if I select almost everything in the cell in the range except for one cell? It does not show the name. The name will appear only when the entire range is selected. Countries. Now, how do we make use of this? Let's see. Here, in case if I were to just type countries, what would happen? You see, Excel has automatically called up this entire set of data over here, this entire range. But right now, we do not want to use this. For older versions of Excel, you might get an error, but not an issue. Now, based on this name that we have given, I would like to find out the sales for Singapore. And what would be the better way other than using the VLOOKUP in this case? That's quite easy and faster way to do this. Let's use VLOOKUP. So I say VLOOKUP lookup value, I say this Singapore, comma, now table array. Take a look at this. I have this entire table array selected. The moment I select the entire table array, it's countries there. But before I select the entire table, it was just sheet 1, G5, I19. But if I select the entire range, it's a name in place now, countries, comma, column index number. Now, in case if Singapore is located in the first column, I would like the corresponding sales, which is in the third column, to be populated. And then I want an exact match. I don't want an approximate match. Close the brackets, and here we have this. Great. You see, countries. Now the beauty is I can just copy and paste it down here, although it gives an NA error because there's no name over here. But countries, it's still referring to countries, just like the names that we had here. Maybe I might give USA as the name over here, and see, 484. That's it. Singapore had 239. That's the story here. So you do not have the hassle of locking the entire range, of using the dollar signs. You can just give a name to this entire set. I would recommend that if you're frequently using this range throughout your file, then it's better to give a name to this range and call it wherever required. Otherwise, if it is one-off case, then it does not make sense to give a name to it. Why complicate things? Why make a rush of whole lot of names over here in this list? Use it diligently and efficiently. So let's proceed further and finish this off. So this time we need the sales for Denmark. Similarly, I would recommend you to try to get the region for Peru. So we'll use VLOOKUP, lookup for Denmark. In either I can select the range over here, or I can just say countries. The range here, we have this. If matched, I know that the sales is in the third column because I've seen that table earlier. Otherwise, I would have had to go back and check that. Now I need an exact match, close the bracket. Here we have this. And what about Peru? I say VLOOKUP, lookup for this country in table array countries. Wow, now that's quite convenient, right? I do not need to worry about what does I15 or maybe J15 to I15 refer to. And then column index number. Now this time it's the region that we are looking for. It's column number 2. Range lookup is exact match and close brackets. Here we have it, Latin America. Now this is the region, the area that is starting from G5 to I20. So if I were to select G5 to I20 and refer this in my VLOOKUP, it would still work. Okay, that is like G5 to I20. But this is under sheet 1. So it should look something like sheet 1 exclamation. And hit enter, it still works. But now take a look at this formula. How will I find out what does this refer to? I will have to scroll all the way and navigate all the way to sheet 1 and then identify where is G5, I20. And what if you had humongous data over here? Remember, there are more than 120 countries globally, irrespective of whether some of them are recognized, some of them are not recognized. That's not the point, but there are more than 130 countries out over there. It's a huge list. It's really painful to scroll all the way up and down every time. But if you have a single list over here by the name countries, something like this, you do not need to worry about that. All you need to remember would be how's the table structured. You have first the countries, then the region, and sales. Maybe if you have capitals, you can add that, or maybe population as well. And that's absolutely fine. So this is the beauty of naming of cells and ranges. When we selected this set of cells over here, that's called naming of range. And in case if you make an error while giving a name, or if you refer to a wrong one, or let's say here I have something like capitals, a new column added over here. Now I also want this to be added within the name range. So I would just come here. We had countries here. Either I can double click or click on that edit here. That's fine. Or it allows me to directly change the reference as well. So I select this. I click here. Well, in case if you want, you can also select the headings. That's up to you and as per your requirement. This time I'm also highlighting capitals. Great. I have made provision for that within this limit. Click close. Do you want to save changes made to a reference? Yes. And that's it. Now see again. Now if I select this, it's no name here. But the moment I select the entire table, including the capitals, there we have this. Countries. And that's the beauty here. In this part of the program, we'll focus on some important Excel tools that you may use in your day-to-day working. To begin with, we have this case of Bright Lights Corp over here, which we had referred to earlier in our basic Excel program as well, and at one point during advanced Excel as well. So let us revisit this case. We have some names over here: department, engagement type, date of joining, monthly salary, and annual salary over here. Now I see that the names are in the form of last name, and then you have the first name and then the middle name. So that's the format of last name, comma, first name, space, middle name. Now I would like to separate them and have them each in separate columns over here. So it should be something like last name and another column for first name, and then you have middle name. That should make it a lot better. That should be quite convenient then if we have them separate. So let me adjust the columns over here, and yes, to start with, we have this text to columns feature over here, and we'll make the best use of this. So what do we have here? No data was selected. First, I need to select the data that I want to convert to text, convert to columns. So when you have this is nothing but text. And when you click on text to columns, it will actually split all these words into separate columns here. Let me show you how. Now when you click on this, it asks you for, this is the text wizard, and over here it will ask you whether the kind of separation that you need, is it delimited or fixed width. Now when you say delimited, that means the words are separated by certain characters such as commas or tabs, etc. It could also mean spaces as well. Now when you say fixed width, it's about fields are aligned in columns with spaces between each field. Now, if I were to select fixed width and click on next, you see here I do not see any separators. I might just want to click here and show this Bruce McGill. The McGill word ends here, so this becomes my separator, and then I might just want to shift this separator head. But take a look at this. Huffman, N and the comma is coming in the second partition, and third partition we have a space and then Melvin. So there is no consistency between the names, and hence the fixed width approach of separating the words or the text into multiple columns may not be a good idea, because here we can see the preview, and if you were to say this, that's where Bruce ends, then Melvin would be split into multiple columns. Let me show you what exactly will happen if I click on next. I click on next, destination, where do I want this to? By default, the destination is the same place where you have selected. Okay, so in case if you want this to be overwritten, then you can leave it as it is, but let me tell you, we are splitting this into 4 columns over here. You see there are 4 partitions. That means the rest of the 3 columns will also be overwritten. There won't be any addition of columns. Let me show you by clicking on finish. There is already data here. Do you want to replace it? If I click OK, you see department, engagement type, date of joining has vanished, and look at this, how it looks like. It's quite haywire. So let me undo this. This is not what I need. What I need is delimited. Now, fixed width would have been a good idea in case if you're working with certain dates or numbers or any text which has fixed spaces at regular intervals, or maybe a comma or anything as such which you have at fixed intervals. Now here, or fixed length, I would say. Now in this case, we have delimited. I click on next and it says, okay, what are the delimiters that I have? I have a comma and also I have a space. So I don't have a tab over here, so I can uncheck this. I have a comma. See, earlier this is how the name looked like. Now the moment I put comma, the names got separated into two columns, one before the comma and the other one after the comma. So there are two columns this time. Now I also know that there is another set of data which only has spaces as well. For example, take a look at the next column. We have some spaces here. So I would want to add space as well as another set of delimiter. And here we have this. Click on next. Now it will ask you where do you want to change this. This time at least I should be smart enough to change this to a different place. And this is where I will change. This is my destination. Instead of this is by default. It takes the place of selection. But here is the place where I want this. And click on finish. And here we have McGill, Bruce, Suarez Jacob, Michael, Huffman Melvin, everything sorted. So there is no scope of any error over here, and we have the last name, first name, middle name. All we did was we selected this text column, we made a delimited one, and in case if there is a comma, select the comma, space, or if there is an underscore, let's say underscore is not on this list. Okay, there's a long string and there's an underscore, so you might select other and put an underscore, or maybe a period, then you can put that. That's how you can make use of this. Please ignore this area when I clicked on. And then you just need to click on next and show the target and then finish. Now let me cancel this. So this is the beauty of selecting text to columns. Now let us explore another interesting tool in Excel which would help us organize our data and probably even summarize it better, considering that you have tons of rows of records. Now, where do we find this tool and the one that I'm referring to? Well, we can find it under the Data tab or the Data menu. Under this, we have a section called Outline. Under Outline, we have Group, Ungroup, and Subtotal. Now, in some versions of Excel, maybe instead of Outline, you might just have these three tools readily available like any other tool over here on the ribbon. Maybe you might just see an icon for these, something like this. Just icons, but no indicator or text indicating what these icons are for. So to begin with, let's make the best use of this and see how it shapes up for us. I would start with the subtotal, but how do we start that? First, I have some interesting data over here. That's global imports, month-on-month data. Now this data has been sourced from OECD, which stands for Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. We have the website here. This is an open source data that's publicly available, and let us try to analyze this. Now we have this data. I've just arranged this in a vertical format over here, and we have some data segregated by region, countries, respective months, and corresponding values. To begin with, I would like to see the subtotals region-wise. So how do I start with this? Well, since I have my cursor on the table, I can just click on subtotal. However, in case if that doesn't work, all you need to do is just select this entire table right from top to bottom, go to Outline and click on Subtotal. You get this window here and it asks at each change in what? Which of the columns do you want the subtotals for? I say that at each change in region, that is region-wise, I need the totals. Now here we are taking the totals, so it's the sum function. Well, in case if you want to take an average, we also have that option here. Max, that's the highest value, and the lowest value is in min and log many. Count may not be a good idea over here because it's a very limited number of countries here, and you will find the data recurring all across. But sum or average would make a lot of sense, maybe even max and min. For now, we'll stick to sum. Now add subtotals too. Now I want to take subtotals of value in US dollars, million. Okay, I do not need to take subtotal for any of these. Now by default, replace current subtotals is checked. Generally, we leave them checked because that can help us get legitimate, proper, or rather I would say updated data. Now page break between groups, now that's generally for any form of print layout. We don't need to bother about that as of now. Alright, and summary below data. So if I were to click on OK, what do we get? Now let me scroll this all the way to the top, and you see Africa, that's one region. Asia is another region. Central America is the third. And then we have a long list from Europe here. And then Middle East. Now when I say Oceania, that's Australia and New Zealand over here. There are many other countries, but we have just an extract of the huge list. And that's the one. Now, and then South America. And then the list continues, repeats again. Now that would be for different months. But take a look at this. The moment I click subtotal, I have the totals for each of these regions. And apart from that, I also see some more lines over here on the left. These are nothing but the grouping tabs here, which have been automatically added. They are at 3 levels, that's level 1, 2, and 3. Now what do they do exactly? Now when you click on these tabs, okay, they would display the data at that level. For example, the highest level is number 3. That means to the detailed level. That's exactly what we are looking at. When you click on the number 3 tab or the highest number of tab, this might go on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You might have a number of layers as well. But when you click on the highest value of that level, you will see the most detailed data. Well, in case if you do not want that much of details, but you just want to leave the subtotals, so you might just want to click on number 2 here. That's the second level of view. And here it is. We have skipped the details and we only have the totals for each of these regions. And then we have a macro level. That's a grand total over here. So this is how we can work with the data over here. And in case if I need the detailed one again, here we have this. Now the benefit over here would be to help us get a better view of the data that we need. It's quite systematic. Maybe I don't want to see the entire European total. So I can just click on this bar over here, or at the bottom we have this minus just below just towards the end of the list we have the minus sign for that particular list. I can click on this or just click on this bar and that's fine. Here we have that European total shrunk over here. Maybe you just don't want to see the European total because that's okay. That's quite a major chunk, but you want to focus on other regions, and here we have the rest. Now, apart from this, we had worked on subtotals. Now let's say I made a mistake, or maybe I do not want to subtotal it anymore, or maybe some changes to be made. So I can just come back here and click on subtotals. In case if you want to remove the subtotals, you can just click on remove all, and that's it. It's gone back to what it was earlier. Now moving up ahead, we also have the other tabs called group and ungroup. Okay. Now group would be the grouping that we had seen on the left with the bars, wherein you had multiple layers of grouping. That's exactly what we can achieve here too. Let's say I want to group Asia. So I can select the rows, click on this and click group. Here we have this. The only thing would be that we do not have the subtotals over here. So this does the job as if like we are hiding the data. You see, Africa and then Central America, row number 5 to 11. All the rows in between are hidden. So this expand and collapse is actually doing the job of grouping. Now we might also consider having subgroups within them as well, something like this. So here we have the subgroups that also does the job. Well, this does not make sense over here for specifically for two groups, but just make a quick note over here. This line and the minus spans from here to here, but this is not a grouping for 3 records here, it is just for 2 records. Okay, it's just that the minus sign appears a row below. However, this sign does not have anything to do with this record, so it's only hiding row number 7 and 8. Let me show you. You see, 6, 7 and 8 is hidden, and we have 9, 10, 11 and so on. This is how we can group it. Now, in case, let's say I'll just undo this. Now, I've just removed the grouping, the innermost grouping. Now, let's say I want to also group further Europe. That's all the way to here. I say group. And we have another group called Europe. And now, over here, immediately after Europe, we have Middle East. I also want to group Middle East. So I click on outline and click on group. But take a look at this. This group got merged with Europe. Now what exactly happened over here? This has got merged into a single group, Europe and Middle East, all at once. But we wanted them separately. In fact, we had selected them separately. The reason being that there is no gap in between the groups. Since you ended your previous group till this point, Excel automatically considered, even though you were trying to group this into one, Excel considered this to be a part of one whole group. So I would recommend to keep a gap over here. Unlike, take a look over here, we had one group of Asia and then Europe. We did not classify Central America as part of any group, and hence we can see the differentiator over here. The difference or the grouping separately. So in case if there is no way that you have any extra record which need not be grouped, so all you can do is just select this. Maybe, for example, if this is a blank record, then you might be able to group this, something like this. And here we have a fresh record. So be very careful when you're using the grouping. Let me undo this. And in case if you made a mistake or you're no longer interested in groups, then you can just click here and ungroup. It's asking ungroup rows or columns because I just randomly clicked on a cell that was within groups. Hence it's asking. Otherwise, if you were to select the entire rows over here and then click on ungroup, it will just ungroup it for you. Here we also have the option of clear outline, which means any form of grouping in your records that can be ungrouped. So let's click on ungroup, and here we have this column. Well, just like rows, we can also group our columns. Let's say column C and D, I just want them hidden at times or maybe group them together. This two set of data is different and maybe subsequent columns belong to something else. So I can select the column headings by C and D and again click on outline and click group. Here we have this bar this time and I can just click on this. We have it collapsed. That means column C and D are hidden. I click on this plus and it expands. Make a note of these tabs over here, level 1 and 2. 1 is always the macro level. So when you click on this, all the data is shrunk to the very macro level. And if you want more details, click on the next level of tab and you have this. Well, the more number of levels of groupings that you have, the more tabs that you will see. And this would be quite interesting for you to organize your data better. For now, in case if I need to get rid of these tabs, all I need to do is just click on Ungroup, and that's it. It did not ask me any information because I had already selected the columns and just clicked Ungroup. In one of our earlier sessions, we were working with the lookup functions. Now here we had choose, HLOOKUP, VLOOKUP, index and match, and some new functions as well. Now we have so many tabs for each set of functions over here, and it would have been amazing if I could have an index page, something like this, which gives me a list of what all functions that I would be working on in this particular file or the workbook that we call. And it would be even more awesome if I were to click on any of this, let's say HLOOKUP. I click on HLOOKUP function and it takes me to this worksheet. So how does that happen and how can we achieve that? Well, in Excel, we have something called hyperlinks. First, let me just give you a brief on how this works. Well, let's say if you type in any random website address over here, for example, I say www.google.com. and hit enter, Excel automatically takes it as a hyperlink. So now if I click on this, Excel will open a new window. And that would be going to the browser all the way. Here we have this Google open over here. It's www.google.com. Now let me close this window. And here we have this. So this itself is a hyperlink. So at times, let's say you do not want this hyperlink here. Now every time I click on the cell, I click aside, I want to click on the cell, but here it's giving me trouble here because the moment I click on it, it just does not select the cell. Rather, it tries to open in a new window. So what does it say? You see the message just below the icon cursor? You see the message just below the cursor. It says http://www.google.com. Click once to follow. That means to open the web page. And click and hold to select this cell. So I just need to click and press hold this cell and it's selected. Now in case I do not want this linking thing to work, so I can just right click on the cell and we have edit hyperlink, open hyperlink and remove hyperlink. Well, in case the hyperlink over here is the path that we need to specify, in case if that is incorrect or we want something else to be shown over here, we can click on edit. You can click on open. That's as good as clicking on it directly. It does that job. Remove hyperlink will completely remove it off. And here we have this. Now it no longer looks like any hyperlink, but it's a normal text like anything around in this file. Now let me undo this and show you one more thing. If I were to right click on this and click on edit hyperlink, here it allows me to select whatever link that I want to. Here again we have remove link. Maybe you can link it to any existing file or web page, some place within this document, or create a new document, or it could also be an email address. For example, we have abc@mail.com. You see, Excel automatically recognizes this as an email address and it goes to mail to abc@mail.com. Now let me click on edit hyperlink. You see, it automatically took this as an email address format. Just in case if I want to change this, although it appears as google.com, I do not want this to go to google.com, then we do have a quick fix here. Let's say we want this to go to microsoft.com. So now that's quite, and here we come to microsoft.com. That's it. Well, maybe I could have just hold my mouse here and select it. I can double click on it and also edit it, but then by now it would have also attempted to open the web page in a browser. So let me exit out of this. Broadly, this is about the linking. Now, how about having links that would refer to each of these tabs? That's the linking within the worksheets, within the workbook. So let's say I want this choose function to link to this. So I right click on this. We have link and insert link over here. I click here. Now I want some place in this document. And here it says type the cell reference or select a place in this document. Now let's say I want to link to someone to a worksheet here that's choose. So I click on choose, I click OK, and here it is. You can see that its color is changed and there is an underline which indicates that it's a hyperlink now. And where does it take you to? Click here, and here you are under the choose menu, choose tab. Similarly, we can also do the same thing for HLOOKUP. Now, in order to use the linking or the hyperlinks, there is an alternate approach to that, and we have the same feature. Instead of right-clicking and selecting link and new link, you also have another way to do that. You need to click on insert menu. Here you have on the right the link tool over here. You can just click on this or the drop down. It's the same. You do not have any more options here. So it does the same job. Click here, and this time we are doing it for HLOOKUP. Click on HLOOKUP, click OK. Meanwhile, let's click on HLOOKUP, and here we have this. It's directly routed to the HLOOKUP tab. I would suggest you all to please try the same for the rest of them as well. Please try it by yourself and come back to this video. Alright, so we have VLOOKUP, link, insert link, and this time I'm linking to VLOOKUP, index and match, again link. We have index and match, click OK, XLOOKUP. Now here we have XLOOKUP and XMatch function, both in the same worksheet. So we can have the same link for both of them as well. So click on link, new functions. Click on this, new functions. Click OK. And here we have this. I click on XLOOKUP function, and here we have this. Now again, I click on XMatch. It takes us again to the same worksheet as well, because we have referred to both of the functions to the same worksheet. So this acts as an index indicating what all things would be covered in this workbook, and they may be spread across multiple worksheets, or it could be the same worksheet as well. And that's how it does the job. Well, in case if you want to edit any link, you can just right click on this, click on edit hyperlink. You have these options here. Either you are referring to a website or any other place. Okay. For example, here I have XMatch function mentioned here, but let's say I want to go to www.google.com. Click OK. And here we have this. Now take a look at this. I click on XMatch function, but this time it's routing to google.com. Now if you want to play around with this, we have the Microsoft.com over here. Maybe I edit the hyperlink. Text to display, it's Microsoft.com, but here, let's say I would take it to LinkedIn.com. And let's see if we can change this. I change the name, because the moment I change the address, the text to display also changes. Now, if you notice, the text to display is different and address is different. And click OK. Here we have this. You see, it appears as Microsoft.com, but actually the underlying link is LinkedIn.com. Now, this appears quite shady over here, but something I want you to be alert of, especially when you get spam emails or you get any of such links on your Excel file, Word document, or anywhere. Be very careful when you click on that. Just move your mouse over the link and see where it's pointing to. If it points to exactly the website that it's referring to, good. But if it's pointing to some other website which may not be linked to Microsoft.com, then better don't click on it for security reasons. And this is how the original link is masked. I stammered there, please correct that. And this is how the original link is masked. This would generally happen with the banking links, wherein they appear as if they are pointing to your website. For example, let's say we have something called as city.com. I say http://city.com. This is the website, and here underneath that, under edit hyperlink, maybe I might want to give as QQW or something like this, .co, and so on. Or maybe, even to make it more misleading, I might just put it as citi.co. And here I would just change this to city.com. Click OK. And here it is. It appears as city.com, but it's actually taking you to citi.co. Now we are not sure whether Citibank owns this website or not. So be very careful about these links. But yes, Excel gives you the feature of this. Why do we use this feature? It's not shady. It's the way how you use it. You use it for shady purposes, that's a different thing. But here we have this X match. Maybe you can link it to a website or somewhere that gives you more details about the X match function. Right? Now that's the effective usage of this. Now we have a task over here from the Bright University where we need to create a list of all the students who had recently passed out from the university. Now for this, the format given by the university is as stated here. That's you need to get their first name, last name, their email address. That's the email address given by the university. Okay, and that's something that ends with bright.edu. Okay, so that's something like abc@bright.edu. This is the email address that in a standard format that we need to get. And apart from that, we need to make a note of their date of birth, the home state, the state to which they belong to, or the state where they come from, the year of passing, and the CGPA. Now here, one risk is that if you hand over this file to any person to fill in the details, there is a risk of certain level of error. For example, let's say for first name, we just have some character limit wherein they cannot exceed that limit. So we need to see that it does not exceed, let's say, 15 characters. And same way for the last name, it should not exceed 15 characters. Now, when it comes to email address, we'll just try to figure out about the data validation there. We need to ensure that we have bright.edu in it. But apart from that, I would also like to see the date of birth as a proper date and not just mentioned as a random date of there, maybe something like 14/15/2020. What if this was an error? What if this was an accidental error wherein they intend to actually put something else? Maybe this was 12/15, then it would have made sense, but we don't realize whether that was an accidental typing or was it intentionally done, right? So we need some validation there as well. And then here, we need to, instead of allowing them to type in any words over here, as in Alabama, California, and let's say Pennsylvania. Wow, now that's quite confusing over here because at times if I'm typing, maybe I might just miss on any spelling here. What if I would have missed on one N over here? Now that would bring inconsistency to my data. So I will give a drop down over here in this list, which gives the list of states, and the person who's handling this data will have to just select the list. We have in the next worksheet, we have the list of states over here. and we'll make good use of this as a drop-down within the cell. Now, year of passing, again, we'll have some validation. We know for sure that the year of passing cannot be something like 20.20. It's either 2020 or 2019 or 2021 and so on. There are no scope for decimals there. So this is something that we need to check, and when it comes to CGPA, we need to ensure that it's in the form of decimal number, something like, let's say 7.05, and not something like some text like test or something. No, any form of text may not be applicable. It's only a proper CGPA that we need. So there are so many restrictions that we need to put onto this, and we need to figure that out, how to do it this in Excel. Well, that's quite simple there. Let me show you how. First, we have a character limit of 15 characters for both these columns. So we can select them, and under the data tab or the data menu, we have something called as data validation. Now here in this case, we can only see the icon, but I move my mouse over this, it says data validation. Now in some versions of Excel, probably you might also see the word data validation appearing next to this icon, just as we have this text over here next to this icon, below this icon. But for now, since I'm familiar with this icon, I can directly jump onto this. But if you're not sure, just move your mouse over these icons and you will come to know what they belong to. I click on this icon, and I need to put some restrictions, right? So this is the place where we give our validation criteria. To begin with, allow any values. That means you type anything that you want to, no restrictions there. Another form of validation is whole number. Now, when you say whole number, that's without any decimals. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, that is something that would perfectly fit for year of passing. It's a complete whole number. Next, we have decimals. We'll make use of this for CGPA. And then list. List would be a drop-down list that we will create for the states, date, and time. We also have another validation for time. When you enter time, it will accept it. But if you enter date instead of time format, it will not allow you. It will throw an error. Now what we are looking for is something called as text length. Let's click on this, and it says data between minimum and maximum. Now there could be times wherein some people would just enter ABC, or just anything there and hit enter. So generally we have the first names at least 3 characters long. Like for example, you have Joe, J-O-E, that's 3 characters long. I cannot go back to Joe and say, Joe, your name is too short, please increase the length. That's not happening. But I know one thing for sure, or rather I would say it's extremely rare to find someone with 2 characters or just 1 character as the first name. That's extremely rare. Okay, and as of now, to the best of my understanding and the history of the university over here, we don't see that case. So we just have the minimum length at 3 characters and maximum at 15. Well, in case in future, if we have to come back and change this, I can again come back here to data validation and change these values such that it can allow beyond this range as well. For now, let me show you. I said minimum of 3 characters and maximum of 15. I click on, let's say, I just type A and hit enter. You see, this value does not match or doesn't match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. I click on retry and it allows me to, but now if I hit enter again, it will create a problem. Again, it will give me the error. So I'll just exit out of this. Now, if I want, I can also select the cells, click on data validation. Here we have mentioned the validation criteria, and here it ignores blank. So in case if you do not want any blank spaces there, but some text, maybe you want to just uncheck this. If that's the case, it wouldn't allow me to leave this cell without putting anything in it. So as of now, we'll just uncheck this. We do not want any blank cells within each records. At least I need the name. So next, I need the input message. Well, in case if I need to give them an indicator, enter, or rather I would say your name, enter minimum of 3 characters, but not more than 15 characters. Click OK. And here we have this. The moment we click our mouse over here, we get a message over here stating an indicator stating enter minimum of 3 characters but not more than 15. And that's how we can define the instructions as well for the person filling the data. Further, in case if there were to be an error message, we can also tweak the error message. For example, what kind of message is that? Is that a stop message or a warning message or an information message? Now, information message is absolutely perfect. You're just informing them, but not an error. But if it is a alert that you need to give, it's a warning symbol that you want to show. But if it's an actual error, which is a strict no, just click on stop and this icon will do the job. Now you can get the error message over here. The given name is invalid, let's say. Or rather I would say, please enter valid name. And click OK. Well, before I click on OK, just let me show you, in case if you have created any data validation and you want to just get rid of that, it's like, okay, I'm done with this, I don't want to use this again. Then you have this button over here called Clear All. Irrespective of whichever tab you click on, this Clear All is next to OK. You can just click on this and the data validation would vanish. Nothing will be over here, it will be back to any value. For now, we don't need to clear it. Just click on OK. We have the error message customized. Click OK. And let's say I say Joe. Please enter valid name. Either retry or cancel. I say retry. Now if I hit keep blank and hit enter, you see it again gives me an error because it will not allow me to enter a record with a blank cell. So one way would be just click on cancel and you're out of this cell. But if you click on retry, then it will not allow you to exit out of this. The moment you hit enter with a blank cell, it gives you an error. So either click on cancel or hit the escape key on the keyboard. That's the easiest way to get out of this. Now let us test it further. I say Alice. Now that's exactly what will work over here as well. But let's say if the last name is more than 15 characters, like something like Wordsworth and Fire. Now, could this be more than, let's say, Wordsworth, Fire, and I don't know how many characters long is it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wow. So I put Fires, it accepts. This is exactly 15 character long. And now let's say I put a Y and hit enter. You see, the moment I enter the 16th character, that means it's exceeding 15 characters, I get this error. You can try retry or just click on cancel. I say retry. And just enter Waters for now. That should be fine. Now, come back to the email address validation later. Now, date of birth. I want this to be in a specific range. So first, we have settings under this validation criteria. I have a date. Now, if I leave this as it is and just click OK, it will give me an error. You must enter both an end date and a start date. Now, end date, it's the date of birth, right? So it cannot be the same as today's date or any time of the future. So we need to have an upper limit and a lower limit. Let's say the start date, which would be something like 1 Jan 1940. And then for the end date, we have something like, it must be greater than 20 years because the understanding is by the time you complete your graduation, you must be around 20, 21 or 22 years of age at least, right? So let's give a benefit of doubt, and over here in certain exception cases, the students might just get a degree while they must be still at least 16 years of age. So here in this case, I would say today. We have an interesting function called as today. And what I would like to do is, before that, I say we'll use eDate function in Excel, the eDate function wherein the start date is today. I want that jump by 18 or 16 years before. So that's 16 years multiplied by 12. Now, if you would be able to relate to this if you would have visited the video on date functions there. eDate, generally, it helps you jump by number of months. Now here, starting from today, we are jumping back by 16 years. But here, this argument should be in the form of months. Hence, we are multiplying it by 12. Now click OK. Here we have this. Now let's say I have the date as 10 October 1990. It accepts it. Now let's say I want to put, instead of 1990, I put 2019. You see, it does not meet the criteria. What is 16 years from today? Today it's, we are in 2021, February 2021 currently. So 16 years before 2021, that would be what? 2005. Let's try with 2005. We are in the month of February, so it will still give me the error. But what if it is January or 1st Jan 2005? Well, it accepts that. What if it is 1st of February? It does accept that, but the moment I hit 1st of March, the moment I hit, say, 1st of February, it takes that. And now I put 1st of March, it returns an error because that's exactly 16 years from today. And what about I put 1 Jan, or rather, let's say 31st December, okay, 31 December 1939. That's just one day before the start date that we had specified. It gives an error. But what if it is 1 Jan 1940? It accepts it. So here we have successfully made validation for date over here, wherein they can just select the range, but we know for sure that they fall at least 16 years before. Now, in case if there is further exception, they say, no, we have certain cases wherein a 15-year-old has also cleared the graduation, then probably we can come back and change this over here to 16. Instead of 16, we can make this to 15 and hit enter, and that works. Maybe you want to change the start date as well. That's still fine. Now, that's the date format. Now, for the home state, like I mentioned, there could be a scope for errors over here. A same person may be, making human manual errors. So I don't want to let that happen. Instead, I would want to give a drop down over here such that it meets the criteria of this list over here, right? So how do we do that? So we'll go to data validation. We'll select list. Now, before we select that huge list, let me also show another way of entering your data. Here, you can just type in the names. For example, we have Alaska, and then we have Michigan, Ohio, and then we have Iowa. For now, let's stick to these names over here, and one more Texas. We have 5 names here, and click OK. Now here we see a drop-down button over here. I click on this and I can see the list of states over here. I can just select them manually. That's the way how I can enter, and it works. But in case if I realize that there is an error in the way how I spelled one of the states, I might have to come back here, select that state and just edit it. That's it. Each state name separated by a comma and no data mentioned in double quotes. Now let's say this would be quite cumbersome. Let's let's talk about having 50 states over here or 51 names. It would be a long list. I have a better option. I'll just wipe this out, clear, and instead the source, I click on the cell while my cursor is on this part, click on sheet 2, and here we have the list of states. I select the list of states. Ensure that the list is in a sequential order, either ascending, descending, alphabetically, whichever way it is. Don't let it be in a random order, because then the drop-down list will also appear in a random order. And when you have a list which is not in a defined order, there is a risk that you might not be able to find what you're looking for. For example, I'm looking for main, and if it is in a random list, I'll have to check through each record over here to see where is main, if it is not arranged in an order. But here we have all the states arranged alphabetically, because the states list over here, I have arranged them in an alphabetical order. So here we have the list of states. We can select that. Now, year of passing, it should be something like 2020 or 2019 and so on. Now here, again, we can define the list over here, wherein we want whole numbers. It's not a decimal. Now, minimum value and maximum value. Now, Bright University gave it its first degree in the year 2001. And as of now, they are still giving the degree. So I would say, for now, if I enter 2021, okay, that's the current year that we are in. But let's say next year, I want to also update 2022. It will not allow me to. So another easier way of doing the validation over here is, instead of specifying the maximum limit, just use the year function. You have the year function in Excel, and under that type today. So today's date, year function will extract the year from today's date. And so here I can type 2000. It does not, because the university started giving their degrees from, or the year, the first batch that passed out, that was in 2001. Hence we have this. So 2001 works. What if I type 2022? It does not work, because currently we are in 2021, but 2021 will work. So this is how we can have the validation with the help of function. Now, CGPA, that could be in decimal format, so having a whole number may not be a good idea. Let me show you how. Let's say the CGPA could be anywhere from the range of the lowest that a college could think of giving would be, let's say, 1, and then to maximum, or let's say 0. There could be cases of 0, absolutely no CGPA given, and a maximum limit of 9, and click OK. Now here, we had a whole number here, right? So let's say it is 7.85. I hit enter, it gives me error, right? Because we are entering something in decimal, and we had programmed it to enter only whole number, to accept only whole numbers. So this is not a good idea. Rather, we'll need to select decimal here and minimum of 0 to 9. Now that's perfect. Take a look at this. It's 7.85. It did take it. What if I put 9? It takes it. What if I put 9.01? It will not, because it's greater than 9. But what if I put a 0? It works. So we have someone with a CGPA of 6.72, and that's it. Now let us try to validate our email address. Now for all of the forms of data, we had different options for data validation, be it as a whole number, decimal, list, date and time, and text length as well. But now we need a customized validation here. So when I click on custom, it asks for a formula. If it meets the criteria as mentioned in the formula, then it works. So first, let us cook up a formula over here. Let's prepare the base. I know for sure that any email address mentioned over here will end with @bright.edu. Now, the university that we are referring to over here, it's a fictitious university, nothing to do with any real life university here. It's a case, it's an example that we are working on over here. Because Bright and university are quite common terms, so please don't mistake it with any other university name. It's a fictitious one that we have here. And so let's assume that alice@bright.edu. Any email address that you mention in this email address slot over here in this column, it must end with @bright.edu and not a Gmail email address and not any other email address that maybe Gmail, Yahoo, Outlook, or any other company email addresses, corporate email addresses. Absolutely no. It must be the one affiliated to Bright University. So how do we do that? First, I would start with analyzing this email address. I know one thing for sure, that the last 11 characters, that's @bright.edu, is consistent throughout across. What is not consistent is the one before the @ sign. So we have a validation here, but in order to do that, first let's see if the email address what they have entered is actually correct. Let's say there's another email address as alicewaters@gmail.com. Let's assume now that's a fictitious one that I've come up with. Let's say that's alicewaters196. If this is the email address that we are looking at, I would like to validate whether is this a proper email address given by the university, or is it a bright.edu email address. So we say write from this text, I want to see what the last 11 characters are. So you see it's bright.edu. But what if I apply the same formula down here? Write from this text 11 characters. That means choose right. So here we are using those functions which we would have come across or discussed earlier in basic Excel as well as in advanced Excel. We'll try to make the best use of those functions to get our validation in place. And you see, this one is @bright.edu and this one is 6@gmail.com. Now that's quite a mess. So here, my first level of validation should be this formula over here should be equal to, in double quotes, I would type @bright.edu. Mind the spelling. Don't make any errors with the placement of each character in this. If it matches, I get the result as true. That means write of 11 characters from this text should be equal to this. If it matches, it's true. If it doesn't match, I get a result as false. The moment it's a false, I must get an alert stating that it's an invalid or it's not a relevant email address. Well, this is the first level of validation. Let's put this here. I select the cell. Let's take this formula. We have already entered over here. I will copy this formula. Click on the cell. Click on data validation, custom, and enter the formula here and click OK. And here we have this. The validation is in place. Let me clear off the rest. Okay. Here it's @bright.edu. What if it is just ed? Well, it gives me an error. Meanwhile, let me also customize the error message. While I have selected the cell. I go to data validation again. We have a formula here. Input message. Here, I would mention, please enter the email address provided, or let's say by the university, or in case if you want to be more specific, by Bright University. And error alert. Well, here you can mention this is not a valid bright.edu email address. Maybe you might want to shrink this down here and just mention as please enter your bright.edu email address. So we have an input message here, error alert here, and click OK. Here you see, please enter your bright.edu email address. Now I just changed this to ed. This is not a valid bright.edu email address. Well, that's good. Let's retry. Let's try gmail.com. Well, it's not bright. Now we put over here alice@bright.edu and hit enter. Well, it's giving an error there, but the email address was perfect, right? The last few characters, the last 11 characters were correct. So let's just click on cancel and see what went wrong with the validation. Here we had entered the formula as right of that text. In the beginning, let's put an equal sign and click OK. And now let's try. I say alice@bright.edu. Hit enter and it took. Let's try a different email address. What if it is johnson.m@bright.edu? Well, it works. But now what if it is johnson.m@bright, or just I missed the T. Let's say I missed the T and I put edu. That's the thing. Okay. So now this way we have a proper validation for appropriate email address here. So we have alice@bright.edu. How did we get this validation? Well, click on this data validation. First, instead of directly typing the formula over here, first we tested the formula over here where we know for sure that the last 11 characters of this email address would be @bright.edu. So we just ensured that the last 11 characters of this email address matches with our format, that's @bright.edu, and it worked. That's all. Now, if you see the next row, I don't see the drop down here, what we had earlier. So similarly, there's no data validation over here. One way of getting the data validation would be a very basic way. That would be just copy this and paste it down and clear the data. That is with the delete button on the keyboard, you cleared it off. Now you see the format, the validation, everything is there. That is one way of doing it. Okay, you have this list. So a better way of having this or managing this would be to select this entire table and format it as a table. In one of our earlier sessions, we had discussed about how to create your own custom style as well, in case if you're not happy with any of these mentioned in the list. But for now, let me select one of these. I like the ones at the bottom over here. Let's say we select the green one. Alright, so that's quite bright over there, but that's absolutely fine. And now you see, by default, the filters are added to the list. So in case if I want, I'll just remove the filters. And let's say here I have another person called Jamie Nelson. Now you see, there is a background color applied and Excel will automatically take this. Let me click here and you see it has automatically taken the formatting. It has automatically picked up the drop-down list. We don't need to worry about the list now. It starts from Alabama and ends at Wyoming. Isn't that correct? It starts in Alabama and ends on Wyoming. So everything is covered. No state has been missed in the list. Now, what about the date of birth? Is it still doing the validation? I type some random text and hit enter. The data validation has been taken care of. And what about this? I say that's jamie@outlook.com. It gives an error. It must be a bright.edu email address. And what about the names? All the validations in place? Well, over here, you might need to manually enter number 2. Or since we have formatted this as a table, what I recommend is just put a formula here as in previous number plus 1. Alright, so here we have this. I put jamie.n@bright.edu and it takes it. Now the date of birth for Jamie would be, let's say, 15 August 2000, how about 2020 or 2015? It gives an error because we have defined that it should not be less than 16 years old, right? So let's put it at 2000 and yes, it worked. Home state, we can select Colorado and then go for year of passing. The year of passing cannot be beyond the range and it cannot be a future date, right? It must be. So let's put it as 2020 and CGPA. Yeah, I cannot put any random text. It has to be, let's say, 7.14. And here we have this. Great. So this is the way how we can play with the validations here. I would recommend you to spend more time and hook up with your own formulas and try to make the best use of the custom. You can do wonders with this custom formatting, custom validation here. It's just that you need to know more and explore it. Or rather, please cut that last sentence. It's just that you need to explore more. Now here we have a case wherein we have created a sales tracker wherein I just need to enter the sales values for each of these product categories for the company. And now this would be a month-on-month data. And towards the end, we just take a total. So the sum function is already in place. And we just want to demonstrate this and show that how this tool works. Now, how do we do that? Now we have total of 36 cells here and randomly adding numbers over here. It's quite a time-consuming affair. So for our relief, Excel has provided a function called as rand, R-A-N-D, rand. And here you do not need to enter any arguments or any parameters within this. You just need to close the bracket and hit enter. So by default, the rand function gives you figures in the form of decimals. The rand function returns values between 0 and 1. And if you would have noticed, every time I change something in a cell, this refreshes. Now, so we need to be very careful about this, that every time there is any change in any part of the file, this value will keep on changing. Now, let me show you how. I drag this formula to the right. You see, this number changed again. Now, if I were to drag this formula down, just keep a close watch on one or two of these numbers. And while I drag this formula down, you will see those numbers changing. Here it is. So this is how the rand function works. It gives you the values over here. Now, if I were to talk about this in the form of millions of dollars, then yes, this could be so. It's $0.72 million, but I see multiple decimal places over here. So I can use a comma over here or Control Shift exclamation on the keyboard. It can round it up to 2 decimal places. And here we have this. Now let's say this is how the rand function works. Now let's say the values that I'm talking about need not be in decimals, but rather the whole numbers. This was the amount that I was talking about. Now I want to also mention the sales volume. Now this will not be in the form of rounded up millions or billions, but it will be a whole figure, whole number. So we'll just copy this, paste it down, copy this again and paste it down here. We have another format, so we'll say sum, use the formula here, make this bold. Now every time I'm making some change over here in any cell, the values above are changing. So I apply this formula here. Now let's say I know that my sales will be in the range of 1,000 units to 5,000 units every month. This is the range that I'm looking at. So I have another function that is rand between. R-A-N-D, rand between. Now here we can mention the lower limit and the upper limit. So here the bottom is 1000, that's the lower limit. Ensure you do not put commas while entering numbers in functions. Comma, the top, it's 5000. And close the brackets, and you see it's 2044. Let's expand this formula to the right. Again, the numbers will keep on changing while you apply the formula down. So the rand and the rand between function does a good job in helping you populate or get some random numbers to demonstrate something. So this was rand between. And here when you say rand between, let me change this. For the rand between function, you need to specify a lower limit and the upper limit. Well, going by the Excel conventions, the lower limit is nothing but the bottom, and the upper limit, here we have rand between, returns a random number between the numbers you specify, and that's bottom and the top, right? The upper limit is the top. Now when it comes to rand function, I say rand. It says returns a random number greater than or equal to 0 and less than 1, evenly distributed. So that's the rand function for you, and we have the rand between over here for any numbers within the range. Now in case if you've got numbers and you do not want this to change sporadically like this, I recommend select the cells, copy them, and again on the same cells right click, paste as values. And here we have this values in place. Now come what may, these values will not change. If I were to delete something here, these values are changing, but this will not change. I clear this off. Now similarly, if I want these numbers to remain as it is, I'll copy them, right click, paste as values. And here we have them. All the numbers you can check in the formula bar, the rand function and the rand between functions are gone. So this way we can have some static numbers here. Otherwise, the values will keep on changing. Now there is no guarantee that the moment I enter rand function over here, and simultaneously when you type the rand function, there is no guarantee that we will get exactly the same numbers. There is a possibility that it wouldn't be anywhere close either. Okay, it's just a randomly populated numbers by your Excel. At times, you might need to work with lengthy data spanning across hundreds of records or maybe even thousands of rows, and you might want to use this data for your presentation. Maybe one major point of your presentation would be to observe the import trend for the entire Europe, and maybe to also highlight a specific country and see how it's working. For example, let's say the United States. I want to see only the data for United States. Now, filtering does work. Let's say here we have the extract of global imports that was from the OECD. And here I might want to filter just United States, and I get the data and it's perfect. Now, in order to show this during the presentation, I might probably copy this, paste it in a separate worksheet or somewhere aside and show it as a separate table. And then, like I mentioned earlier, I would also want to look at the European data. So select this and click OK and refer to this. Well, that's very much doable. But thing is, in case if you do not have the bandwidth, or maybe it's too much of a clutter to have multiple data points over here, why do you need to create multiple data points when you can only show directly from your main data table? Well, it appears inconvenient over here, but Excel gives us a relief here as well. There is something called as custom views in Excel. And here in View menu, we can find it under the Custom Views. And here under the View menu, we can find Custom Views. And here under the View menu, you will find Custom Views. Now, custom views here, you can give a name and you can customize the way how your data will look like. Let me just give you a brief example. First, this is a default view. That means the data, whatever we already have as it is. So I would like to create a base view. I'll click on add. I'll call it default view. Now it asks whether we need to include in view the print settings, hidden rows, columns. We say okay. That's good to be checked. Now this is the default view. Nothing has changed as of now, but I do not want to make any further changes that I do from now on. I want to ensure that I come back to this view that it was earlier. So now let's say I need to analyze the data for the United States. So I uncheck this and only select United States. Now we have the data for the United States. I click on custom view. I click on add. And here I'll say USA data. Click OK. And now let me show you. Here we have custom view. If I click on default view and click show, we are back to what it was earlier. Now in case if I need to just show the US data, then I can click again here, select US data, click on show, and here we have this. Now let's say we go back again to default view and try some more changes here. Let's say I'm only focusing on Africa. So I might want to filter by Africa. And here's just the data for South Africa among the African nations. Like I said, this is just an extract of the whole data. It's quite humongous. And for the purpose of this video and this session, I just took an extract of this entire data. Now here we have some data for South Africa. And I might want to just make this look bigger. So zoom this in. And I think I have zoomed in. And this is sufficient. So I click on custom view and I say add Africa data. Click OK. And you have this. Now let me also add one more view over here. That is, let's say I want Asia and Central America in one place, but I do not want to see the month. So we have some rows over here filtered, and then I don't want to see the month column. I might want to hide this. Let's say I hide it. Now this looks quite large, so let me zoom this out. Now this looks just fine. Now here, based on this view, I'll create another custom view and call it Asia and Central America. Click OK. Now here we have this. I click on custom view. We have 4 such views over here, everything arranged alphabetically, but that does not matter. Now let me click on default view. We have the row that was hidden has come back again. Now if I change this to, let's say, Africa data, remember while we were selecting Africa data, apart from filtering African records, we had also zoomed in slightly. So let's click on show and you see the data is zoomed in. So whichever way or the layout or the style that you apply to this data set and give a name to that view, you have that custom view. Now moving on, let us test the views that we had prepared. So we had Asia and Central America. If you remember, we had hidden the last column that was month. Let's click on show. Okay, it zoomed out because it is back to what it was earlier. That's 100% zoom rate, and we had that column D hidden again. Now if I click on this and click US data, here we have that column again, and we have USA data. Now if you were to click default view, everything is back again to normal. So with this way, we can create many other views that we need, and at the point of discussion during our meetings, we might just click on the specific views that we need and click on show, and we have it. This saves us from too much of redundant data in our file. And that also helps save the performance of the system as well as Excel. Now, custom views over here is always available under the view menu, and you have custom views over here. You can select and show, as I mentioned. But now let's say you do not want to click anywhere as such. You just want a shortcut. So in order to get a shortcut, here at the top of the window, you have save, undo, redo, and this is save as. Similarly, you can have another button over here or an icon for custom views. Let me show you how. In order to get this, either you can click on this drop down here and click on more commands. You come to this window. Well, in case if you are unable to get this icon or you do not see this button over here, there's an alternate way to reach here as well. Click on File menu. Under this, you have More. Well, in some systems, maybe you might not be able to see at first glance depending on the screen resolution. Maybe you might want to scroll down slightly and you can see that. Under More, look for Options. Now, under Options, you have Quick Access Toolbar. Now, click on Quick Access Toolbar, you come back again to the same window. Now, what we are looking for is Custom Filter. Here, these are the list of some popular commands that we generally use, or generally the users of Excel use day in and out. But what we are looking for is something different. So here in the drop-down, instead of popular commands, we'll select all commands. Now that's a humongous list of all commands here. Now we need to scroll down till we find custom views. So we scroll down. And here we have custom views. You can either double click on that or select it and click on add. And that's it. We have it. We had autosave, save, undo, redo, save as, and now next to save as you will see custom views icon as well. Click OK. And here you have this. You see this bar? Here now I want to just change this to US data. Well, that's quite convenient here. Africa data, that's zoomed in. I come back to default view and then Asia Central. That's it. Now this is quite interesting here. Now, if you're into working with tons of data and you frequently need to use custom views, it's wise to have, or it would be quite convenient to have a shortcut over here that can be easily accessible as and when you need. But you need to understand one thing, that every time you add something to the quick access list over here, it just clutters the space as well. So ensure that you have tools that are relevant to your work, because as we proceed in Excel, there would be one more tool that we would discuss about. Right? Totally depends on the frequency of your usage. If you need it quite often, better have a shortcut here. Else, you might anytime come back to the view menu, and under view you have custom views. And that's it. Now let us focus on a very important feature within Excel, and that is about protecting your worksheets and your entire workbook as a whole. At times you might be working on some real confidential or maybe even some real complex data. For example, you might want to create form, and I need to ensure that whoever uses this form should enter the name, employee ID, date of birth, and let Excel calculate the age. I have a formula over here. That's a year frac function, which we had discussed earlier. I've used it with an if function, because in case if this date is not mentioned over here, then just give a blank rather than giving any random value or any error. And if there is any date, just calculate the year difference in the form of decimals for, let's say that would be 15.4 years or so. Now I have this function over here and I want this to work perfectly fine. And here I have time of entry. I've used a now function. That means the time when this data was entered. Now let's say here by default, I can enter anything. I can change anything over here. I can type. I can maybe even change this formula and just randomly put 18 years. That works perfect. Maybe I might want to just change this to 2021 and change this to 13 and just hit enter. That's a manual entry over here. But now I want to restrict this kind of edit because maybe the person who's entering the data may not be entering correct information and they are overriding the formulas given away here, which could compromise on the integrity of this data. So all I need to do is I'll first undo this, and I want to ensure that they only enter data in these cells and nowhere else. Now, by default in Excel, if you click on any cell, right click on any cell and click on Format Cells. Amongst the tabs over here, you have Protection. You can click on this Protection and you will see by default, any cell in Excel has the locked checked. Okay, and whether is it hidden, that's unchecked over here. So if you have any cell which is shown as locked, and later on, once you protect the worksheet, all the locked cells, the users may not be able to edit any of the locked cells. So let me show you what exactly will happen. By default, all the cells, be it these yellow cells or the ones with the formula, all of them, you can right click, click on Format Cells. Under Protection, you will already see that the locked option is checked. So now with this, the default feature of Excel, let us try to lock this worksheet and see how it shapes up. So there are two approaches to accessing this feature. One is under the Review menu. You can click on Review menu and here you have Protect Sheet. You click on Protect Sheet and here you can give a password. Let's say I want to give a password as ABC123. So it says Protect Worksheet and Contents of Locked Cells. Now select Locked Cells, select Unlocked Cells, and there are a lot many options that you can select over here. For now, we'll just leave it as it is, the default. ABC123 is the password. Click OK. Now Excel often wants to confirm if you have typed the correct password. So we type again ABC123. Click OK. And now here we have this. Alright, nothing changed it seems. Let's try and change this to 18. Well, the cell or chart you are trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet, you might be requested to enter a password. So here, now I can't even enter the date or nothing because all of them were locked. Now, in order to unprotect the sheet, I have the option over here. I can click on unprotect and enter the password ABC123. And here we have this again. I can change this back to 18 and everything is normal. So I undid this. Here we can have test and yes, it works. Now there is also another feature called Allow Edit Ranges. Let's say I click on this. Ranges unlocked by password when sheet is protected. So if I click on New, and give range 1. We can give any name for it. For now, I'll just leave it as it is. And refers to, I'll clear this off and select these 3 cells here. Range password. Let's say I want to give XYZ123. Mind you, this is XYZ123 this time. And click OK. Again, it asks for a password. It's XYZ123. Click OK. We have the range. I click Apply and OK. Now, if I want to edit it, as of now, it will allow me to edit, but what if once I protect a worksheet? So earlier I mentioned under the Review menu, you have this approach of protecting a worksheet. Alternatively, you also have a better option here, easier option. In case if you're lost and you're not sure which menu has or which tab has the protect option, you can right click on the worksheet tab over here at the bottom, right click, and you have Protect Sheet. Click on that. Now password to unprotect. Earlier, we had a different password for selecting those cells which are free to be edited. That was XYZ123. I can repeat the same password, which is absolutely fine. But here we can also have a separate one like ABC123. Click OK, and again ABC123. And OK. Now everything is locked over here. Can I edit this? No. Can I edit this? Well, a cell you are trying to change is password protected. Enter the password. Now, which password will it take? Will it take ABC123? No. That's the password to unlock the worksheet. So the one which I want to edit the particular cell would be XYZ123. Hit enter, and now it will allow me to type, let's say, James. Now let's check the employee ID. We say 890. Date of birth, let's say it is 12/12/1999. I hit enter and it shows it's 21 years and 21.18 years. That's just 20% of another year of the 22nd year. So here we have this feature, then that's cool here. So you can protect the worksheet and specifically select the records that you want to change. The best thing is, in case if you want to give it to anyone, let's say you want to give this file to anyone, but you do not want to share your worksheet unlock password. But then again, you do not want everyone to change these cells. You would want specific people to change these cells. Then you can highlight them, click on review, and you have allow edit range. As of now, it's not visible because the sheet is protected. So I'll have to first unprotect the sheet. Now here it's ABC123. And yes, now we can edit anything in this file. So we selected allow edit range and select the cells, whichever you want to edit. You have the option. You can modify it in case if you made an error in selecting the right cells, and click OK. Now let's say I do not want to give any password at all. If it is open for anyone who is using this file, I do not want to restrict the editing of this with a password. So I can click on delete, that is remove the range. Click on OK. Now these cells are no longer password protected. Okay, but I know one thing for sure, that by default, if I right click on these cells and click on format cells, they are locked. Okay. Now consider this scenario. I want to have this worksheet locked. None of these should be edited. Only these cells should be edited, and I don't want them to be password locked. They just need to be freely accessible to or editable by anyone who has this file. So except for these cells, none of them should be editable, and you do not want to give any password, any form of password to the user. So in that scenario, you might want to first select these cells, right click, format cells, uncheck this locked feature. That means these cells are no longer locked. Click OK. You have this. Now simply just right click here and click on protect sheet and give the name again ABC123, ABC123. Now in case if anyone has a question that once you had given a password, a particular password for the worksheet, although I've unlocked it, do I need to repeat the same password or can I change it? Well, you can change the password. For example, here this time I would say DEF789. Click OK, DEF789, and then OK again. Now this time I've shifted from ABC123. So every time you protect the sheet, you can set or define a password. That could be one of the older password or a new password as well. Now will it allow me to edit? No. What about this? No. But what about this cell? Yes, it allows me to edit. I say Tony. Employee ID, let's say 520. And date of birth, let's say this person is 10/8/1998. And here we have this. And the time at which it was recorded. We cannot edit the age either. And this is how you can protect your sheet Now in this particular sheet, I can give it to anyone and I don't need to give any form of password. We just have these cells which are editable and they cannot edit anything else in this entire file anywhere. You double click on any cell and it won't allow you. And like I mentioned earlier, in case if you want another level of security wherein not any random person who holds this file or who has this file can edit it, but you want specific people to edit it. Let's say you are handing it over, you are in charge of a marketing team. You're handing this file over to your team members. Now, by any chance, if this goes to the finance team, you do not want them to edit this. You do not want them to give any sort of data, and they should not be able to edit this. Even editing this much of data is very much too limited to the marketing department. So at that time, I might just want to first unprotect the worksheet. You have unprotect DEF 789. And yes, it's unprotected. Now the password is gone. I can set a new password next time if I log this table again or this worksheet again. So I can select this, allow edit range, click on new. The range is already selected by default since I had selected. Range password, I say XYZ123 again, and again XYZ123, hit enter. Here we have the range. Click on apply and OK. Now this feature the allow edit ranges will not take effect unless and until you log or protect your worksheet. So right click, protect worksheet. Here I say again ABC123. ABC123. Now you are the head of marketing department. You do not want to give out a password for editing any cell or any part of the worksheet. So ABC123 for the worksheet unlock is close to your heart. You're not giving out to anyone. But for your members, you might want to give them the password to edit these cells over here. Okay. Now moving on, we would also, let me unprotect this now. I say ABC123. So we have this unprotected and remove. We have this unprotected and we can again edit back. Now this time I want to protect the workbook, the entire workbook. Now this workbook consists of multiple sheets. We have sheet 1 and sheet 2. Now sheet 2 we didn't do anything so far, but yes, we have them. Now, what's the difference between the protect sheet and protect workbook? Well, protect sheet is very specific to this particular sheet. You cannot change anything within this sheet unless you have the password or you have allowed them to change. Now, here I will select protect workbook. Let's say password. This time I want a different password. That should be something, let's say it's 123456. And protect workbook for structure. If I have this checked and click OK, 123456, click OK, and you see I cannot rename this. The rename, move, copy, or hide, unhide, everything is restricted for me. Can I move this? Can I shuffle the order of these worksheets? No, it does not allow. Can I rename this? No, it's protected. So whenever you select protect workbook, it protects the entire structure of the file of the worksheets or the entire workbook. But what about the worksheets over here? Well, the worksheets are not protected. You have restricted them from making any changes amongst the worksheets. They should be as they are. You cannot hide them or unhide them. You cannot move or copy them. Well, in case if you have already hidden, then no one can unhide it. You cannot rename them either or create or add a new worksheet either. It won't allow you to. And that's the job about protecting workbook. So both are two different tasks. Don't assume when you click on protect workbook, the entire cells, everything is locked. No, that's not the case. Workbook deals with the structure. Protect sheet is all about the contents within the sheet. Now in case if you receive a file and there is another way to unlock or protect or unprotect the sheets, so you can come here, click on info, and you see Protect workbook. If it is protected, you will find it in yellow. The structure of the workbook has been locked. So click on this, and here you have that protect workbook structure which is selected. Notice the icons over here. This one is highlighted with a gray background. So you click on this, and now it will ask for unprotect. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Enter. And yes, the sheets are unprotected. I can again hide, move, copy, rename, delete. Maybe even I also add another worksheet, and yes, it works flawlessly. Similarly, I can also go to info. I can protect current sheet and also do this. I have many options of what to format, what to allow, and what not to allow while protecting the sheet. Allow all users of this worksheet to format cells. Well, when I say format, that also means applying border, the fonts, size, shape, and whatnot. Format columns, format rows. Do you want to allow them to insert columns or rows? If you put them check, they can insert rows and columns. If you put this check, you can allow them to insert hyperlinks. By checking this, you allow them to delete certain rows or columns, but if you uncheck them, they cannot delete, neither they can insert. And this is how you can protect it. Now let us work with pivot tables. Well, we did work on pivot tables during the basic Excel program, but in this session, we will explore some advanced and cool features associated with pivot tables. So to begin with, we have some data over here that's about the global sales of a company that sells lamps. Now these lamps have been broadly categorized under LEDs, CFL, and FL. When you say FL, that means fluorescent light. Now let us get started and quickly create our first pivot table from this data. I can click anywhere on this table or maybe select the entire range of this table till the last row. It's a large set of data and will be quite an interesting case to work with for our pivot table. We go to Insert menu, select Pivot Table. Now we have the entire range selected. In case if there is any error, you can anytime wipe this out, clear this out, and select again. Now let's click on New Worksheet. Okay. And here we have. Now here first I would like to have region and then country as the second row heading, and then we want transaction date as the column heading, and then amount and values. Well, that's pretty much done with this. Well, in case if you do not see these transaction dates grouped as months and instead you see it in the form of days, don't worry. Just right click here and click on group. You have the starting and the ending date range. This is generally the upper limit and lower limit picked up by Excel from the data. Now here you can see that it's being grouped by months and then next level by days. Now I do not want it by days, so I can uncheck it by just click on days. It's unchecked. Well, in case if I want quarterly, I can select quarters. If I do not want, I can uncheck it. For now, let's leave it to months. Let's select it, click OK. Now let's do a basic formatting of this data. I would like to see the 1000 separator over here. So I have Control Shift exclamation as a keyboard shortcut. But then again, I need to remove the decimals which are not required. Now let us adjust the width of these columns. We select the columns, double click on one of the borders, and here we have them adjusted. Now I see that there are a couple of blank cells over here, which means Indonesia. There was no business or sales in Indonesia, Malaysia, Mongolia, and Philippines in the month of December. Now when it comes to Australia and New Zealand, there is absolutely zero sales in the first 3 months. Probably because the business had just started in the month of October, so that's the reason there weren't any sales. And here in Hungary, no sales in the month of November and December and so on. But it would be better if I could just have a zero in place rather than blank cells. Now, just because the records do not exist for Indonesia for the month of December, they are appearing blank. But I would prefer them to be a 0. So right click on any of the cells, go to Pivot Table Options. Under Layouts and Format tab, we have For Empty Cell Shows. Ensure that this is checked. For Empty Cells Show, I want to show a 0. Well, in case if there isn't any sufficient data, you might also want to show an NA, and that's absolutely fine. But I would prefer to have a 0 in this case, and click OK. Here we have this, all the zeros in place instead of the blank cells. Now, while we're at this, you can also rearrange the rows over here. For example, you have Asia Pacific, India first, and then everything arranged alphabetically here. But what if one of the key regions that you want to focus is also Singapore? So India and then Indonesia, and then you want to have Singapore third. So click on Singapore, move your mouse to the border and drag it up. And you see the entire record moves up. Here, this way we can rearrange it. Now Malaysia, I would have it in the last in the list because now I have it pretty much as the key regions which gave the most amount of business, and Malaysia, I was not able to get that much of business. This is probably to do with the fact that we are still expanding there and exploring the geography. Sooner or later, Malaysia would also start generating revenues for us. Sooner or later, the company will also start generating good revenues from Malaysia as well. Now, here we can arrange alphabetically. By default, everything is arranged alphabetically, but yes, you have the liberty to shuffle the order. Now, let's say they're already in the form of groups. Here you have the region, and under each region, you have the countries. Now, let's say I want to have another grouping over here. That is, I want to club Asia Pacific and Australia into one. So how do I do that? I'll select these two and right click. You can select these and right click and click group. So there is group 1 here. I can change, instead of group 1, I can rename this, but if I'm double clicking, it's collapsing. So it's contracting. So let's keep this as it is. I can anytime change the name from here. I say region 1. Similarly, I would like to have Middle East and Africa as region 2. But now you see, we have Middle East and then North America and then rest of Africa. So there is no way that we can select them and then click group. I select this, I hold down the control key and select Middle East. Now right click and select group, it will. Okay. It did work. So here we have group 2. Now let's say I want to move group 2 up. So I'll move my mouse to the edge and just take it up. After group region 1, I have it over here. And here instead of group 2, I'll call it as region 2. So in this way, we can have multiple levels of grouping as well. And then so we have region 1, maybe we just want one quick glance on these regions, and then region 2, another quick glance. But when it comes to Europe and Latin America and North America, I would want to have them standing out because there is a different discussion on agenda. So now while we do have one pivot table over here, I would like to also try a different pivot table. And I would like to see how many transactions happened based on the range we specified for the amounts. Let me show you one. For this, first we'll click here and go to Insert. And I have the region selected, the entire table selected, new worksheet, click OK. And here we have, now this time, I want to have transaction amount as a row heading. But here I do not want this numbers appearing separately, but I want them to appear in group, as in a range. So I'll right click on this, select group, and here it says starting at and ending at. So Excel by default picks up the upper limit and the lower limit, and by how much. Here, let's say all these amounts are in thousands, right? So let's say I want this to be segregated with a gap of 100,000. Or so I just click OK. Well, in case 100,000 is not a good idea, you can anytime come back and change this to, let's say, 50,000 or 10,000. But let me show you what happens now. If by default, if it is selected to 100,000, I click OK. You see the range? That's the lower limit, 108,882 to 208,881. That's a span of 100,000, and we have the range. Now, I want the amount again in values, and this time it's the count that it is showing here. That's I have 143 sales transactions which were in the range of 108,000 to 108,882 and 208,881. And then we have 36 transactions that falls within the range of 408 to 882 to 508, 881. All right. So that's another interesting way of how you can get your ranges over here. Okay. Now, as you dig deeper, you might also consider having more filters or maybe more rows added, row headings added, maybe region-wise you need it. That's absolutely perfect. Not an issue there. Now, let's come back to our previous worksheet over here. We had everything region-wise, we had the total sales. But let's say I want to create another pivot table and I would have a filter based on product category. So we click here, insert pivot table. I click new. Now this time I want the product category as the filter. So we have this. Now we say country and then the amount. Well, we can also have the region. That's absolutely fine here. That's just before the country. That's perfect. Now I would like to see this in a tabular format. So I go to design menu, report layout, show in tabular form. This looks better. All right. Now, if I need the subtotals, I'll leave them as it is. Else, I might just want to remove subtotals. That subtotal region. We have this. Okay, I'll just undo this. And here it says count of amount. I don't want the count, but I need the total value. So here under this, I click value field settings. Sum is what I need. Custom name that you want to give. Maybe instead of sum of amount, you might want to give total amount. Click OK. And here we have this. Now here by default, you see the sales for all the regions at one place. Let's have it by different dates. So we have transaction date as separate column as well. And we have the transactions for each month separately. Let's select the column headings and just adjust the columns. Yes, here we have. Now considering this, let me just filter this with only CFL. I click CFL, I can only see data for CFL. I'll close this tab. And this data is only for CFL. Now if I were to click on FL, it's only for FL that we have the data. So we see a major chunk of revenue is from LEDs. Now, it would be quite inconvenient for us to have manually select each one at a time. How about having them readily done? That means a separate pivot table for each product category. Well, that's very much doable. Okay, and we call it as report filter pages. So for this, first, you need to ensure that you have a filter in hand over here. The filter is available. And then you go to Pivot Table Analyze. Under this, you have Pivot Table here, under which you have options. For some of you, you might see the options button over here. Well, in this case, I don't see it. I have to click on pivot table over here, and then we have options. Under options, I would say show report filter pages. Click on this. Now it asks you show all report filter pages of product category because we have our filters by product category. Show all report filter pages. So I click on this, okay. And you see I have a separate worksheet for CFL. I have a separate worksheet for LED as well. And the one sheet 4 that was for FL, which was already selected. In case if I would have selected all, I would have had a separate worksheet for FL as well. Let's try this out again. This time I select all. I remove these two worksheets, CFL and LED. I delete them. We have this product category selected to all. Again, we go to pivot table, options, generate, show report filter pages. Click OK. And here you have one for CFL, one for FL, and one for LED, and then sheet 4, which was for all. That's the macro level view. Now further, whenever you refer to any cell within a pivot table, let's say for example this over here, if I want to refer to this cell anywhere in the workbook, I would say equal and click on this. Now by default, when I click on this, the get pivot data function is initiated. And we can see a lot of data over here, the entire reference indicating this particular cell. You hit enter, it does refer. But let's say I do not want to use the get pivot data function. I just want a simple equal to, something like this. If I have this data over here, I put an equal and link to this. And it just shows a simple reference. If I want something like this while referring to a pivot data within the pivot table, I can click on the pivot table and we have pivot table analyze. Under pivot table, we have options, and under options, we have generate pivot data. This can be unchecked. The moment you uncheck it, now you press equal and select this. You see, it's a proper reference that comes up. Now at times you might not want to adjust you might not want the column width to adjust automatically depending on the data width. Let's say here I want them to shrink, and this looks sensible, maybe slightly bigger, and yes, this looks appropriate. Now come what may, every time there is change in data or the pivot table is refreshed, I do not want these columns to automatically adjust, because if I were to right click and refresh, they automatically adjust that. I don't want that to happen. So first I'll set the column width. Let's say this appears fine. Now I'll just right click on the pivot table, anywhere on the pivot table, go to pivot table options. Under layout and formats, we have auto fit column width on update. I uncheck this and click OK. Now this time if I refresh, nothing would happen. The data might change, but the column width would not change. Now let us explore some interesting tools associated with pivot tables. We have the slicers and the timeline. Firstly, what is a slicer? If I click on this pivot table, we have pivot table analyze and we have insert slicer. Now the slicer is just like a visual filter, okay? And with this, we can have multiple levels of filters on multiple columns. For example, this is the data that we have, and let's say I want, during my presentation with my client, I would like to dynamically have filters at different levels. So I say region and country, and then I have something else, transaction date, and click OK. So here we have 3 slicers. And let me show you how this works. This is as good as visual filters, like I mentioned earlier. So first things first, let me just shrink this for a moment. And yes, here we have some space, all on one screen. Now first we have regions, all the regions covered here, and then we have the list of countries, and here we have the transaction date. Since we have data from July to December, these are highlighted, but we do not have anything from Jan to June. So we leave this, and let's say I want data only for Asia Pacific. Asia Pacific. So I click on Asia Pacific, and here we have the data. And you see, it has a cascading effect on other parts of the slicers as well. For example, in countries, we have only those countries that belong to Asia Pacific region, and the rest of them are not selected because they do not belong to this region. However, if I need more than one region, I can also click on Europe as well as hold down the Control key and click Asia Pacific. And now we have Asia Pacific and Europe. And we have all the countries that belong to these two regions, but not the rest, like Latin America, Middle East, Africa, North America. None of them are highlighted here. Now, in case if I want the data only for the last 3 months, I can just select the last 3 months like this with a drag, or I can just select any 1 month, hold down the Control and select as many I need. So we have the data here, October, November, December. So this is like a visual filter that the slicers help you with. Let me get the data all again in one place. And let's have all the records. Here I hold down the Shift key and select all of them. And again, we have all the records selected, and based on which you have the pivot table here. That's quite a lengthy one. And this is all about the slicers. You can have filters for as many columns that you need. We have region, country, transaction date. Maybe you might want to have some more slicers. Then you can, let me pin this. You can click on Insert Slicer and have some more as well. Maybe by product category. Click OK. And I want just for FL or LED or LED and FL. We have that, right? So in case if you want to clear the filter, you can just click on this and clear filter. Well, in case if you want to remove any kind of slicer, you can just click on that slicer and delete, and it's gone. Moving on, let us also check or understand the timeline. Here, I'll bring this down over here, keep them separate for now, and let me introduce you to the timeline bar here. Now, I click on the pivot table again. We have pivot table analyze and insert timeline. Now this feature has been available since Microsoft Office 2016. So we click on this. Now the timeline feature would work if you have some dates in your data. Since all our data over here in sheet 1 have dates, and this is the reason why the timeline feature is available to us now. So you put a check mark here, click OK. And here we have a timeline bar. You can expand this and adjust the length. By default, Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, all the way till December is selected, but we know that there is no data from Jan to June. Let's click on July. So here we have the data only for the month of July. Now let's click on June and nothing found. What if I want to select the 3 months at a shot? That's July, August, September. Here we have this, July, August, September. Now what about October, November? Here we have October, November and October, November, December, all three selected. So timeline helps make your presentation look more robust. It's an interesting visual filter again over here. You can just adjust this, and depending on the flow of your discussion when you're presenting it, you might just want to click on any of the region or that timeline and you can get the desired data. Well, in case if you want to format it or maybe beautify it, I would say you have different options here. Light, dark. Let's say I want this. Well, here we have. In case if you're not happy, we can have a dark blue or a dark green and so on. There are a lot many options available here. And same way, when you click on slicer, you do have some similar options in slicers, the way how you want this to be. Let's say I click on this red. Here, the first one is in red. The second one I would make, say, yellow. And third one in green. Now, yellow is quite bright over here, so I might make this blue. Yes, here we have slicers of different colors as well. Now, the goal seek tool has been quite handy when we had a target profit in mind, which was, in this case, to break even. That means no profit and no loss. You might also try setting the target profit to 2000 by clicking here under What If Analysis Goal Seek and set this to 2000 and define a variable cell. Now in this case, we want to see variation in the sales volume. You select this and click OK. You have the result over here. That's 175 units of sales, considering all other things remaining the same. Now what if I want to try something more? That means not only change in sales volume, but also change in selling price per unit. Now this is where the limitation of goal seek comes in. It can only work with one variable at a time. So if you're working on change in sales volume, you cannot define any potential change in selling price simultaneously. And this is where the solver bails us out. Solver can help you do complex statistical calculations, but you can also use it for some simple calculations as well as for quick analysis. Now we can find the solver tool under the data menu or the tab, and towards the extreme right of the ribbon you will see the analyze section, under which we have the solver icon. Well, in case if you cannot find this icon here, do not worry. Let me help you get this over here. For this, we need to enable this add-in. It's an add-in which is already there in Excel, but it needs to be enabled. By default, it is dormant. It's not enabled. So in order to enable any add-ins in Excel, we go to File menu. Under this, we need to look for options. Now, if you do not see options in this list, we can click on More at the bottom, and then we can find options. This leads to a new window, that's Excel options. Now what we are looking for is add-ins. On the left hand side, we have add-ins, and on the right side, we will see a whole bunch of add-ins here. Now solver is something which has already been added to my tools, so I have it over here. But if you do not see it here, not a problem, because it's yet to be enabled. So at the bottom over here, you have this manage. There's a drop down. By default, you will see Excel add-ins. If you see something else, just select Excel add-ins from this list and click go. So we have 4 set of add-ins available over here. All we need to check is the solver add-in. This should be checked. As of now, we are not concerned about the other add-ins. We only need the solver add-in. Once this is checked, click OK, and you will have a new section over here called Analyze and the solver icon over here. Now, let us use this amazing tool to determine multiple variables to reach the target number. So first I click on solver. Now it asks to set objective. Now here when we say objective, it's what is your goal? What is the target that you're looking at? I want the profits to be at 2000. So the cell or the target cell is this. While in case if you're not able to change it here, just clear off this space and then click on the cell. Now further, it also gives you some more options where you want to set it to max possible value or lowest possible value, or you want to set a predefined value. Now I want to set it to 2000. Now when I'm talking about maximum possible value or minimum possible value, Well, maximum could be anything, but that may or may not make sense in this particular case. But what makes sense over here is this, the value of 2000. So next, what solver asks is by changing which variable cells. I click on this, I select this, then I hit comma, I select this, comma, and then the variable cost. So we have three variables over here and changes in any of these. And I would like to get the target result, that's the profits, to 2000, while the sales volume, selling price, and variable costs are adjusted. For now, without making any further changes, let us just click on Solve. So Solver tried out something and it has come up with some results here. And we can see that the profits are at 2000, but at what cost? We see that the sales volume is at 78.29379 and these many units sold at 62.35171 per unit, while at the same time the variable cost set at 17.648. Now in case if you're okay with this answer, you want to retain these results, you can click on OK. But in case if you want something different, you can click on Cancel and it rolls back to what it was earlier. We can see that there was a drastic reduction in variable cost, selling price as well, and the sales volume somehow marginally increased. Now this is not what I need. I do not want to see sales volumes in decimals. It's a whole number. Either I sell a complete unit or I do not sell it. There is no half unit that I would be selling. Now when I say selling price, there is a limit to a selling price. Maybe I do not want to sell it beyond 60, or rather I would say maybe I cannot sell it beyond 60 due to competitive pressure. And when it comes to variable cost, I do not want the variable cost to be below, let's say 25, because come what may, the maximum discount that I could get. So the lowest possible value that I can set over here is 25. That's the lowest possible cost at which I can get all the raw materials or any other inputs for my production. So now I want to define these parameters, and that is again where we go back to Solver and we add some constraints. So I click on Add. Here we have, so first thing, sale volume. I want to define sale volume to be an integer. It's an integer. Okay, that's a whole number and not decimals. Once I'm done with this, I have some more parameters to be defined or constraints to be defined. So I'll click on Add and move on to the next one. If I click OK, that's it. The window will be closed and we would be back to Solver like this. But I want to add some more. So I click on Add. Now this time I want to define selling price per unit to be any of these. Let's say the selling price, I have an upper cap limit of $60. So selling price per unit should be less than or equal to 60. Add. Further, I also want the selling price per unit to be greater than or equal to, let's say, 40. Anything below 40 would put me in losses. So I want it to be set to 40. And click Add. Now next, the variable cost. I click on cell reference and variable cost is selected. It should not be anywhere less than 25. Now, if I have defined all my parameters or the constraints, I can click on OK. And here we have all the 4 constraints specified, wherein the C2, that's the sales volume, must be an integer. And then C3, that's the selling price per unit, should be less than or equal to 60, but greater than 40, greater or equal to 40. That means the selling price should be somewhere between 40 and 60. Further, we have variable cost, which should be greater than or equal to 25. Now, there is no need for us to define the upper limit for variable cost, because the higher the variable cost, the far away would we be from our target. So by default, it will try to reduce the variable cost to meet our target. Now, in case if you want to make any amendments or changes here, you have this change button. Click on the one that you want to change, and then you have the change option here. Now let me go back. And in case if I need to delete any, I can just click on the constraint and click delete. Now moving on, it also asks us to select a solving method. Now by default, it's GRG nonlinear. If you click here, you will find some more options. But this is something we don't need to touch because all these would form part of any advanced statistical calculations. So we'll leave this to GRG nonlinear and click on solve. So it says that solver found a solution, and take a look here. We have the sales volume changed to 100, selling price changed to 60, and variable cost set to 25. So the variable cost cannot go below 25 and selling price cannot go beyond 60. Now, if you want to achieve a target profit of 2000, then definitely you need to sell more. And by how much? I need to sell 100 units. And with this selling price and this as the variable cost. And that is when I get the desired profits. Now, if I like the answer and if I want to retain it, I can click on OK, or I can also click on Save Scenario and give a name here. Let's say Scenario 1. Click OK. Now I can click on Cancel and we come back to our numbers earlier. Now where did that scenario go? What if analysis? Do we have this? Yes. Now we have the scenario over here under What If Analysis and Scenario Manager. We created one scenario here, right? So anytime you want to test it out, you can click on Show and it comes back. Okay. And now if you click on Close, you see all the numbers have changed. Now I undo this and we are back to our previous numbers. Okay, so let's redo this and set this here. Now let us explore another interesting tool under What If Analysis. That's Data Table. Now please do not confuse this with the Excel table that you can format as a table here under the Home menu. Well, this is totally different because although the Excel table does hold data in it, it's not the data table because the core purpose of this Excel table is to manage a set of related data and format it such that it's easily identifiable. But in case of data table, that's under the data menu and What If Analysis, this is purely an analytical tool. What Excel says, data table, it sees the results of multiple inputs at the same time. So it essentially means that it allows you to try different input values for, let's say, these variable cells and see how the changes in these cells affects the final result. That's the profit in this case. Now, the only condition here is that the result must be directly or indirectly linked or connected to the input cells where we want to test any variance. Now, before we start preparing our data table, let us first understand the purpose of data table. Let's say I want to know how much will be the profit if the selling price was 60. So we can just enter the number 60 here and we can see the profit at 750. Now, consider this. You are in a meeting with a potential investor or maybe a business partner, and they would like to know the level of profits if the selling price were, let's say, at 40, and what if the selling price was at 45. 50 is something what we have already calculated, 55, 60, and 65. And these are the selling prices that we want to test on the profits. So we know that when the selling price is 50, the profits are 0. That's no profit, no loss. And if the selling price per unit is at 60, the profits are at 750. But what about the rest? I'll have to go back, manually change this to 40. I see the profit as negative 750. Just type it here and note it. Further, let's test it out on 45. It's negative 375. Hit enter. We know at 50 it's a perfect zero. That's no profit, no loss. But what if it's at 55? It's positive 375. That's a profit of 375. 60, we have already tested it out. And now 65. It's 1125. Now that's quite inconvenient here. Now let's say in the middle of a meeting, another person comes up and says, let's try it out at 70. So we want to add another 70 here and then go back, make the change here to 70 and then hit enter and make note of this here, 1500. Now this could get really inconvenient and also affect the flow of your discussions, especially if you're occupied with entering the prices and noting the profits back and forth. So someone comes up and says, let's revisit the price when it was at 45. You go back and forth, making the changes. It would have been convenient if you would have already prepared such table before the meeting, but it does take some time and you can never expect to note down all the possible criteria. Let me repeat that sentence right from convenient, okay? Now, it would have been convenient if you already had prepared such table before the meeting, but it would really be difficult to assume or guess what all potential selling prices would be considered during the meeting. So at the most, you might have a sample list over here. But then just imagine if you were asked to try out some similar analysis with changes in variable cost. Something like, let's say, variable cost when it was 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and 50, and so on. Now, it would really help me if there is a tool that can help me test multiple pricing and cost scenarios all at once in just few clicks. Well, data tables are here for our rescue. With the help of data tables, you can avoid manually noting down each of these results for each variance in input values. Now, let me show you a few data tables here. Now, these two over here are the single dimensional data tables. That means they just have one variable input for each of these criteria. Now, if you carefully observe, these numbers over here are exactly the same as what we see here. These numbers are exactly the same, and this is something that we have achieved with the help of data table. We can also achieve similar results in this format as well, that's change in variable cost. Further, there's also something called as a two-dimensional data table, wherein it focuses on multiple two inputs at the same time. Now let us try to build this from scratch. Okay, so first we'll test the impact of change in prices on the profits. So here, first things is the first step that we need is to link a particular cell to the final output cell. That's the profits. I'll make this look bold with this cell over here. Now let us have the input values or the test criteria. So that's selling price while at 40 and then 45. Well, I could just copy paste it from the left as well. I'll take it from here and paste it here. So here we have the target cell linked. That's the final result linked over here. Whereas the rest of them are all manually entered. None of them are linked. Okay, we need to ensure that although we see that the selling price per unit is already given, we are not linking here. We will manually enter these values and ensure that the arrangement is such that these parameters are not in the same column where you have the cell linked to the final result. Now, while you have this arrangement in place, select these cells, come to data menu. Under data menu, you have what if analysis and then select data table. Now it asks for row input cell and column input cell. The easiest way to decide whether you need to give row input cell or column input cell is, well, the parameters that you want to test, are they arranged in a single column or are they arranged in a single row? Well, they are arranged in a single column, so let's call it as column input cell. And where do I want to test these values in? I want to test these values against the selling price per unit. So column input cell will be the selling price per unit cell reference. Click OK, and that's it. You have the data ready all at a click. Something that we were manually copying all this while. It would have taken me closer to around a minute or 1.5 minutes, if not at least half a minute. Here I just got it done in just few clicks. How did this happen? So what exactly is happening here? We have this number and against which we see what the profits will be like. So if the selling price was to be at 55, the profit is expected to be at 375. Although we don't see any changes happening here, these are nowhere dependent on these, but we still see, based on different scenarios, the potential results for the profits. So for example, let's say we have 55. If the selling price I were to change to 55, this data table says that the profit would be 375. So let's hit enter. And yes, it is. Well, what if the selling price was 70? As per the data table, it must be, will it be 1,500? Let's check. Well, yes. So data table, with just a matter of few clicks, helped me save a lot of manual efforts here. Instead of manually typing this and copy pasting it over here, Excel did this automatically. Well, Excel didn't do anything different. This is something which is not visible to us, but Excel is also taking this value, applying it here, which we had mentioned as a target column reference cell. It takes the value as if it's copying this, paste it here, get the result, copy and paste the result here. Again, next take 45, put it here, copy the result that you will get and paste it here. Take 50, put it here, copy whatever profits that you get while this is at 50 and paste it here. And it goes on so many times. There are multiple level of iterations happening, but that is something that is not visible to us. It's happening in the background. All we can see is we have just clicked on OK on that data table window and everything was readily done for us, quite conveniently. Now let's try a similar one with change in variable cost. Now I'll have this arranged in a different manner this time. So first, let me enter the parameters here. I want to test the impact of change in variable cost on the profits. So what all potential inputs do I have for variable cost? I have 25, I have 30, let's say 35, 40, 45, and then 50. I want to test these possible numbers on the variable cost and also check the final result based on these inputs. So where do I want to test it on? I want to test it on profits. So I need to link the cell on which I'm testing. Okay. And then let's make it bold so that it looks different here. And then select this entire set. Okay. As if it's a table. Go to what if analysis, data table. And then this time, all your input parameters are arranged in a row. Click on row input cell. And this time, we want all these to be reflecting in the place of variable cost. So I click the row input cell reference as the variable cost. Click OK. And here we have this. Well, in case if you want to test it out, okay, here we have got this result based on the point that selling price is at $70, sales volume is 75 units, and fixed cost is at 1,500. So considering this, let's say, what if the variable cost was 50? If it was 50, my data table says that I will break even. That means no profit, no loss. Let's hit enter and see. Well, that's the case. Well, what if the variable cost was 40? Data table says that it would be 750 as profits. So let's try. We have variable cost set to 40, and yes indeed. Here we have 750. Don't bother with the change of these cells over here because both of them are directly linked to profits, but the rest of them do not change. Now I can make them look like a table, so all I need to do is select the cells, go to Home menu, select all borders. These are the input parameters. I'll give it a color. Let's say something like this. Make them look bold. And here are the input parameters. And what are these for? Change in variable cost. Okay. So what could be the title for this data table? Impact of change in variable cost on profits. Great. So can we have a similar one over here for impact of change in something over here? Change in selling price on profits. Let's try this over here. Here we have, let me format this again as a table. We have all borders. I'll make this look bold. Give that a background color and center. So here we have this. I'll make them go center. Yes. So in this way, Excel is actually testing it in the background. Excel is taking these values, putting it here, and copy the value, the final result, and paste it in the corresponding cell. And this is how the data tables work. Now moving on. So far, here we have one parameter and a result which considers all of the values remaining constant. But what if I want to simultaneously test the impact on profits based on change in selling price as well as change in variable cost? That means testing on both of them at the same time. Now let's try this over here. I have the space. I have these as change in selling price. Let's say I copy and paste it here. All right. And here I will say change in selling price. And let's merge these cells. And I would like to tilt the text in this way, rotate text up. And here we have. Next, I would want to test the change in variable cost. So I'll copy this entire thing, paste it here, and here we have this as a matrix. Now I want to test the change of selling price and the change of variable cost and its impact on the profits. So what am I testing it on? The profits. So at this corner, I put an equal sign, link it to the final result cell which I'm testing on, hit enter. I'll just make this look bold. Maybe I can also give it a different color, maybe slightly darker, and change the font color to white. Well, that's good enough. Now while we have this, let's select this entire table. Now come to data menu, what if analysis, data table. Now this time we need to enter the column variables as well as the row input variable. So for row input cell, what is arranged in a row format? We have changes in variable cost arranged in row format, all the input parameters for variable cost. So row input cell reference should be variable cost. And selling price variables are given, or the parameters are given in a single column. So whatever column input that you have, that must be put over here in this selling price per unit. Click OK, and here we have the result. Now this is a good matrix. You can see, for example, what if the selling price is at 60 and you manage to have your variable cost at 30. This is the result, or this is the profit that you will be looking at. Now what if you are not getting sufficient profits? Now what if you barely manage to keep your selling price at 55 and the variable cost is something that you had underestimated? It's no longer 30, it is 40. So if the selling price is at 55 and you're selling at 40 a unit, that means for selling 75 units, you will face a loss of 375. Well, in case if instead of 75 units, you're selling 80 units, that's slightly different story here. You see, all the numbers automatically got adjusted. So here we have at 45 selling price and $25 as variable cost, you will get $100 as profit. So the break even is somewhere in between. So we don't see that. But what if, let's say, I do not want this at 30, but I want 32. All I can do is just come here, change this to 32, hit enter, the numbers automatically get updated. Now that's quite convenient, right? You can just sit in a meeting and just change any of these values. Anyone who comes up with any random number, let's say someone comes up and says it's 55 is ridiculously high, try it at 52. Just change this to 52 and here you have this. Now you cannot edit any part of the data table here. For example, I click here, I delete this, it will not work. I cannot change any part of the data table. You need to ensure that this one is always linked to the final output cell and you're mapping them to appropriate column or row input reference. Further, one word of caution. Whenever you have the final result that you want to test in, it should be in the same worksheet where you're using the data tables. Okay, the final result should be in the same worksheet. Similarly, any input cells that you're trying to work on, for example, here we were testing on change in selling price and change in variable cost. It is important that you have both these parameters or these cells in the same worksheet as the data table. So in such a way that any change you make here, it should be affecting the profits as well. So you should have the final result cell, the input cells all in the same worksheet as in the data table. Only then the data table works. Else it might give you some random results or maybe an error. Now let us explore some inbuilt tools in Excel that can help us with analysis. To begin with, let me introduce you to the goal seek function in Excel, which will be available under the data menu or the tab. Under this we have what if analysis, and under what if analysis we can find the goal seek tool. Now as it indicates over here, it helps you find the right input for the value you want. Let us take an example. I want to set up a shop that sells chairs, the office chairs, and based on my analysis, I feel that $50 for each chair is a good fit. It's a cost-effective solution and quite comfortable chairs that I'm planning to sell. For this year, I intend to make revenue of $10,000. Now, I have a target over here and I have a unit rate or the selling price for each chair. Now, I would like to know how many chairs should I sell in order to achieve the target revenue of $10,000. Now, technically, we would do something like 10,000 divided by 50 and we get this value. But let's say we are using this in a model over here, and this should be an input value and not contain a formula. Rather, here we should have a formula which indicates sales volume multiplied by selling price per unit. This is the formula given over here. Now, based on this formula, I need to find out the value over here that can help me reach this, or rather change this 0 to 10,000. So for this, we go to What If Analysis, Goal Seek. Now, there are three major components for this tool. First, you need to have a formula over here that can help you display the desired result or the final target output that you want. Second, you need to know what value you need. So firstly, let us set the cell which has the formula. It's this cell I'm looking at. I want this value to be at 10,000. Now, the third component is by changing with cell. That means of the three cells that are over here for calculating your total revenue, which cell would you like to change to get the desired result? So I say by changing the sale volume. So let me repeat that. You set the target for this particular cell, that is D5, and I want this to be at 10,000. Now, in order to reach to 10,000, what number should be entered here? That's exactly what we will ask the Goal Seek tool. So I click OK, and you see Excel automatically does the calculation here. Now, if you are happy with the solution and you want to retain this, click OK. And if you do not want to retain this, you can click on Cancel, and whatever number that you see over here will be lost and it will be back to what it was earlier. Let me show you. I click on Cancel and it's gone. But if I click on Goal Seek again, set this cell to 10,000 by changing this value. Mind you, let me remind you that the selling price is fixed at 50 and the volume is something to be determined to reach the target of 10,000. So I click OK, and here it is. Excel has determined it to be at 200. I click OK and we accept the values. Now let's take another example. We'll take it a notch higher. I would like to determine the break-even sale. So for this, we have, let's say, the variable cost. Now, whenever you manufacture any product, there would be some fixed cost and variable cost associated with it. Let's say, for example, it's a cookie manufacturing machine. The cost involved towards running the machine is fixed. Okay. Now, whether you must be baking 10 cookies or 20 cookies, it does not matter. If the machine has a capacity to bake 50 cookies at a time, now until the 50 cookies, the cost involved towards running the machine is fixed. You need that much of a fixed amount of electricity, which is there. But what varies is the quantity of raw materials, or the dough, or the yeast, or the flavoring agents, water, and anything that you would add to those cookies to get 10 cookies or 20 cookies there. That's a variable cost. But the fixed cost is the cost involved towards running the machine, which has capacity to bake 50 at a time. So here, let's say the cost for manufacturing or producing each chair, the variable cost is 30. So with which? So the contribution would be selling price minus the variable cost. Now here we have the variable cost as 30 per unit. I multiplied with the total sale volume, and we have 6,000 as the variable cost. Now what about the contribution? It would be the total revenue minus the variable cost, or you can also have it as contribution multiplied by the sales volume. It gives you the same result. Now let's assume the fixed cost to be at 1,500. Now profit would be your contribution minus the fixed cost, and this is your profit from this business by selling 200 units of chairs at $50 for each unit. Now, I'm not sure whether I would be able to sell 200 units, but I would like to know how many units should I sell in order to reach to a point of no profit, no loss. You see, There is a variable cost of $30 for each chair, which is absolutely fine. So the more the number of chairs, the more the cost over here. Lesser the chairs produced, lesser the cost here. But the fixed cost is there as it is. So now I need to find out that volume, or how many chairs should I sell in order to cover up this fixed cost as well as the variable cost. So here I'll make use of the goal seek tool. I go to goal seek, set value. Now this is the value that I'm looking at, the D9. Let me clear this. So I click here. I want this to be 0 because when I say the profit is 0, that means I have breaking even. That means it's a break even. So no profit, no loss. So now by changing cell, I want to change the sale volume because I'm not sure if I would be able to sell 200. But at least to maintain no profit, no loss, how many chairs should I sell at the rate of $50 for each unit? I click OK and it says 75. The moment I sell 75 chairs at $50 for each unit, I earn a revenue of $3,750. Now the variable cost is at 30 per unit. So for 75 units, it's $2,250. Let me click OK and show you. It's for 75 chairs, it's $2,250. Then contribution is the difference between the two. And fixed cost is already given at $1,500. So the difference between the contribution and fixed cost comes down to 0. So if I manage to sell 75 chairs, I return with no profits and no loss. And that's how we can make the best use of the goal seek function here. In this part of the program, we will focus on some advanced charts available with Microsoft Excel. But first, we need to understand that any chart is totally dependent on the way how you organize your data and summarize it. There is no one chart that can fit all types of data structure. It's just that we need to select or identify the right one that can help us explain the overall story of our data. First, let us start with this data that we have in front of us. We have some data for 10 years, historical data, wherein there were certain sales estimates made for respective years, and then we have some actual data. Now, going by these numbers, we can simply have a bar chart as well as a line chart. Let us try some. First, we have some column chart as well as bar chart. We can try either of those. The only difference between the column chart and the bar chart would be the layout. One is arranged horizontally while the other one is arranged vertically. Now, the moment I select this set, I see that there is some inconsistency here. What are these blue bars? These blue bars are years. Now, years was not something that I needed as a part of my data set, but here I still have them. So I need to tweak this, so I need to rectify this. So first I click on the chart, I go to select data. Now here for years, I click on year and we can see that the horizontal axis, that's the x-axis, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 as the labels. But instead we want the year values. So I click on this, click edit, and select the axis labels. I'll select 2011 to 20, click OK. And here we have this. Next, for the rest of them, we can see that consistency here. So that's absolutely fine there. Click OK. But what about these blue bars? Well, you can just click on the blue bars, any of the blue bar, and press delete on the keyboard, and it's gone. Here you have this. Our data which is properly organized, and this does make a lot of sense over here. Well, in case you do not want to give any chart title, we can just remove that, click on it and delete. But just in case if you realize that you need to give a chart title, you can anytime come back and click on this plus here and you have this option here, chart title. You can check and uncheck this. Well, if you don't want the legend, you can uncheck this as well. but it would really be difficult to make any sense out of this data without a legend. So let's have this here. And there is another option called trend line. So if I click on this, it asks, add a trend line based on what kind of series? Sales estimate or sales actuals? I would say estimates. Click OK, and we can see the trend line over here. Now this is a new feature that's been added, and with every version, Excel has been constantly revamping and improvising the tools and features available for each of its charts. For now, I'll just uncheck the trend line here. But let me tell you, when I click on this trend line and get this line over here, in a way, this is a form of combination chart wherein we can see the trend over here. But let us also get some combination chart done with this. Now, this data can be represented in this format, that is a column chart, which is absolutely fine. But let's say you do not want a column chart, but instead you want a line chart. How do you do that? Let's say I can either start afresh with this set of data over here again by selecting the data, insert charts, and this time select line chart. Or I can save some time. I can just click on this, copy, click aside, and paste. Now I have the same chart replicated over here, and now I want this to look like a line chart, so I might just click here. We have chart design. The moment you click on chart, you have two new menu options here, chart design and format. I'll click on chart design and change chart type. Here I can select the line chart, and the first one is selected. Here you get a preview of what exactly the chart would be looking like, and this is appropriate. Let's click OK, and here we have this set of two lines. That's it. We can see how the gray line is the actual data and the orange is the one with sales estimated data. So there were times when our actuals did cross or surpass the estimates, but then again it came down and there was a wider gap here, which means there were some issues with making appropriate estimations, or there were certain factors that influenced the actual sales with which they failed to meet or be anywhere closer to the estimated numbers. But as we see further, they are very much close to the estimated numbers with mild variance. And this is an actual acceptable variance, although this may not be acceptable. This kind of trend is something which you might notice during the initial few years of most startups. Now, let me show you another variant of the same in the form of a combo chart. Let's try this again. This time I'll again select the data for you and go to insert. Well, I can just copy this chart, paste it down, and also use change chart types. But I can also try this out. And here amongst the major groups of charts, here we have this combo chart. Insert combo chart. I select this. Well, the year is something I don't need. I need to remove that. At times, if you see any unwanted columns over there or unwanted bars, you can just remove that. Now here I need to format this horizontal axis. So we click on that, select data. Okay. Now sales estimate is for each year and not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 10 when Excel fails to recognize what is the heading or the basis for each set of data. So we need to manually map it up. So here each of these data points represents each of these years, and here we have this. Again, sales estimate, we did this. Last time it picked up for sales actuals as well, but this time it didn't. So let's click on edit again. Select it. OK. And OK again. Well, this makes a lot of sense. And this is a form of combo chart, and that's where we are heading to. First, in our session for advanced charts, I would focus on combo charts. Now, a combo chart is a combination of multiple visual graphs over here. So, for example, we have a column chart here, while at the same time we also see a line chart here. So we have two charts so here we have two type of charts. Now these are ideal choices when you want to compare two categories of each individual sub-item. That's each sales figure over here. We are comparing each of those. Now they are commonly used to create any form of visual representation that can help you identify the difference between the targets as well as the actuals. And that's exactly where we see. The gray indicates actuals. So in case if you do not want it this way, wherein the bar should be indicating the actuals and let the line indicate the estimates, you want to flip this. So all you need to do is click on change chart type. Here we have for customization of combo charts, that's under combo, and the last one. By default, the first one is where we were, customization. Now sales estimates, I want it in a form of a line chart, and sales actuals, I want it in a form of column chart. Now this looks better. So we have the gray ones, which are actuals, and the orange one was an estimate. So wherever we see the gray area moving beyond the gray bar, beyond the orange bar or the line, we can say those were the years when we exceeded our estimates. Now let us proceed further with another set of data. Now this is the way how you can play with data. With just one set of table, we can have different versions of charts, while at the same time, I cannot have a pie chart over here, because a pie chart would be something like highlighting every component that builds up to a macro figure. Here we are already working at macro figures, right? So let's say here we had data for 2020 and the sales actuals were 555, that is 555. In case we had data for each month or each quarter, then probably only for the year 2020, I would have had a pie chart with the breakup for each month or quarter. But again, we need to maintain uniformity there. Either it could be quarterly data or it could be monthly data or weekly data. But you cannot have a mix of quarter and month over there. Now let us move on and try with some more data and get some different versions of combo charts created here. Now let us explore the next data set over here for a combo chart. Now this time we have sales. Now these were the actual sales that we had taken from the data set 1. And further, we also have the volumes of sales. Now I would like to have a single chart that can help me show both the values. So first, let us try this out. I select this table, go to insert, and let's first check out how the column chart will look like. Here it is. Now carefully note this, observe this. Here we have the year, which anyway we will get rid of. Now we have two columns over here, or two set of bars. One is sales in $1 million and the other one is volumes. Now here these are proper numbers over here, and these are rounded up in millions. These are actuals. There is a grave mismatch over here because these numbers, we are not able to identify whether these are unit volumes or are these values in $1 million. That's a lot of confusion there. But I would like to see both these data reflecting in one single chart instead of having two charts separately. So best idea would be, let me clear this out first. So we select the entire table, go to insert and select the combo chart. And if we select this chart, this is how the output will look like. Let's click here. I need to remove the years. And well, does this make sense? We are still with the same problem here. It could be best fixed if we have one axis for the sales value in terms of millions of dollars and another axis which shows the sales volume. That's in thousands here. So I go to change chart type. If I need something on the right side, that's a secondary axis. So I need the sales volume as a line, or maybe I need a sales volume as a column chart and sales in $1 million as a line. And I want this sales appearing as a secondary chart, secondary axis. So here we have this. Well, in case if you don't want it this way, you can try the other way around. You can have this as a secondary line and still it does the job. Let's click here. So the bars here represent the volume of sales and the line represents the sales in $1 million. Now, in case if you need the axis labels over here, because we can't still make a difference which one belongs to which axis. So we click here. I want axis titles here. So we have some space for axis titles. First thing here, this is sales in dollar million. Close the bracket. Next, here we have sales, sale volume. Now here it should be years, so YEAR, but we don't see the year numbers over here. Rather, we see this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. So let's go to select data. We have this, edit, select the years. Okay. Now, is it reflecting for sale volume? No. Let's do that, edit again and select these years. Click OK and OK again. And now this table looks perfect. Well, I can get rid of the chart title for now so that I can get more space. And now it makes a lot of sense. Now, do you need data labels over here? If I click on this, it's quite congested. It's really difficult to read. So I would prefer not to have this. And instead, I can just move my mouse across different points and I still get this. Well, in case if I want to make some changes over here, I can come here, click on format. I can change the way how this line will be. For example, I do not want this in orange, but I want this in green. So I take this green and here we have a good line over here in green. Now, if I want to change the color for these bars, first, when I click on the bar, any one bar, all the bars are selected. Now, if I click on any of the bar again, it's only that one bar which is selected. So let's say I want to select the last bar and I want to have this in this color format, indicating that this is the most recent data that I have and these are all the historical data. Wow, now that looks quite decent and professional here. Maybe green line would be quite bright, so I might make it as something like a dark blue and still make it look amazing. Now that's looking professional here. So now let us work on this set of data and let me show you another way how we can have or we can make the best use of these combo charts. First, we have this data over here. Now this time we have the same sales figures, but now they are with the expenses and we have some profits over here and the formula pretty straightforward here, that sales minus expenses. Now, based on this, I would like to have a graph, a combination graph, and that should be based on sales and profits. I don't want to bother with the expenses as of now. So I can select this set of data, hold down the control key. After I select sales, I'll hold down the control key and I have the profits here. Click on insert and let's say first we'll have a bar graph and see how it shows up. Well, that's now quite interesting here. We see the sales and the profits. And this is below 0, indicating negative profits here. And gradually it climbs up. It would really be awesome if I can have a profit margin visible over here. For that, let us have the profit margin. So we say profit margin. Let us expand this column. And what is profit margin? The profit divided by sales. We don't need to multiply it with 100. Okay, Excel is smart enough to understand what it is. If you don't find your number in a percentage format after doing the division, you can just click on the cell and click on this percentage over here. and you can add or reduce the decimals accordingly. Now I have the formula over here and I'll cascade it all the way to the right. And we have a good profit margin here. Now let's bring this profit margin onto this graph. So I click on this graph, chart design, select data. Now we have the sales, we have profits. Let me add. And here the series name, I can manually type it, or I can just click on the cell which has the heading. That's the series name. Now series values, I need to first clear this off and select the values. Click OK. Now if you notice one thing here at the bottom, we are still with the labels as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Incorrect. Those should be the years. We did not select it earlier and hence we see these. So you can click on any of these first, click on edit for horizontal axis, select the years. Click OK and let's see. Here it cascades for the rest as well. Good. Now if we click on OK, well, we don't see our profit margins here. That's because we have these margins in the form of percentage, and those are very small amount. So technically, this axis over here, neither of these two axes can help us get the percentage visible or this line visible. So here again, we will make use of the combo chart. I click on combo. Here we have this two axis. And here we go, profit margin, that's the line here, line chart, and with a secondary axis. Let's click on this, and here we have this. Well, in case if I find the decimals quite congested over here, so then I might just right click on this and click on format axis. Now let us click here, okay. Here we can also try to reduce this by bounds. So we'll scroll down and we have number formats here, the number, decimal places. Either I can give 0 or 1, that's absolutely fine. For now I'll give 0, okay, and here it is. So I can get rid of the chart title, good, and now this chart looks amazing here. But one more thing, here we have this year somewhere stuck in the middle of this visual representation of this entire graph. I would like to see these years coming down over here. You see there are some negative values and these years are actually stuck to the 0th line. So let's go again. I right click, format chart area. So here we click on horizontal category axis, and here we click on this axis option. We have labels and label position. Next to axis, high, low. If I select high, you will see the numbers at the top. If I select low, we have it at the bottom of the chart. And now I click aside, and here we have this chart. So you can see both the axes that have negative values, okay. So now we are using the first axis over here, which is for the profits as well as for the sales. So the orange bars are representing the profits. And what about the profit margin? Well, during this phase, whenever you see the orange bars below the 0, line 0, that means the profit margin is negative, and that's what we can see all the way till here. But the moment it touches it, so in 2014 onwards, you can see that the profit margin is positive, right? And this is where the 0th line is for the profit margin. Well, this is one great use of combo chart. Let me take it one notch up over here and we'll create one more chart, which might look complex, but still interesting. So I can select this entire set of data over here and add, click on insert, combo chart. Well, I can do this. First, I can get rid of unwanted columns. So we have 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, everything reflecting over here properly. We have the blue bar representing sales, orange for expenses, profit, and profit margin. Well, I don't want to see the sales this time. I want to do an expense to profit analysis here. So I click on the sales, any of the sales bar, and press delete on the keyboard. And here we have expenses, profit, and profit margin. Now I don't want to see this in this format. Rather, I'll just change the chart type, and for expenses, I'll make it look like a stacked column chart. And what would it be stacked against? It will be stacked against the profits. And here we have this. The profit margin will be represented by the secondary axis. Click OK. And here we have this. Let me remove the chart title and see. Now here you need to understand, here you will notice that the orange bar is all about expenses and gray bar is about profits. So for the first two, or in fact the first 3 years, if you zoom in, we can see that for the first 3 years, it's negative profits. That means we do not have enough money. Okay, that means we are spending more than what we are earning, and hence these profits are negative here. But the moment we start from the 4th year, we are in profits. And in fact, the total of these two bars, that's the orange and the gray bar together, makes up to the total sale value. So in a way, we get an idea of what the sales are. Approximately, for example, for 2020, the sales is somewhere between 500 and 600, of which 400 and maybe 10 or 20 approximately is for expenses, and the rest goes towards the profits. And I also have another line over here which is indicating the profit margin. So my profit margins have been the highest in this year, that's 2020, and in 2019 I was somewhere close enough, and same way with 2018. But my profit margins were negative, and also the profits were negative during the initial 3 years. Well, now this also looks professional and quite good, right? Nice way to have an amazing impact on your audience. Well, that's it about the combo charts over here. And well, the options are immense. You can do whatever you want to. You can try different ones. You have the area chart. If I click on this, chart design, change chart type, we have different versions over here. You can have an area chart as well. Pie chart may not make sense here. Okay, for example, let's say area chart. You see this? These are all the expenses. But we need to understand that not every area chart will help everywhere. It's very rare that we see area charts, and those are very specific to certain scenarios. An ideal will be a common clustered column or a stacked column chart, which just worked out for us. Now, there would be times when you would like to see a year-on-year growth trajectory. Now, that could be in the form of a line chart, or it could also be in the form of a bar chart or a column chart. But here we have this data split across multiple regions. So here in total we have 5 regions, and this set of data is for 5 years. Now, if I were to have a column chart for something like this, I click on insert, click here, we have a column chart. Well, this does look good, but it takes a lot of screen space over here, and maybe I may not be too very keen on pursuing or understanding how this trend is like for each and every one of those. So then if it is too much of a mess over here, then how about trying a line chart? Let's undo this. And instead, I'll insert a line chart. Well, does this make sense? Well, for each region, we have these values, and it's quite a mess over here. It's really difficult. And just think about adding data labels over here. Well, that's quite inconvenient, right? So we don't want the data labels or anything. Let's undo this. Instead, I feel it would be really awesome if I would have some small mini graphs for each and every one of those. Now, when I say individual graph for each and every line item, We can just imagine a lot of screen space, right? Just one chart takes this much of screen space, or at least a large amount of screen space, and we have 5 such data points, data sets, and that means 5 charts. That's quite difficult, and maybe we do not want it to be so much of a mess. And that is where Excel comes to our rescue. Excel has given us something called as sparkline charts. Here we have the sparklines. All we need to do is click on one of those. For example, here I click on line. So now we'll get a line graph. Now data range here, since I had already selected this, it's automatically picking up the same set over here. I need to clear this off. I need to do it for Midwest. So I select these numbers, the data range, choose where you want the sparklines to be placed. Click here and let's get our sparklines over here. Click OK. Well, we see a mini chart over here. It's a small line which gives us a bird's view of how the status is like. It rose up at one point to its peak and then again came down to what it was like earlier, and somewhere it's rising again, but not as steep as it was earlier. Now we have this for Midwest region. We can have the same thing again for each of these data sets as well, or else, just like any other cell, I can just drag and drop this down all the way till the totals as well. I would want to see the trajectory for totals, the growth rate or the growth trajectory here. I would like to give this table or this column a heading called as trend. And let's give it the same format as this. Here we have. So, well, in case if you want a different form of trend, let's say in the form of a column, we can still do the same. You can click on insert. I want a column chart, column sparkline charts over here. Now data range, I'll select this data range. Location where I need, if this is correct, just click OK. And here we have this. Drag it down. And now we have this data, one in the form of a line chart and one in the form of a column chart. Now, whichever way you find it appropriate. Well, in case if you want to change the colors, you have some options over here, different form of colors that you may want to try. Now, the customizability options over here are quite low. For example, here it might allow you to have a different color for the high point. For example, I click on this. The high point over here are now appearing darker than the rest. Now, similarly, if I select low point, well, the low points are really small to making difference there, right? And negative points, we don't have any negative points here. Otherwise, even they would have been highlighted. Now, first point and last point. So we have the first as well as last points highlighted, or they are now bold. If I uncheck the high point, we can see the difference. Well, this is the level of flexibility that you get with these sparkline charts. Well, apart from this, we can also have another set of sparkline charts over here for column chart for yearly data. And let's have one last sparkline chart. I'll have it in the form of column chart, data range as the regional data for that particular year, and location is perfect. Click OK. Well, we have the column chart. I might want to expand this to this much so that it's much more legible. Well, I can just do that. Drag it or copy paste it all the way to the right, and you have a chart over here for each of them. Well, if you see this, it looks like a trend of a single set of data. Now that's quite misleading here. So I might just want to change this to line chart. And well, we have this. We can give borders like as if any table. And here we have this. Okay, so I can just clear this off one row, delete, and give this trend. But the ideal one would be, although this does not make sense, now we have the borders, the ideal one would be the sparkline column here, wherein each bar represents a different region. You see, having a line graph shows as a trend or progress, which is incorrect information. Here, we are not progressing from Midwest to Northeast to Southeast or Southwest. Rather, each of them are individual data, mutually exclusive data. So we should have this in the form of a bar chart or a column chart here. And here we have this. So here, when we are looking at a trend, we were okay to have a column chart as well as a line chart. But now here, when we are not looking at the trend, but rather we are looking at contribution. Now that's region-wise contribution, right? And let me just make this wrap text. So we have region-wise contribution here, which is good. And this is how you can make the best use of sparkline charts. That's for quick review. You don't need to focus on each and every line, but the moment you find something amiss, like for example, this cell over here in the middle, you can see it's only the first two regions which have been performing, but the rest of them have been very poor in this case. That's in 2018. But then take a look at 2019. Something has happened. The rest of the year regions outperformed the first two. Okay, that's quite inconsistent. In 2020, all of them came somewhere closer, except for the West zone. Now let us explore the waterfall chart. A waterfall chart can be best used when you want to show the change in numbers, or let's say the transition from the start point till the end point. For example, take a look at this data over here. This is about inventory management, and we have got the periodical change in inventory for past 1 year. So we started the year with 2000 in our inventory, and we were left with 1500 in the month of December. And during this period, there were some additions and reductions. Now, it would be awesome if I could have this data in a visual representation format. For this, the waterfall chart could be a great idea. Let me show you how. This chart is available under the Insert menu, and here we can see Insert, Waterfall, Funnel, Stock, Surface, or Radar charts. That means all the charts available over here. The rest of the charts that haven't been classified under any of these. Well, in case if you have any difficulty in finding it here, you can click on charts over here and this see all charts. You get a new window. By default, these are the recommended charts. If you click on this, let's say for this graph, either of the line chart or this, click OK. Although we did get a graph here, this does not make any sense. In the month of February, 300. The overall inventory reduced by 300. But here, it gives a different story. It gives the impression as if the overall inventory was low to minus 300. It was negative 300. No, it reduced by 300, and being negative 300 are two different things. If it is reduced by 300, that means out of 2000, it's now 1700. But now here it's showing the balance as not 1700, rather it's showing it as negative 300. So this chart does not do justice for this set of data. Let's undo this, and I'll select this. Let's change this to months, and I'll select this, Insert, Waterfall, and click here. This is how it looks like. I don't want the chart title right now, so I'll just skip this. The blue bars indicate increase and orange bars indicate decrease, and gray ones indicate total. But as of now, we don't see any totals over here. And this is how the first cut of a waterfall chart looks like. Now, by default, waterfall chart is assuming all the positive numbers as an increase or an inflow, and all the negative numbers as a decrease, which is absolutely fine. But we need to understand that 2000 and 1500 are not actual increases, but they are the starting and the end points here. So 2000 is not an increase, but a starting point. So I'll click on this. I click on this bar again, and this is the only one selected. Now right click on it, set as total. When you select set as total, it's now turned to gray. So this is the starting point. From here on, the inventory reduced by 300. So this is where the level should be for the inventory. And then further, it increases by 500. So it covers the gap, the deficit made by 300, and then it increases further by 200 over and above that loss, over and above the initial inventory value. Further, there were some more additions of 200 in the next year. And then after that, there was a reduction of 500. And then further another reduction of 400, and it ends at 1500 or 1500. But then we see this is again a total. Now when I say 1500 or 1500, this is quite misleading over here. This bar is ending at 3000. Access value of 3000. That's incorrect. So I right click here on this particular bar and click on set as total. Here we have this. Let's click aside. And here we go. So we have the gray bar, which was the starting point, and another gray bar as the ending point. And if you see 1500, it is now connected properly here. Well, if you were to look carefully, there are thin lines that are connecting each bars over here. It may not be visible clearly because we have this background. It may not be visible because we have this grid lines over here. So I can click here and uncheck the grid lines. I uncheck this, and here we have this. So there are a thin set of lines. Now these lines are not the ones which we can edit. If you want them to look much bold or thicker, the only way would be click on any of these bars, go to Format, Shape Outline, and increase the weight to something, let's say this 2.14. And here we have this. But we need to understand that it's not only these lines, but also the borders for these bars are increasing, right? So I don't want that to happen. Let's undo this. It's a very faint line and just gives you an idea of how these are interlinked, okay? And it shows a relation between them. Now let's try out on another set of data. So far we saw the trend of how we moved from 2000 as the inventory at the beginning of the year to 1500 at the end of the year. What all things happened during the year, we can see this and get a good idea. Now another way of, or another best use of waterfall charts could be while working with income statement. When we are talking about this, here I have some extract from the set of financial statements of a company. We have the sales and expenses in the form of cost of goods sold. Further, we also have some other income, some other sources of income. Then there is interest expense and taxes. And then finally, we have the net income. So we start with sales and how the sales. Now let's select this entire table, go to Insert. We have this waterfall, click here. Well, we can see the labels over here: sales, cost of goods sold, other income, interest, taxes, net income. Well, I can just expand this further or shrink this. Maybe I can shrink it further. As a result, we can make it look compact, something like this. And again, I don't want the chart title. I can uncheck it here or just click on it and delete. Again, sales, it's $100,000. Then we had some expenses. So overall, it comes down to $60,000. The white area is not visible to us. And this white area represents the balance. And then further, there has been an increase of $25,000 in form of other income, which is fine. And then there has been a reduction of $20,000 and further reduction of $15,000. And then net income is the ending point. However, here it's assuming or considering this net income as a cash inflow or a positive number representing increase in value, which is incorrect. So I right click on this, set as total, and here we have this. So we got some money, which was an increase. Okay. This is not a starting point for us this was not the opening balance value, right? This is just a new set of data that we had. This is just the new set of sales that we have. And once we have $100,000, all these changes happen. And finally, we settle to $50,000. So this is another interesting way to observe the trend on what all components are occupying how much. I can see a major chunk is going towards cost of goods sold. And then we have interest expense. But take a look at this. Other income is closer to around 25% of your overall sales. Now that might, as an auditor, that might be a bit suspicious. But then if you're a real small company, then looking at it in the form of percentages does not make sense, right? Maybe it's a genuine transaction. Maybe you had some exceptional income at that time. It's a one-off case. But yes, it gives you a good view for your analysis. Now, let us try out the box and whisker chart. This type of chart is generally used for statistical data analysis. This chart is also known as a box plot and is a graphical representation of data based on a 5-number summary. These numbers include minimum value, the value at quartile 1, the value at median, also known as quartile 2, and then value at quartile 3, and finally, it's the maximum value. Now, to understand the essence of this type of chart, we need to have some data to work on. So let's try that out. So here we have two teams, Wild Willows and Fury Eagles, slated for a final football match. We have an extract of the team's rosters over here, and we can see that there are 25 members in each of these teams, with the age of respective team members as well. Now, I would like to perform a quick analysis on the distribution of age for each team. I would like to know the average age of these members in each team, and then I would also like to know the lowest age and the highest age within these teams. So let's try that out. First, I would like to know, for example, over here, I say I want to know the average age. Let me put it here, average age. Then I would like to know the minimum value, that's the lowest age. Or I would just use the word minimum here. And then I would also want to know the quartile 1 value, the mean, and then quartile 3 value, and then, let me get this, and then quartile 3 value, and then finally the maximum value. Now, I want this for both the teams. One is Wild Willows and Fury Eagles. So here I have for Wild Willows, and next to it I have for Fury Eagles. So let's expand this column here. Great. I would like to make it look in a tabular format like a table. So I'll get some borders. Good. Let's make this bold. Good to go. Now, how do I find the average age? Well, pretty simple. We have the average function. And now that's for Wild Willows. So select all the age numbers and close the bracket. Here you have the average age. Same way, let's try this out for Fury Eagles. So we say average. Here we have. Now, this table is not exactly required for creating the chart, but in order to understand the components within the chart, we are trying to dig onto these numbers manually so that we can better understand and relate to each number that shows up on the chart. Now, the minimum value. So we have a min function in Excel. Let's make use of that. We have min, And now I need the maximum, again the min value for Fiery Eagles. Here we have now quartile 1 value. Now before we dig into quartile 1, let us fill the mean value. Now we know that in total there are 25 records over here, and the median value that we are looking for, it's the median. And the median is generally when you have all these numbers arranged in an ascending order, then of the 25 records, the midpoint will be the 13th record. And whatever age that you see on the 13th record is the median. Let me show you how. If I copy these values and paste it here, let's say right click, paste as values. These are not arranged in an ascending order. So let us, while these numbers are selected, let us do a quick sort here for sort smallest to largest. Now all the numbers or the ages under Wild Willows have been sorted in ascending order. Now can we try the same thing for Fiery Eagles? Let's try that out. I copy this. Let's say I paste it here, right click, paste as values, and again a quick sort, that smallest to largest. Do I want to expand the selection? No. I just want to continue with the current selection, only sort the ones which are highlighted. Here we have. Now, these are 25 records here, so the midpoint is the 13th record. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 29 and 23 must be the median of these numbers. Let us find that out. We say median. There is a function in Excel called median. We can directly select these numbers, close the bracket, and here we have the median for Wild Willows as 29. And what about the median for Fiery Eagles? We select the numbers and hit enter, and we see the median is 29 and 23. How does it calculate, or how do we find out the median? Well, we arrange all the numbers in an ascending order and try to find the midpoint of the list. Now, 25 records is an odd number. So we have 12 numbers here and then 13th one, and then again 12 numbers here. What if this was an even number for, let's say, if it were 24 records and not 25 records? Then we have 12 here and then again 12 records here. At that time, we need to get both the two middle numbers for the series. So we have now 10 records over here, 11 records here, and then here again 11 records. So here the 12th record from both the sides is over here. We take an average of the two, and that becomes the median. So in this case, 28 and 29, the average between the two is 28.5. And in this case, 23 and 23, the midpoint is 23. So had these been only 24 records instead of 25, then the median would have been 28.5 and this would have still remained 23. But as of now, that's not the case. So let's quickly undo this, and here we have the numbers back. Now what about quartile 1? Quartile 1 is generally the lower part of the series. So here we have the median. All the numbers before this median will help us find the quartile 1. This is the first half of the entire series. And the median of the first half of the series is itself the quartile 1. So we say, let's say we have median function. And if I take a median of these values, it is 25. So we have 12 records. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then again 6 records. Here we see, let me highlight this slightly different, maybe a reddish, yes. So this is where the first quartile falls between. So 25, 25, the average of 25 is common. Now the average of 21 and 22 is 21.5. So the quartile 1 must be median close the bracket. Here we have 21%, 21.5. Similarly, we can get the median for the other half of the series. That is median. Select the records here. Now these are again 12 records that we are talking about. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And here it is, the midpoint. So average of 31 and 32 is 31.5, and then average of 29s is 29. So we have median and select these. So we are excluding the midpoint of the series while calculating the quartiles. So here we have this. Now this was a manual calculation, but we also have a better option here in case if you want. Okay, let me also show you how to get this with the help of quartile function. Using quartile function. So I want to find these three values with the help of quartile function. So quartile 1, I said we have quartile exclusive array. Just select this all these series of numbers from the original set. And which quartile value do you want? I want the first quartile value. So 1, close bracket. Here we have. Going to try the same thing. Quartile exclusive. Select all the ages. And then this time I want quartile 1 for Fairy Eagles. Median is as good as quartile 2. Quartile exclusive, select the entire range, comma, you see the median value or 50th percentile. When we say 50th percentile, that's the second quartile. And then again for Fairy Eagles, we say quartile. Select that and 2, close bracket. And finally, the third quartile, we have quartile. Select this. And it's the third quartile. That's the 75th percentile that I'm looking for. Close the bracket. And then again for the same for Fairy Eagles. Here we select the range. Now I need the 75th percentile or the third quartile. And here we have. Now let's cross-check our numbers. You see? The numbers are exactly the same. I've shown you how we can identify it manually by arranging the numbers in an ascending order and then determining the numbers manually. Well, Excel functions make it a lot convenient for us, and this has been the most easiest one. Quartile 1, we have a quartile 1 function. We don't need to worry about finding the midpoint here. We can directly select the entire records. Now just imagine you have 1,000 odd records. It would have been really difficult to identify the 500th row or 501st row. So you can simply use the quartile function to select everything and just ask for whichever quartile that you're looking for. For second quartile, either you use a quartile function or you use the median function. Both serve the purpose. And same way for the third quartile. So this is much more quicker and easier. Now finally, the maximum number. So we have max function and select these numbers here, close the bracket. Same way over here, max function. Select them, close the bracket. Here we have. So we have the lowest value and the maximum function. So the 5 numbers that we are talking about, the 5 number summary that is required for a box plot, here it is. Well, average is just a value add to that entire box plot chart. Now, if we were to plot this entire data on a single chart, how will that look like? Let us try that out. For this, I would like to have these 2 tables merged as one, and I had that on sheet 2. I have an additional column called team mentioned over here with each of the respective team names for all these members. So all I need to do now is I need a box plot chart for each team. So first I need to select the list of team names, the entire column of team. Next, I'll select the entire column of age. While holding down the control key, you can click and select this and then release the control key. Now, click on Insert, go to See All Charts, and here under All Charts, we have the box and whisker. Now, this is the only output or sample available, so by default, it's selected. Just click on OK. And here we have. So I would say, I would give the title as something like Age Distribution. Now we have this chart over here, but I'm really finding it difficult to make sense out of this. I see one line over here near 35 and then slightly above 15 and so on. It would be great if I can have some numbers here. So I click on this, data labels. Great, we have some numbers and we should be able to start making sense out of it, but I can see some numbers within the box. So let me have a light background for this box. So I click on Format, Shape Fill. I'll use a lighter color, something like this. And yes, here we have. So we see we have many numbers over here. Let us try to correlate to this. Okay, we had some values here. Let me copy this and paste it here as values. Right click, paste as values, because if I don't do that and just do a copy paste, you see I'll get the error over here. It's all dev0 num because all of them had formulas earlier. So rather I should just ignore this and right click here, paste as values. And here we have. So what was the average age? Now, when you say average, that's also known as the mean. Okay, that's the mean. So the mean value for Wild Willows is 27.84 and Fury Eagles, that's 24.24. So we see the cross over here in the middle of the box, somewhere within the box. Now this becomes the average or the mean age within each team. Now the minimum value is marked over here, 16 for Wild Willows and 17 for Fury Eagles. Now these lines that you see above and below the boxes, these are called whiskers. And with the help of these whiskers, you can see the lower limit or the minimum value and the upper value. Well, in some arrangements of box and whisker chart, you might see this tilted towards the right, as in the lower value is on the left side and the upper value is towards the right side. Well, in that case, this axis over here, instead of the left side, it would have been below. But that's absolutely fine. The logic is still the same. Moving on, we have the lower and upper values. Now, quartile 1 is 25 and 21.5. That's here. The lower border of the box is the place where you can find your first quartile value, the lower end. Now, quartile 1 separates the lowest 25% of the values or the observations from the rest of the observations. Now here, moving on, we can see median. Now the bar that we see within the box, this is the median. Now here we can see this at the upper part of the box, that's 29, and here it's towards the lower part of the box, that's 29 and 23. Now this median generally helps you separate or divide the lower 50% of the observations from the rest of the 50% of the observations. So for example, for Wild Willows, 50% of the people belong to age group below 29. And the rest of 50% of people belong to age group above 29. When it comes to Fury Eagles, 50% belong to above 23 and other 50% belong to below 23. Now that would be between 17 to 23 here, and in this case it's 16 to 29. Well, in case of first quartile, only 25% of people fall between the range of 25 to 16 age, and rest of them fall between the range of 25 to 35. That's 75% of the crowd falls within this range. And here 21 to 31, that's the range in which 75% of the people belong to. Moving on, we have the third quartile, and that's at 31.5 and 29. That's the upper border of these boxes. Here. Now the third quartile helps you divide 75% of the data from the rest of the 25% upper part of the data. So we see 75% of the people belong to the age group between 31.5 and 16. In this case, 75% of the population belong to the age group of 29 to 17. Well, the balance 25% falls into the upper age limit. So the maximum age is 35 and 21. And this is how, with one single plot chart, we can answer so many questions. How long did it take for us? Just select the segregation. Now, just select the type of segregation that you need and the values that you want to analyze. And then click on Insert and select the box plot. It's here for you. But when we were doing it manually, it took really long time. We had to manually arrange to cross-check or at least use Excel functions to do that. But here, it was quite convenient. Now, can we quickly try one more box chart here? We have some more set of data that's on sheet 3. And this time, this is for the Bright Light Corp payroll data. And this is the employee data of Bright Lights Corp that we had referred to during our basic and advanced Excel program in some of our earlier examples. Now here, I would like to see a box plot for each engagement type. I would like to know the distribution of salaries here. So let's select the engagement type. Now both the columns are next to each other, so I can just select both the columns. Click on Insert, go to Charts, All Charts, Box and Whisker, click OK. Great. I would say salary distribution. Let's close this. Now we have salary distribution. We'll just use a different background. Well, the lighter background helps me read numbers. Now let me get the data labels here. And here we have that. Well, the decimal spaces are taking too much. So let me just click on these numbers and click on Home and reduce the decimals. I right-click on these numbers and click on Format Data Labels. Now, below we have numbers, decimal places. I select 0. And here we have this. Now, based on the size of the box, we can say that a thin or a condensed box means there is less variation. It is more consistent and so becomes easier to predict, wherein a larger box indicates there is a lot of variation, okay? Wherein there is one set, the quartile, wherein we can say if the average salary is 7,369 for those on payroll, the upper limit has been around 10,500 and lower limit around 5,500. That's quite a huge variance. And within the box, the first and third quartile is also quite large. But major chunk of people fall in between the second and third quartile. Coming back to this, the contractual employees, let me drag this down so I can see some difference. You see the numbers are overlapping here because the median and the first quartile values are very much close enough. So if I move my mouse over the first quartile, it's 5,200. Then I move my mouse over the median, and that is 5,877. That's quite. And if I move my mouse over the median, it's 5,600. 5,878 is the average or the mean. So the thinner box indicates I can easily say that if you're employed as a contractor, then most likely your salary should fall within approximately around 5,878. And that's not the chances of error or the deviation from what I guessed or assumed is quite low. The chance of error is quite low. It should be somewhere nearby. But here, if I say the average salary that you would get is around 7,369, well, can't say because it could be as low as 6,000 or as high as 8,650, considering that most people are falling within this range. But there has been cases of upper limit and lower limit, which is on even more extremes. Okay, so a narrower box indicates that we have higher chance that most number of people are falling within this range itself. And here it says most people are spread across. At times, you might come across data which has been organized in a hierarchical format. For example, you have, let's say, region, and then manager, and let's say you have the salesperson, sales rep. Okay, so this is one hierarchy. You have some sales reps reporting to a particular manager, and there would be a group of such managers belonging to a particular region. So region becomes the first level of hierarchy, second is manager, and the third level is sales reps. Similarly, we have some data over here on the left, and here we have the hierarchy. The first level is about the lamp category. The next hierarchy is about the region. So that's two levels of hierarchy here. Now, generally, whenever you get such kind of data, it would be amazing if we can have some chart that can do sufficient justice to a hierarchy as well. And that is where Excel has provided us with two more chart types, which are for a hierarchical set of data. One is the tree map and the other one is the sunburst chart. First, let us prepare a tree map chart. It's pretty easy to prepare. All you need to do is select the data sets. It's okay even if you have blank cells under the hierarchy, because Excel understands that all these records belong to this cell itself. But otherwise, if in case Excel fails to understand it, the safest way would be to have these cells filled with respective lamp category. For example, all CFLs here, all FLs here, and all LEDs here. This is absolutely fine. You can do that. And then select the data, select the tree map. Quite easy, simple. Let me get rid of the chart title here. I don't want the chart title. We have some more space. Let me expand this. Well, we do have this hierarchy formed. The blue one represents CFL, orange one represents the regions, the data for FL, and gray one represents LEDs, which is absolutely fine. But there is something missing here. I don't see the numbers. It would be really awesome if I could get some numbers as well. Because take a look over here. The major chunk of revenue for LEDs is coming from the Northeast, and next it's from West region. So as we proceed further with each box, the last box is often the least contributor or the one with the least value in it. Now take a look here. The highest contributor is West zone and then the Northeast, Midwest, Southwest, and Southeast. Now this time it's Southeast over here, but if you check the FL, it's the West zone. Well, that's all good. At least I know for respective product categories which zones are the best performers and which zones are the worst performers, but I can't see numbers unless I move my mouse over there. So let's click here and I get this option here. We have the data labels. Further, let's right click on it and click on Format Chart area. Chart options. We have data labels. Click here. Label options. We have series names, category name, and value. I want values. And here we have them. And here further, apart from adding the values, probably you might want a different separator, may not be a comma. You can have a semicolon, period, a new line, or a space. Okay, or maybe you might try out just a hyphen. So here we have this, a hyphen. Let's give some space in middle. And great. So we have northeast, and this is the value, northeast again over here. We have some value here. Now moving on, I would also like to see, now while we have these numbers, I see the LED, CFL, and FL appearing as just one of the objects over here. You can see just representing or appearing in one of the boxes in each category. Probably they might go unnoticed. So for that, under the series options over here, let's click on this drop down. Here, if you check we were under the data labels, and now we click here and select series. Now under series options, overlapping is what it is by default. If you click none, it does not appear at all. But if you click banner, it appears like a heading. And this makes it stand out. So this is how a tree chart is like. You can see different components and different regions contributing to what extent there. Now there are a few options available for customization. To an extent, yes, you can change the colors, something like this, as vivid as this. Or you also have a gradient options here. I do like this one. So we have it here. But legibility could be an issue, so accordingly we might want to change it. Great. So here we have this. But now again, when I change the style, the heading is missing. Again, it got merged. So I'll have to right click on it, go to Format Chart area, under this series, come here and select banner. And here we have this. Good. And this is how we can have our hierarchical data organized. All these boxes, the size of boxes represents the amount contributed by each of these regions for respective product type. Now moving on, another form of hierarchical data is hierarchical chart is the sunburst chart. Now here we have this data slightly reorganized or rearranged, and this time the first level of hierarchy is the financial year or the year. Next we have the region. And then now the third hierarchy is the product category. Unlike the previous one where we had product category first, we have it as over here as the third in the hierarchy. Well, it's not that sunburst chart will not work on this. It will work on it, but does it make sense is to be checked. Let me show you how. We select this data, and under insert, we have this. I select sunburst chart, and yes, we have this. So first level of hierarchy over here, CFL, FL, LEDs, and under each of them we have these regions under it. Okay. The only thing is that the sunburst chart does not have enough space to show you the values as well. So you might have to move your mouse over them. But this just looks like a wheel. Let me try to make it something interesting. Okay. For this, I had rearranged the data, and here we have 3 levels of hierarchy. So what will happen if I select this data? Like I told you, you can fill this entire blank cells with 2016 and its regions as well, or you can leave them as it is. Excel is smart enough to now pick it up. Select this entire table all the way till 78, row number 78. Once you have this selected, click on Insert, click here and Sunburst. Wow, now this all the more messy. Let's make it a bit more attractive by clicking here. Okay. Well, it does not look anything beautiful yet, but Let me remove the chart title here. We'll remove the chart title here. Now it looks slightly bigger. Let's make it a bit more bigger. Great. So what do we get here? 2018. You have different regions under that, each of the product categories. And depending on the quantum of contribution by each product category within each region, the width or the size of these boxes would appear. Now let's take an example. Now let's say I do not have any of these categories available for historical data, let's say until 2019. Okay, I don't have the breakup. So I would just delete this. Now if you notice, its first level of hierarchy is 2018, 19, and 17 and 16 over here. And then next level of hierarchy is the region. But we don't have the third level of hierarchy here. But we do have the third level for 2020. Hence, we can see that hierarchy here for 2020. But we do not see that for the rest of those years. So in case if you want to focus on any specific year, well, it would mostly be the most recent year, right? You just want the information and that's it. You don't want to bother about any other set of data. Maybe you might just want to have a total here, something like this. If I were to rearrange this data and make it look much more beautiful or much more appealing, then it would be having the totals for each of these regions, for those which I do not have any more bifurcation, and then just have them as it is for 2020. Here it is, and this is the sunburst chart, again a hierarchical chart. If I were to undo this, we have all the data over here. So it's quite messy, but then again, it totally depends on where and how you want to use. For example, you might have one section highlighting the list of expenses. Under each of these list of expenses, you might have some subheadings and some more details. Maybe here you have income and some subheadings under that as well. So you can just go on to multiple layers or multiple levels of hierarchy, and that's absolutely fine. But still, remember, the more the level of hierarchies, the much messier it looks. If you don't want it to look messy but still have all the hierarchy as it is, then just get a bigger screen and then increase the size, something like this. Let me show you. You see? Well, now it's much better than before, but it takes up my entire screen space. So use it diligently and efficiently. Now let us try out the radar chart. A radar chart, also known as a spider chart, or I would say it looks like a spider web at least, but it generally helps you compare the values of 3 or more variables relative to a central point. So let's take an example over here. It generally gives you a visual mapping of each parameters as against the average as well. It would be best if I can show up an example over here, and it's pretty easy to pull up a radar chart. All you need to have is your data organized properly and you will get it through. Take an example of this data set over here. It's an extract of a survey conducted for a particular course. So we have some criteria over here, and all of these parameters have been marked on a scale of 1 to 10 or eval. So we have responses from 3 participants, and the first one, second one, and third one. So 3 people responded to this survey, and let us get this onto a chart. I select this data, click on Insert, go to Charts, All Charts, and here we have the radar. Well, here we have the 5 data points. And then this one may not make sense right now because this is not what we need. So ignore the second one. The first one is what we are looking for. And just click OK. Here you have this. Let me remove the chart title for now. I want to make the chart look bigger so that I can have a better view on it. So Here we have. Great. So for this chart, if you see, this is the center point at 0, and each line, the gray lines, the thin gray lines that you see, is a grid line. Okay, these are the grid lines. And when you measure against each of these grid lines, just imagine this to be something like a line chart, but it's not exactly a line chart. You're being measured on these grid lines for each parameter. For example, first one is course content. That's course content here. Participant 1 is blue, the second one is orange, and third one is gray. So the blue one has rated the trainer or this course as 2 for course content. So here we have this blue one towards course content, this point at 2, and the second had rated at 4. So this is where the second participant had rated, and the third participant rated at 3, and that's here. Okay, all of this with the center of 0 as the starting point. Against this, where do they match or where do they fail? The best part of this chart is you can have a quick glance on the overall performance on multiple parameters at the same time. Here we have 5 parameters that we are working on, so hence it looks like a pentagon. It looks like a pentagon, but you can have 6, 7, or make it look like a decagon as well. That's absolutely fine, but you need to understand that the data should be legible and should make sense. So here we have this. Now take a look at the one responded by the third participant. It's the gray one. So this person has rated 5 or given the rating of 5 for clarity. That's like full 5 out of 5. And then when it comes to subject knowledge, it's 4, 3, and then here again, what do you have? This at 3 for meets learning goals. And then time management, it's just 3 again. So overall, this person seems to be quite happy, and hence it is, right? So the farther away each point is, the higher the score is. The closer it is towards the center, for example, over here, we see meets learning goals. The blue one, that's the first participant, has rated 1. That means he is not happy with this. He or she is not happy with this course. Okay. But the one in gray seems to be quite happy in terms of clarity, but otherwise he's still given the average rating overall. But I think the most happier would be of the 3 is the second one, because the second participant has given a rating of 4, 4, and again 4 over here, and 3 in only one area, or rather that was 2 actually, and 3 in clarity. Okay, it's 4, 4, and then again 4, 3, and 2. So this person seems to be much more happier, although not happy about the time management, which is still fine. So this is one way how you can measure this. Now you can use this for any form of psychometric test. You can use it for a student's academic performance and so on. You might also want to add one more column over here. Let's say I move this over here. I'll move this data towards the right and add another column here. Let's call it as benchmark, or you can take it as a average. I mean, let's say this survey was answered by 20 participants. So what has been the average of all of them? Or maybe you might have your own internal benchmark where you say, we call this course a success if the respondent or the participant has given at least 4 in each of those parameters. So if benchmark of measuring success of this course is number 4 for each of these parameters, then let's map it out over here. Let me give the formatting. Take this entire table, or rather you can just click over here and chart design, select data. We have 3 participants here. Now I want to add the benchmark. So series name is the benchmark and series values are these. Click OK. I can move this up and click OK again. So here we have the benchmark is a yellow one. Now it's overlapping with the orange one, or rather I would say the orange one is overlapping the yellow one, so we can't see the border, but yes, there it is. Well, in case if you feel time management may not be that easy, at times it would be quite difficult. So it's okay even if someone gives an average rating for time management at 3, that's fine. So again, here it tilts. Meets learning goals, it's a 4. Subject knowledge, clarity, and course content, you definitely want to see them at 4. Okay, but subject knowledge, let's say you want the best, that's 5. Or what if it was, if decimals were allowed, then 4.5. Then take a look at this. This is somewhere between 4 and 5. That's the way how you can measure multiple parameters all at one shot. Now we are towards the end of the advanced Excel program, and before we conclude this, I would like to throw some light on the form controls in Excel. Now here, with the help of the form controls, I've created a loan application wherein we have some controls over here, a bar over here that can help us determine or select the loan amount. Now depending on whatever I select over here, you can see that the loan amount over here will change. For example, I change till here and we see the loan amount to 6,504. Moving on, I take it to the max, and the max available loan amount is 30,000. Now loan period is of 2 years. Well, in case if I'm not happy with 2 years, maybe that's too short time for me to pay back, then I would want to increase it. I click on this. This is a spinner, and I click on this and increase it to the duration I require. Moving on, just like I can select the loan amount range, I can also select the interest rate. Here we have the interest rate rounded up. So the max interest rate that I can go for is 15%. That's ridiculously high, but still nevertheless. That's quite high, but depending on the regions, that might still be a norm. For now, let me assume the interest rate to be at around 5%, or let's say 6%. Now payment option here, I select monthly or bi-monthly, quarterly. Now when I say bi-monthly, that means I'll be paying once every 2 months. So here as of now, it's selected to bi-monthly. Now if I'm selecting bi-monthly, that means once in 2 months. That means in a year, I would pay 6 installments. So number of installments has automatically been taken care of. Now if I select quarterly, that means once in 3 months or 4 times in a year. So I click on this quarterly. You can see quarterly selected and 4 automatically populating here. It's quite an automated one. Now different states have different taxes as well. Now we are assuming certain tax rates. Now that's fictitious over here. So let's say we are at California and the charges or the state charges is 1.5% on the loan amount. Now let's say if it was Florida. For Florida, it's 0.5%. The state charges on the loan amount, and we can see the charges on loan over here, the amount, $150. Now what if I select, let's say New York? So here we have New York. I click on this, and now instead of 150, it turns out to be 375. That's 1.25% of the loan amount. So the concept of this charges on loan is the moment you pay your first installment, there is a fixed equated installment calculated. These charges would be added up to your first installment. It's a one-time charge. That's charges towards the state, and they will be added into your first bill amount. And later on, from next installment onwards or the next payment onwards, you'll be paying a flat amount of this much that we see. Now when I'm going for quarterly payment for a time span of 5 years, that means I'll be paying in total 20 installments. So effectively we have calculated this, and it's quite a robust one. And let us try this out all by ourselves. I'll build one from scratch for you. But let me tell you that this is all to do with the form controls. This helps you make it look much more convenient here. How did we get these form controls? Well, it is available on the developer menu or the developer tab. Well, in case if you do not see this, we can get this. All you need to do is click on File menu, go to More, click Options. Now under Options, in this window on the left, click on Customize ribbon. Now here on the right side, Main tabs, the Developer tab must be checked. If it is not checked, please put a check mark here and then click OK. And now you will find this Developer tab. Now through this, you can also access macros and also the form controls here under the Controls section. The form controls that we are looking for is under the Insert tab over here, or the Insert option, or the Insert icon. And here we have some form controls and also the ActiveX controls. Now when we say ActiveX controls, these are best used with macros. Okay, for now we are not focusing on macros. We are trying to keep it simple. And we'll be working with some of these common form controls here. Okay, so let's begin with this. I'll open a new file. I'll call it loan application. Let's make this look a bit big. Now I need loan amount, and then we need loan period. Next we need interest rate. Now that's the annual interest rate, so let's make it easy. Annual interest rate. Next I need payment options. Now under payment options, we'll have some radio buttons, so we'll leave some space for that. Next we need a list of states. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 radio buttons and then a space, and then I have state. So with these as the headings, let us proceed. Let me expand this column. Now here I would like to place the first scroll bar. So I click on Developer, Insert. Now we have something called as a scroll bar here. If I click on this, if I select something like this, it's a vertical scroll bar. But I need a horizontal one, so let's click here. And here we have the range. Let me adjust the width and the length. Alright, now that's quite close to the size or the height of the rows, so that should be good. Now I need to give a limit to this, so I right click on this, click on Format Controls. Now minimum value, in case whoever wants to take a loan, the lowest amount would be $100 and maximum would be, let's say, it takes a maximum of $30,000 here. But what if I put maximum at $50,000? And page change at 10, that means every time I click somewhere between the bar, it will increase by 10. But I don't want it to increase by 10, but rather increase by 1,000. Cell linkage. Now whatever you select, the value should be visible somewhere, right? So I click on this, cell linkage. I'll select, okay, I'll have all my cell linkings in column G to maintain uniformity. I click here. Now we do have some more tabs here, that's the size and see. Scroll value must be between 0 and 30,000, so it does not allow any value beyond 30,000. So let's change this to 30,000 and we'll still keep the minimum value at 100, that's absolutely fine. Now moving on, we have some more tabs over here like size, protection, properties, whether you want to move it but don't cite or move the control but do not want to size with cells, or don't move or size with cells. That means as the cells shrink or expand, automatically adjust the size of these controls. Well, we are allowing it to move but not change its size. Alternate text, well, in case if you want to. Generally, we don't use these. I mean, the need does not arise for us to come back over here and make the changes unless in certain exception situations. So this is the area where we mostly focus on the control part. Once we have defined the upper limit, lower limit, and the cell linkage, we click OK. And you see the minimum value is 100. If I click aside, this bar is now active. Every time I click, you see it just increments by 1. But if I click anywhere like this, it increments by 1000. Right? So each click on the upper and lower part of this bar will only increment by 1. And if you click anywhere in the middle, it will increase or decrease by 1000. Well, you can also freely drag and drop this. Now next, let's say I'm taking a loan of 30,000. Now loan period. Now loan period, again, I can have a similar bar, but we are testing out different controls within the form section. So here we have something called as a spinner or a spin button. I select this. Now this can only be a vertical spin button, something like this. Here we have this. Now I do not want it to be so big, so let me shrink this to this much. This should be fine enough. And if I right click on it and select form control, here again we have the minimum value and maximum value to define. So minimum value is 0. Okay, now here we'll be defining the loan period in terms of years. So maximum value would be, let's say, 20 years. I will not be giving loan to anyone beyond 20 years. Cell linkage, whatever value, it should come from this tool or this control. It should be visible here. Let's click. Now it appears blank, but if you click here, you see first, and you go down, scroll down, or press the down arrow, nothing happens. The lower limit is set to 0. It will not allow you to set the value beyond 0. The minimum is 0. And let's check on the upper limit. Well, it's stuck at 20. That's what I've defined. Let's say it's a 20-year loan. Or for convenience, for now, let's call it as a 5-year loan for ease of calculations and testing purpose. Now, annual interest rate, again, will have a bar like this, but this time for the purpose of interest rate. So again, under interest, we have the scroll bar. And here we go. Well, in case if I'm not happy with the size, I might just want to adjust the width and the length of this again. Now, if I want to adjust the width, but I don't see the buttons or the plotting dots on the side, I would just expand or increase the height such that those dots are visible and I can resize the control accordingly. The moment the width is adjusted, I'll bring it back to the smaller height that fits within the row. Great, we have the control. Right click on it, click on Format Control. Now the maximum value, we are talking about the interest rate here. So now it totally depends on when and where are you using. Rather, I would say it totally depends on where you're using. Now, if you're going by the federal rates, the language of how the economists talk, then they would generally talk in the form of basis points. 100 basis points makes 1%. So here, for example, I would say minimum value as 0, maximum value, let's say it's 15% is the maximum interest that's most likely chargeable. Okay, so 15% in terms of basis points, it's 1500. That's 1500 basis points. And incremental change, let's say for every click, it increases by 5 basis points. And page change, for every time you click, it's a change of 25 basis points. That means every time you click between the bar and this free area, open area, it will increase or decrease by 25 basis points. But if you click on the left or the right button over here on the edges, it will change by 5 basis points. That's 0.05%. Now I cannot put the percentage over here, and hence we can put it in this form. It does not take decimals either. So let's click on cell link and take this part. Click OK. Now click aside and see. Say it increases by 5% or 5 basis points every time, but I would like to see it in percentage. So we'll wait for some time. We are yet to finish our entire task. Now if I click anywhere in the middle, it increases by 25 points. Let me show you. Now it's 100, that's 1%. Now if I click on this, you see 25 basis points. Well, I want to get rid of that 5 over there. It's just 120. Then I'll just click on this and it's adjusted. Well, you can also drag and drop like this. That works. Now, payment options. Let's say, first, let me get the annual interest rate straight. Here, let's call it the annual interest rate at 6%. Now here, when I'm clicking on this, it's a bit inconvenient for me to identify the exact 600 here. So what I would do is, for each increment here, now it's set to 5. Okay, that's 6.1% or 610 basis points. I bring it to 600, that's a perfect 6%. Now payment options, we have a couple of payment options. One is monthly, bi-monthly, quarterly, half-yearly, and annual. Well, we can have the radio buttons in place for that same. So let's click, we can click aside and bring the radio button. And here we have this, also known as option button. Now I click here and edit the text. Let's say I call it monthly. I can also add some more controls directly like this, or I might just right click on this such that the control is selected, copy this, paste it here and move it nearby. I can use the keyboard arrows to make it to pull it down. And now let's change this to bi-monthly. Now let's save some time. I would right click on this and control right click on this, hit escape, and we have both the controls selected. All I did was, if I click on this, it will automatically select the bar, the button. I don't want that to happen. Rather, I just want to select these two controls. So I need to right click on one of those. When I right click, I get this. You can just click aside within the bar. Now hold down the control and click on this. And we have both the controls selected. Now copy, that's Control C as in Charlie. Click aside. Control V as in Victor. Now just move this up so that it's in order. So this time, click aside and right click, edit text. So instead of monthly, bi-monthly, this time I need quarterly. And then right click, edit text, half yearly. And then I need an annual one. So I'll again right click, copy, paste, and just edit the text here as annual. Now the best part is all of them, Excel is smart enough to ensure that, to understand that all of them are interlinked. Now I click on this, you see the rest of them are unchecked. So now I need to show the value somewhere over here. I need to know which option is selected. Just as we have whatever selections made, they are reflecting here. Here, I need to know what selections are being made. So I'll right click on any one of those. Click on Format Control, Cell Link, click here. And by default, it's set to unchecked. Well, in case if you want it checked, you can leave it checked as well, but I would prefer to leave it unchecked. Click OK. Click aside and you see. Now, Here, what you see is not this text over here, that's monthly, bi-monthly, but the position number. So monthly is first, bi-monthly is second, quarterly is third, half-yearly is fourth, and annual fifth. Now, based on this position number, I'll need to find out the values. That will do later on when we start with the actual processing of this data. For now, let's have one more form control, and that would be for the state. Now, like I mentioned, that different states have different tax rates, different charges. Let's have a separate worksheet over here. In sheet 2, we need to get this data, that states and charges. I have a huge list. I'm bringing this here. You should be able to find this list in your worksheets. And similarly, I also want this information here, payment option, number of installments per year, which we'll be using. So I have this here as well. You should find them readily available for you. You don't need to hunt for these numbers anywhere or these values. Now, coming back to state, I would like to see a drop down here. So we call it as a combo. Here we have the combo box. Now click here and select it. Well, I can move this slightly closer to the border to ensure that it fits within the range, the size of the row. Yes, but if I click aside and click on this drop down button, I see nothing because I need to link it to that data there. So right click, form control, input range. Now here is where we need to link to that data. So input range, here we'll have the list of states. We have it in sheet 2. Click on this cell. Once the cursor is over here, click on sheet 2 and select only the list of states. Okay, now do not select the heading. We don't want the word state to reflect in our drop down. We already know that it's a state. Next, cell link. That's where exactly do you want this to appear, the position number. So I click on this and the cell link is in place. Now, once you click on the drop down button over here, how many items do you want to see or lines do you want to see at a first glance? By default, it's set to 8. I can also change this to 10. Let me show you what happens now. I click OK, click aside. Now here we have 10 states at the first glance. Next, we can click here and scroll down, or we can select any of those. For example, I select Ohio. Now if you notice Ohio, next to it we see 36. That's Ohio is 36th in the list. Here it is. You see, count of 36 right from the first state till Ohio. That means Ohio is 36 in the list. So we have the position number. Okay, so here for payment options, we are getting a position number, and again over here, we are getting the position number. Now let's have some background color for this section here. I'll go there and select some background, maybe dark background. How about a dark one, or this should be fine. Yep, this looks good. Now we can see that based on whatever we select here, the values will keep on changing. We have for the loan period and so on. But now we have this particular section to be done. And where did that part go where we had already had the linked cells? Well, we do have them over here as well. It's just that it was hidden. So I select these two columns and right click, unhide. So the values are still here. It's just that I had hidden them. And so all you see is the controls and its impact on the table here. Now I'll copy this and paste it here, expand this, and I would clear this out so that we can prepare it from scratch. For you, this will be readily available, so not an issue with that. Now loan amount. Loan amount, we could have directly linked it over here, but as a matter of maintaining uniformity, we would just link it to this cell That's fine. This control could have directly linked to this cell as well. That was fine, but I just don't want any control to be directly affecting this result here. Hence, we have it here. Now, similarly, we have loan period linked to this. Now here it's 5 years. If you don't see the word years, click Ctrl 1 or Ctrl exclamation on your keyboard. You come to this, format cells. If you fail to reach here, click on this. Now go to custom. Here select 0 and then space in double quotes type years, double quotes, close. And here you have any number that you enter, it will be followed with the word years. Now the interest rate. We know that this value is in the form of basis points, and 600 basis points means 6%. If I take this value and click on 600, by default it's taking as 600. It should show as 6%. Now if I click on percentage sign, well, it's showing as 60,000. That's grossly incorrect. So I need to divide it by 10,000. And here we have 6%. Get some decimals. Now take a look. If I change this to 6.05%, 610 basis points is nothing but 6.1%, and so on. For now, let's keep this at 6% for ease of calculation. Payment option. Now here's the interesting part, payment option. It's positioned at number 5, but I cannot use any of these controls to get the desired result. So hence we have it in a separate tab over here, or a worksheet, in this list. Again, they are arranged in exactly the same order as this. So I say index. We can also use VLOOKUP. That's absolutely fine. You can also use the offset function, but I think index function makes my job a lot easier and convenient. So I use an index array where you are looking for. I select this range, comma. Now, which column or row number are you looking? Which row number are you looking for? It's this, the position number. Okay. Now, since we had switched between worksheets, the sheet 1 has cropped up over here. So even if you don't have this, that's absolutely fine because it's the same worksheet that we are working on. So you can leave it as it is or delete it. But ensure that if it is deleted, the understanding is that G9 that you're pointing to belongs to the same worksheet where you have the formula. So here sheet 2, if you remove this exclamation and sheet 2, it will assume that F3 to F9 belongs to this current worksheet. So ensure that you don't recklessly delete anything else. Close the bracket. And here we have annual. Now let's test it out. I click on quarterly. The position is 3 and that's quarterly. Bi-monthly, bi-monthly. So for now, let's keep it annual. Now state. Again, we'll use the same index function. Now the arrow, the array. So here we have the list of states. I select this, comma, the position number, close the bracket, hit enter. Here we have this. It's syncing because the range in which it has been selected, okay, we need to ensure that the selection range is accurate. For this drop down, we had selected the exact same range. And again, for the index function, we have used the exact same range. It would really be inconvenient and troublesome if in one selection you include the heading and in the other selection you do not include the heading, or in case if you miss on selecting one of either the start cell or the end cell. Ensure you maintain the uniformity. South Carolina. Expand this. Now state charges. We can again use a VLOOKUP, or still I can also use the index function. Or if you want to play safe, you can also use a VLOOKUP. Let's test out different functions that we have. Lookup for South Carolina. in table array. That's this table. Select this entire table, comma. Next, it asks for column index number. Well, in case if you find South Carolina, which corresponding column value do you want from the selection? Of the 2 columns selected, I need the second column value, comma. Range lookup should be exact match, close the bracket. And here we have this. South Carolina at 0.5. Now let's look for an exception. New York is 1.25. Mississippi is 1%. Let's test it out. New York 1.25, yes. And Mississippi is 1%. Perfect. Let's go back to Ohio or Hawaii. That sounds interesting. And Hawaii has really low rates. Now, charges on loan, that's loan amount multiplied by the state charges. So that's the charges on loans. Okay, it's just $75. Now, number of installments per year, in order to determine this, how many years am I? Now, in order to determine the number of installments per year, I can again either use a VLOOKUP or index function. So let's try with index. Now that's pretty easy for me. Select the array. Ensure that this is in same order as you had it. Ensure that you have it in the same order as you had it with the radio buttons, option buttons. So I select this array. Now next it's asking for row number. I come back to sheet 1 and this is the row number. The sheet 1 I can get rid of. It's optional. Or I can leave it as it is. That's still fine. Close the bracket, and here we have. So if you're making an annual payment, every year you will only pay once in a year. But if you're making a quarterly payment, that means 4 times in a year. And if you're making a bi-monthly, it's 6 times in a year. That's once in 2 years, once in 2 months. That's the one. For now, let's keep it to annual. So it's 5-year loan, paid once in a year. So that means 5 installments to be paid. So total installments will be number of years multiplied by number of installments per year. So you have your total installments. Now, if I'm paying monthly, every year I'll be making 12 payments. And over the span of 5 years, I'll be making 12 multiplied by 5. That's 60 payments or 60 installments that I would be paying. Now, although the interest rate is an annualized interest rate, okay, here let's change this to annual interest rate. But if I'm making payments between each installment, but if I'm making payments in installments, then the interest rate would be segregated or divided by the number of installments. So interest rate divided by number of installments per year. That's as good as, since it's a monthly payment, that's 0.5% per month. So for every amount outstanding, you'll be paying 0.5% every month as the interest. So this becomes your effective interest rate for each installment, and total installments you'll be paying 60. Based on this, we can calculate our equated installment, and that is, we have an interesting function, a finance-based function called PMT. It calculates the payment for a loan based on constant payments and a constant interest rate. So here we are assuming this interest rate to be constant throughout the term of your loan and not floating rate. And constant period, that means you are also paying at fixed intervals. Okay, so rate, this is the effective rate that we'll select. Now N per, when you say N per, it's the number of periods. Here in this case, we can say it's the number of installments. So that's it. When you say 60 installments, it's also 60 period, comma, PV. PV is for present value. So that's the loan amount that you have in hand and you'll be repaying over the span of 60 months or 60 installments. And well, the rest of the parameters in square brackets are optional. FV, although we leave it blank, you can also keep it to 0 because you definitely want your future value, that's FV future value, the amount due to the bank to be 0 by the end of the final installment that you pay. You don't owe anything to the bank by then. So you can leave it blank or just close the bracket or put a 0, that's absolutely fine. I hit enter and I see a negative value here. That's because it's indicated as a cash outflow. This is an inflow because you're receiving loan amount and every time you're paying out installments, this is the thing. Now, what about the first bill amount? Well, the first bill amount would be, here we have this negative value. Okay, I would like to show this as a positive value. So I have a function called ABS, that's to return the absolute value of a number without its sign. Whether it's a positive number or a negative number, it doesn't matter. If I put it under ABS function, it just returns the number without the sign. And I'll take this value plus I have some charges on loan, and that's what my first bill amount will be, $654.98. Well, in case if you want to test it, let's try this out. Loan period, let's say it's not for 5 years, but it's just for 3 years. And I will be paying on quarterly basis. So that's 4 installments every year for 3 years. That means total of 12 installments. And for each installment, the interest rate would be at 1.5. Now, if I use this within the PMT function, the equated installment is this. You'll be paying $2,750.4 every month, every quarter. This is a quarterly payment. And the first bill amount is this. That's because it also includes the charges on loans. Well, in case if it's not Hawaii, let's try it out with Missouri. It's 0.5%. Let's try it New York. It's 1.25% on the loan amount, that's $375. That's a total of $3,125 as your first bill amount. And next installment onwards, you'll be paying this flat amount. Well, that's the best way how you can make the best use of these form controls here. So, well, if you get a good hang of these many tools that we have here, it would be quite convenient. Most of these form controls are best used with, in case if you need any form of data entry form or something, then yes, you can use them with macros. Well, in case if you're looking for any form of data entry form without using macros, then yes, we do have one option here. Let's take an example. I want to load in some data, as in, let's say, name, age, and which state they belong to. Now, I want to have a simple list over here with the list of names, their age, and the state they belong to. And I want to have a simple data entry form. Now, under the Developer tab, well, we don't see a form option over here except for the form controls. But yes, we can enable an interesting tool from Excel. Click on File menu, go to More, go to Options. Now here we have Quick Access Toolbar, and under this, Popular Commands, click All Commands. Once you click on All Commands, there is a whole bunch of lists over here, and we are looking for something called as Form. So scroll down, everything is arranged alphabetically, so till we come to the list that starts with F, as in Forms. Here we have, let's scroll down further, and here we have Form. Click on Add, click OK, and here we have this. Click on Form. Microsoft Excel cannot determine which row in your list or selection contains column label which are required. So click OK, and here it is. Now let's say I type the first one as John Smith, a very common name. Let's say age of 30. and state as Washington. We have this. Click on new, and here it is. Now next we say Alice Springs, age of, let's say, 28, state she's coming from New York. Click on add, and so we can see some more records added over here. Well, in case if you want to run through any of the list over here, we can just click on find previous, and find previous again, find next, and then maybe the age of John Smith is incorrect. Maybe that was supposed to be 26. Click on that and click on find next. Now here, let's say it was not supposed to be 30 but 26. I want to edit this, and it's not from Washington. Let's say it's from Texas. Once you're done with this, the only button that makes sense to click on over here is new. But when you click on new, this time it's not adding a new record, but rather it's updating an existing one, because we have already pulled up an existing record. So just click on new, and here we have this updated. Click close. You can have as many fields that you need, but let me tell you, it's a simple data entry form here. No fancy buttons or anything, but yes, all at the backend call. Well, in case if you want to delete the record, so you can just click on delete. Displayed record will be permanently deleted. That means there is no undo option. Click OK, and John Smith is gone.